No? Hello? Okay, that's... Oh, we're back? I guess we're back. I think... Is my mic working? It should be working. I hope it's working. Please let me know my mic is working. 8608 on Archimedes. Let me... It's like, I need to actually be... I need to pull up, like, all the different teams on these alliances. Okay, it's good. Awesome. Okay. I guess I just manually muted it. That's cute. Either way, let's see. I'm going to try my best to go through every single every single division here, but obviously the getting every single pick is going to be go through every single pick is very hard. So second picks, I'm probably just gonna say, yeah, most teams I'm assuming know what they're doing, but for first picks at least, we'll go through every division and see kind of what's going on. Congrats to these guys though, getting the finalist of Impact. Always good to see teams that are helping out the community. Okay, so generally, I'll at least put for every single division what I'm kind of thinking might happen for at least like the top two alliances. Um, High Tide probably won't pick Madtown. Yeah, I know. The two best teams in the world probably won't pick each other. Archimedes, I am thinking, probably ends up with like 59-40, takes 94. Well, I guess now that the rankings are kind of stuck, 86 to 8. Oh, actually, yeah, 86 to 8, rank 4. So now that the rankings are kind of stuck, I think Bread's kind of just going to take best available, because of the fact that Symbiotics is 3. And because Symbiotics is 3, you can't really break up the alliance here of Rush Symbiotics if you take 9470. So I would think either 27 or 9470 ends up on that alliance, and then 1114 and the other one will end up together, is my guess here. I would be leaning more towards 27, because I think they just have a higher throughput and also play pretty good, but um, either way, no clue. It's kind of just up in the air. Whichever one they want to take out of those two will end up falling to the other division. Now for Curie, there's interesting because I think there's Burns. So Curie, kind of just up to 254. Who do they want to go with? They rank 4, to be fair. If you look at EPA right now, there's kind of these 5 teams they'd end up wanting to be with over. If they pick Symbiotics, then it'd be 9470 and 27, but I don't think they'd do that because I think 9470 and 27 would destroy the entire division. Like they wouldn't be close. I don't think Bread will go with Symbiotics. But we'll see. I mean, maybe they think that they can get around the issue of being bump only. And if they do, then Symbiotics has the best throughput of anybody on that division. But again, they are bump only, so. So here it's like kind of just there's 5 teams that 254 would probably want to be with over 5907 first. And even though EPA is like kind of a weird number, you can see that there's like a significant gap in EPA. But then after that, you really don't want to be with anyone under 5907. So just looking at rank, it's kind of just dependent on it kind of just depended on who will end up getting. Like if you think that there are if you think Broncobots won't decline 5199, I think 254 declines. Otherwise, I think they just accept 5907, because otherwise you kind of just you end up with no better partner. Or if you want to break up every single alliance and only have one good alliance, which would be the Valor Alliance, then it'd be 359 just one finalist. So these are the finalists for Impact. Yeah, all the streams are getting them put up at once. So They are slightly delayed from each other, but they are all showing. Yeah, these are the finalists. They announced the final impact winners on Einstein, I believe. Um, yeah, which is why I've kind of like left these two streams open so you can actually see them. Whoever's getting announced. So probably 5907, 254, or 254 declines to try to break everyone up. But either way, I think the favorite for that alliance ends up being 6800, and then whoever doesn't get taken by 5907 if 254 declines. So whether it be 125 or 63, 69, either one of them there, I think will end up being the favorite alliance to go through. And I think Valor would probably lean with 63, 69 just because they've worked with them before and they're both from Texas. So we'll see. And 6352 as the other Einstein or Impact finalists. Congrats to them. Yeah, and I think 254 is probably it's in their best interest to decline just so you break up a lot of alliances. You'd have 1987 now having to pick under you. You make it so at least all the other three teams above you, three alliances above you, would have teams that are broken up, and you also get to decide who you want to work with instead of having to work with 5907, and then also letting everyone else pick. So basically, the reason that 254 would want to decline isn't because 5907 is like better than working with any other partner. It's because then you get these guys get burned, and then Valor also is the only like strong alliance that you'd have to be worried about, where two robots are like on the top on the field. Okay. So yeah. Oh, I just realized I pressed delete. What is this? So I think the strongest alliance will probably be 6800, and then yeah, one. Congrats to 9545 for getting the Impact finalist. Wow, good for them. And then on daily, I'm not even gonna bother. It's high tide. It's 1323, and we can move on from that division. Nobody else is gonna contest them. I don't know for sure, but probably just to break up the alliances. I don't think it's because the fact of 5907 being bad. I think it's more that you would then allow 1987 to make a good alliance with like a very good second partner. And now you have two alliances that are scary to you versus just one of Valor and whoever they end up picking that is scary. Relatively, right? Obviously, all these teams are very good. They're world levels teams, but you have to rank them within that. They're all within a spectrum there. So, for Galileo, oh yeah, Galileo, I'm pretty sure it'll just be 7769 takes orbit. And unless orbit really doesn't like working with the crew, there's no real reason to decline them. Because of the fact that the next two robots up are both very low EPA robots. And their OPR is also pretty low. And so then you would end up burning both Neshoba and Link, and you make the field very easy for you to win. Because what you then end up doing is you have 5913 probably ends up asking Neshoba, asking Link, both of them probably decline. And then 2231 ends up getting picked by 5913, and then that kind of makes that division really easy to play out, because then there's no alliance with more than one strong team other than you. Unless they really like 2231, because they probably 2231 isn't going to be a first pick after orbit if they decline. So if they really don't want to work with the crew, then I guess what could happen is probably 1768 happens here, and then you get 1690 and maybe 2231 because they work together a lot. Or you could, I think Link is a fine dumper as well to go with. Kind of just depends on what they're looking for. But either way, I think it is kind of just them in orbit that's going to happen here, because you make the rest of the division so easy to win out. And then maybe they pull out a pretty good second pick, and then they could go play defense on Einstein. And then for Hopper, this one is interesting. kind of confused on who they go with, because it is one of 1706 and 6329 probably, unless they really like the way 3467 looks. But I think Bucks are kind of just a better pick than 3467 right now. So 2056, and then, I mean, honestly, whichever one you go with, they'll also end up being the captain of the next one. So I like double turret more just because of that, but I think that Bucks auto is better if you want to play the game through winning auto, and keep it close that way, and you like playing for auto, then yeah, go with Bucks. Otherwise, the Ratchet Rockers is a very good pick as well. Either way, if I tried to play audio for alliance selection, it'd have to be one field at a time. I can it's very loud right now with all the audio playing in my ears, so we will see. But either way, 1706, 63, 20, 29. And then the other one will probably end up picking 3467 or 8044. That one probably ends up picking, or 3467. I think are the two picks there. I think even though 6328 might end up being like a pick here, I wouldn't go with them because they're more inconsistent, and 3467 and 8044 have shown more, and also trust them more in terms of like design wise, because 6328 came in with a rebuild and they were looking pretty shaky. But I think the Hopper division, the playoffs are going to be very, very good. There's a lot of depth in this division, so no matter what happens there, it'll be interesting to watch. Okay, we got the alliances in the field. So I turn on audio, but there's a lot of fields also having noise. I guess, what's the most interesting division? Here, I'll turn on audio for one division at a time, probably. We can look at it.
Four teams, just like you saw in the video.
Yeah. So I'll just have Curie on for now. We can. I'll be looking at every single pick though. Yeah, so crew first, 7457 first. This one's probably interesting because or 7457 here. Sorry. This one's probably interesting because the fact that
Team 5907 CC Shambus is from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Novi, Michigan.
To squeeze the competition with Team 1678.
Okay, so they're asking 1678. We're going to see who they end up, if they end up declining or not.
1678 is Citrus Circuits. They represent Davis, California.
So if Citrus declines this, then it becomes interesting. I think they might.
Team 1678 respectfully declines.
Yeah, so 1678 declines this. That makes sense. I think they asked 694 to burn them first, and then ask 359 here. They probably just end up with 3223.
You are ready to invite another team. You are.
Who's 2056 go with? That'll be interesting to see. So it looks like 5907 got their pick declined. I assume 254 then has chosen to decline. And then who is the pick there?
On behalf of Team
7, this crew goes with Orbit on the top right, of course. And wow, so Jack and Watt wants to win Einstein's, I guess. Go with 2046 over Itcon, even though they're somewhat similar. And now you make a very strong alliance that is scary to beat.
They represent Boise, Idaho.
In Johnson, yeah, I think this just makes sense. Alt F4 is the best robot on that division. The Scream and Alt F4 ending up together makes sense. So these two alliances will be good to watch. I guess Jack and Watt just wants to work with bare metal, which is completely fair.
Congratulations. Please head on over to your
so they take Taters. I guess I don't know how much they burned, but we'll see. If 1678 can kind of decide to take 359 or 694 here, I think. I don't think you'd want to take Roboteers unless they really have a plan for them, because they're kind of a liability due to defense. And then 6800. Okay, so it is 5940 and 9470, and this probably ends up being Rush. Wait, they didn't burn 254?
Team number 2481 is the Roboteers.
What?
They represent Tremont, Illinois.
They didn't even bother burning 254.
2481.
Why? What did they just... Well, 254 Einstein stock is so up.
out to the field. Your next highest ranked alliance captain, team 694.
What?
Team number 694
Why?
is Stuyvesant.
What?
They represent New York, New York.
Oh my God, 1678 went with Roboteers. Okay, well, I guess they must have a plan for what they're gonna do with Roboteers then, because that is a bold decision. I think 694 359 happens here maybe.
First team
We'll see.
4499 is the Highlanders.
Yeah,
They represent
Daily
Fort Collins,
Robo Jackets gets
Colorado.
picked second. How did this happen? Why did you didn't burn 254? That's crazy. And then, okay, 1706 ends up going to 6329. Interesting. 581 over Den Venom, and then 9785 picks 3467 here. So that probably means we see 8044 with 5000 or 6328 with 5000 at the bottom here.
Team number
This is ridiculous to me.
Bovine Intervention. They represent Frederick,
Okay, 176,
Maryland.
I guess. Yeah, fair enough. And over 316 too. So I guess you want that turret robot with you for that style of play. 694 goes with Highlanders instead of 359 actually. So going with the tall turret over the normal over like a short runner. Yeah, Rush Symbiotic. So I guess they end up going with 9470, like them more than Rush, even though EPA kind of favors Rush. I think it's perfectly fine. I'm sure they spent a lot of time discussing which pick to make here. I trust whatever pick they decide to go with. And then over here, 2813 takes 2813. So I assume because Link and Nashoba aren't selected here that this is Nashoba and Link both declined. Because otherwise I think you take them for sure as the next two robots here. But 2231 not getting selected yet is interesting to me. So Alpha Dog's taken, yeah, by 6324 here. Yeah, and 506328. So I think the next pick there is probably 8044, unless they really like someone else.
Team 1771 would like to invite
Okay,
Team
316 and 340. Yeah, yeah, I can see this. This is kind of an upset alliance here. If you can just let them go dump,
Team number 359 is the
oh, you can't see the bombless vision. Oh, okay, my bad.
Waialua, Hawaii.
Let's see. How do I?
Team 359 accepts.
Yeah, my bad. This division. Okay, so let's just go through that division again because you could see it. 2056 pick 6329. So then 1706 ends up with 581. So next best. I think sure you've ended up making a pick that you're confident with. 3467 gets taken. They can't decline because they're at the bottom of the rankings. 5000 takes 6328. I guess if you're taking it for upset potential, they were really spiking at the end of the day. 8044 ends up getting picked by 1732, and there's no reason to decline them at that point. You're going to cap it anyways. But 2231 does end up getting taken by Nashoba. That's an upset alliance here. So Nashoba and Link can't end up together because I believe that 5913 probably burned both of them, is my assumption, because otherwise they would have been picked earlier by both them here. They're I think fourth and third best robot on the division. So this is going to be interesting to see. 2231 kind of a clone of 1690, just a little bit worse in terms of software. So that'll be interesting to see. 190 takes 118 here, which is cool. Alpha Dog's actually selected before 9483, which I think is perfectly fair considering how much 9483 kind of got smoked by the defense yesterday, especially last two matches. Looks like people like Rembrandt's over 359 as well. So I like this alliance a lot. Double turret, I think that both of these guys play the game pretty well. Can definitely see some upsets going on there, especially against the two kind of bump only robots. They could definitely pull something out. 359 specifically being the team that kind of played defense on Roboteers and showed us how you can kind of stop them.
Please welcome to the field your next highest ranked captain, team 1640.
971 taking pretty early, which is pretty good for them.
Team number 1640 is Sabotage.
Yeah, this Hopper division, you're going to see some crazy picks on the back end of this, of that Hopper division, just because it's so deep.
One student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begin now. You are on the clock.
I guess they got declined and now they're taking time to select, because otherwise we wouldn't be on 5199 still. So I guess we'll see what end up happening with the declines by the end of that, as the end of that whole situation happens. But so 973 taken by Itcon. Yeah, so I think what happened in Curie. Now I did not have the audio on for this, so I'm not 100%. You know what? We can just go back.
1640 would like to invite.
Let's just go back
Team
and see what happened in that first pick.
Team 4476.
Okay, let's do an audio on here.
Alliance 1, when you're ready.
907 would like to select team 6369.
That is insane. So they
6369.
literally just did not invite 254, and now 254 can get picked. I don't know why ever they would not burn 254 first. That is crazy to me. They've now essentially this division has now spiked up in what I think it could do. Valor and 254 together could be incredible on Einstein. Double dumper, you can go crazy.
5199, you are on the clock.
So I guess everybody's kind of declining 5199 here, which is very unlucky for them because I'm sure they're going through it strategy-wise. Hope they get through that okay. Let's see, where else is going on? 2200 ended up getting picked on the bottom here. 2200 kind of feel like they're that dumper-only robot, but they're kind of just like a less high shooter version of 2481, which I see why they're down here. And 4476, again, another bump only robot that is again kind of a less high shooter version than 2200, except they have a turret, so at least inside of the zone they can be pretty effective, but outside of that it's really hard for them to it's hard for them to get inside in the first place. So let's see. Oh, 6-7 and 255 Super Nerds ended up together. Pretty good pick there. 498, I believe couldn't. I believe they couldn't decline. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but we'll see there. So I guess they just ended up with 1792, which isn't a bad choice at all. But they were probably hoping to be captains of this division.
I'll be here for team 60.
I guess okay. We're starting to go on the back end of most of the divisions except for this one. So 3128 finally accepting 5199. Now 1987 gets to make their pick.
That concludes our first round of selection. Before we begin round 2, the alliances will have a couple minutes to confer. We'll begin round 2 in just 2 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna mute the stream now because it's not happening. 6036 going on here. 1796. Maybe they declined because they probably would have been picked by now, I would assume. Yeah, Johnson, you really broke up all of the good teams except for this alliance one. 9043 here, 118 and 190 I think could be a very good upset alliance. Same with this 5 and 6. I think both these guys, if they lock in, can very much do some damage. But I'm interested to see what these guys do with their bump only robots. Interesting that 4946 gets picked before 9043 though. Like I know the defense on 9043 was really bad yesterday. Like it was hard to see. There's just really good defense on him, but getting 4946 over them is still an interesting choice.
Team 5193 Pantheon is from Saginaw Art and Science Academy.
So okay, so they end up with 870. 870 kind of a riser team I had. Daly's a guaranteed winner. Yeah, I mean yeah. I think 4028 taking 3538 I like as a pick because they're a bump only robot, but if you're assuming that you're going to have to play the one anyways and have to try to upset them on this division, then yeah, who cares about the bump only robot? I don't care about defense. I have to pick the highest upside here. We're not playing for district points. We're playing to try to win the division. So I like this pick of 3538. They do have the highest upside of any other robot on this division, I think. That's not 316 dumping, but I think it's perfectly fine to take a kind of a turret over a dumper when you want to play that sort of style. Let's see, where else here? Looks like... Yeah, so I guess both 125 and 5460 probably ended up declining 5199. Yeah, and then Spectrum ends up here. So now 125 and 5460 will end up getting two pretty good second picks as well as their first pick. And I guess Robo Tigers probably also ended up declining because I think they should have been picked earlier.
Team 3847.
Probably Killer Bees. Yeah, they'll probably get picked on the back end. I think Itcon Girls should get picked at some point. They probably just had some issues to work through. 33 I think is much more of a risk because of the fact that they're a bump only robot, but if you want to play a starvation game with like I think the perfect team for 33 would be like here or like right here or right here, because what you can then do is play like a starvation game with both of these guys where you have 4946 pick up like a bunch of fuel anyways in the neutral zone, and then you have 33 go to their side and pick up all of their fuel that they try to pass to themselves, and then you pass all of that back to yourself. And then just keep them starved the entire time. And now you've taken out, what, like 160 fuel in the match. If you want to use the outpost, you could take out 200 fuel in the match. And then that, if you want to play that starvation game and kind of block off people from getting fuel in the first place, I like taking those like 33 type of robots with another tall only robot, because you're already gambling that that's sort of the style that you're playing. Might as well double down on it. 3478 gets picked here. Yeah, not a bad pick at all. 111 gets picked on the back end of Galileo. I think that's perfectly fine. I'm kind of having some issues there, but working through it. Let's see, where else is getting picked? Yeah, so I guess, yeah, 125 and 5460 probably ended up declining. I don't know, they can beat 1, yeah, but I don't know if they'd be able to beat 2. Like, this is kind of the alliance to win it, because of the fact that 5907 didn't burn 254, so making Einstein's much more fun, I guess, 5907, but interesting decision there to just straight up go with Mercenary. I mean, if you like Mercenary more and you don't want 254 to accept, then fair enough, but we'll see how that'll end up working out. Where else? Okay, it's 3015 picked on the back end here, 503 as well. I think both these guys can definitely do some damage. Kind of teams that were higher up going into this event, but they kind of dropped off coming in. But I think that's showing you the depth of this division, where 3015 is like the 7th second pick. And it doesn't fall off that hard from here as well, so we'll see.
Team 4611, on behalf of all our sponsors, graciously accepts.
Okay, 5460 and 4611. I think both of these alliances can cause some significant damage in this one. Could very much see them upsetting. Well, I think these 3 are my picks to make it into the top 5-ish. And then obviously these 2 should probably also make it, but the fact that we get to see 2 and 7 playoff instantly, and 8 and 1 playoff instantly, and one of these two alliances, or 2 of these 2 alliances is going to be in the lower bracket off rip is crazy. That will be a lot of fun to watch. I think 8 can make an alliance that can beat 1 for that first match here, depending on what these 2 ending up going with, because the depth of Curie is also pretty small. So we'll see how that ends up working out. 1710, I liked a lot of what they were doing on like the defense and playing on the other side. I think that's a good pick. Let's see who else is getting picked. 1156 actually ended up dropping really far down, so I guess something happened with them where people didn't like the way they looked. That as a 6th second pick, I think that's a really good pick to make. Obviously, Daly's kind of everybody's kind of expecting that to happen, but I think this alliance might be able to make a really solid run for it, just because of, I think 1156 is a really good team. 33 got selected by Alliance 6. Yeah, fair enough. Also, 67 is on that alliance. I think that they probably work together a lot. So fair enough. We'll see how they end up wanting to use them. I think it'll be interesting decisions to see where, what you do with kind of a tall second pick. Maybe you play a starvation game. Maybe you have them sit in the neutral zone and clean stuff up. Either way, I'm sure they have something to do with them. But on this division of Newton kind of seems crazy strong. Like, I think the 3rd alliance is probably going to end up losing, but 2 can definitely try to upset 1. But I think 1 is by like my odds-on favorite. And then you know what? I think every single alliance here can do significant damage. Like, I would not be surprised at all to see any of these alliances upset 2 or upset 3. Like, there's definitely an angle for all of them. I think 930 and 1833 specifically kind of looking the strongest just by eye test, but everyone else there has the ability to upset one of these 2 alliances, I think, which perhaps is disrespecting ItCon and 973 too much, but still.
Team 5987.
Team 5987, Galaxia, in memory of
See,
David
4646 ended up getting taken at 6. They're one of my risers for them this event. Kind of the turret bot that shoots a lot. Gets a short shooter. Pretty good. 5987. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think the same thing with all of these sort of teams where this alliance, if they kind of fix some of their issues of their second pick, right? These guys this is their first event, kind of inconsistent. If they fix some of those issues, could definitely see them pulling off upsets against, honestly, everybody here. And maybe even the 1 alliance, which we'll take a look at that one as well. What So, okay, so they end up going with 4698, 11270. 1986 ends up being the pick here on this third alliance. But I think the third alliance of Hopper is gonna be a lot harder to win through, just because I've heard, maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought that 9785 does a lot of scoring, but I thought that they were a bump only robot, but that could also very much be false. If they're not a bump only robot, I think that honestly any of those top 5 alliances in Hopper could probably have a significant run through.
Go ahead.
Team 125 and Team 9609 would like to invite Team 7565.
7565.
Team 75.
No, it looks like they're also a trench squad. Okay, so I'm misremembering whoever I was thinking of. So yeah, for sure could see this 9785 3467 alliance, could see them also trying to hit upsets, but
There we go.
I kind of like the turret dumper more than double dumper. So I would probably have 4 above 3 in my predictions, but then after that, I think these guys are too strong to beat. These guys are too strong to beat, and you're going to end up seeing these two probably in finals.
Team 9023,
4322, 22468, and 1756 all ending up on the 7th alliance. Ending up playing against a weaker second alliance. I think for sure could end up seeing an upset round 1 there. Maybe even trying to go deeper. Because the thing with this entire bracket is the strongest 2 alliances, I think, are 4 and 1, because these two ended up getting declines. So the 7th alliance is going to end up playing the 2nd alliance, and then the 3rd alliance is going to end up playing the 6th alliance. So if these guys pull off an upset against 2, they then play the winners of 6 and 3, which is already a weaker alliance. So I could for sure see 7 making it into the upper finals of that event, of this entire division. And then I'd probably have 1768 and 2231 over them if they drop to the lowers, because I think these guys will probably just end up making it to orbit and then probably losing at that point. But we'll see. It's kind of just depending on which one of these 2 strong alliances ended up playing each other at the start.
Now, alliance number 4,
179 falling all the way down to the 2nd alliance is kind of crazy. Really nice for them. 2337 as well. Falling down there, pretty good.
Teams 1987 and 870 would like to invite.
Let's see.
5712
looks like they're making their Scream is making their 2nd pick here.
Team
Who they're gonna go with?
Hemlock's Gray Matter is from Hemlock High School in Hemlock, Michigan.
Looks like they go with.
On behalf of Team 5712 and all of our sponsors, we would love to shine in the playoffs with you.
That's awesome. They're going to shine together. So now let's welcome alliance
6766,
number 3.
yeah,
Whenever you guys
sure.
are ready, you are on the clock.
So 4065, the 2nd robot of the High Tide Daily Alliance. I'm gonna pull up the 4065 and see what they're kind of doing. Because they rank 70, but getting picked by them is no easy feat. So what is their robot look like? Because we'll probably end up seeing them on Einstein. So okay, so they look like a short. Yeah, so 4065, 2nd pick of High Tide, looks like a short turret. Probably picked them for the ability to do passing, I presume, and cleaning up that neutral zone. So we'll see what ends up happening there, and what they end up deciding to do with them. As a 2nd pick. I think at this point I have no opinions on picks after this, other than like seeing teams that I've recognized get picked later, but I don't know about any of the 2nd picks. Wow, wait, this alliance is strong. 180 getting picked that on the back end as well. And you're playing against like 604, 3256. If you have a pretty good idea of how to shut down 604 because they're a bump only robot, I think that could probably be an upset round 1. 5 beats 4.
Team 9068 graciously accepts.
We got it. So alliance number 2, your 90 seconds will start now. You are on the clock.
.548 and 3006 for the top 2 alliances here. This is probably going to be the most competitive 1-2 alliances in... yeah, probably the most competitive. Maybe you could say Newton's going to be competitive, but I think 2910 2046, the caliber of team of their dumper is just better than their 2 alliance. So I would probably say one of this Archimedes 1-2 finals to watch, Hopper 1-2 finals probably to watch, or honestly, maybe not even 1-2, 1 and whoever else ends up coming out of this top 5 alliances. And then the Newton 1-2 will probably be the most close finals that we can see. That we'll end up being able to see. .254 second pick about to get made. And Valor, obviously, as well, the captain of that alliance. Who they end up going with. Because they could definitely go with an interesting sort of pick here, depending on what they're looking for, rather. 148, yeah, 148, EPA a little bit lower, getting picked on the back end here. So this 604 alliance with now 2 different turrets at least. The Dyro to turret 148, if it works, it's really nice. But do need it to work in the first place. Which is kind of one of the reasons they fell down so far, even though they're so good. Okay, so 4907 gets picked on the back end here by that Alliance 1. Pretty good scoring, but I think they're playing more defense through what I was seeing. Pretty crazy. That with the climb could be a nice addition to you. 15 extra points in auto maybe, and then you could go 45 extra points total with the climb that you possibly could end up using, depending on what you want to do with them. 1538, I think, also another nice pick. Looks like High 10 and 1323 end up going with triple turret as their 4 turrets rather on their alliance. Ending up deciding that the turret is probably the best move to go with there. So interesting choice there to have that kind of be the pick. Let's see. So 8613 ends up being the pick here. Let's see. Who is 8613? Barker. Oh, that's Barker Greybacks, of course. The other Barker team. So dumper robot so they're going triple dumper, it looks like. And 2056 taking Barker as their 4th selection as well. So be interesting to see that, how that ends up playing out. Because that alliance, just name-wise, looks incredible. But again, Barker was kind of inconsistent, so we'll see what ends up happening with them. Do they get played over 3506, the first pick
like
there?
To select team 166.
Team 166.
Then
Team 166 Chop is from Merrimack High School in Merrimack, New Hampshire.
Like Barker as your second pick, Barker Greybacks rather. It's still crazy.
Team 166 would love to race into the playoffs with you.
There we go.
Let's see. What is the division? 694 ends up taking 4905 as their second pick, I guess. 4905 really low in terms of statistics, but pretty good in terms of I guess they're looking at defense, so might as well, because their scoring itself isn't all that incredible, but I guess looking for some defense potential there, maybe something else outside of maybe on-field potential. 868 ends up being the pick by 2910, 2046, and 2996 ends up being the second pick there. This will be interesting to watch.
Team 3075.
11, I thought, played some really nice defense as well on that division.
Alliance number 4.
7257 played some really nice defense against 9483, so I guess taking them there so they don't get picked away. Let's see. Is there any other picks? Okay, 33-14. Another team that played some FMA defense, so you could definitely see them try to run that. I mean, you kind of have to run something against this alliance, so maybe they'll pull that out if they end up making it to them, but it'd be interesting to see that pick and see what happens there.
On behalf of Team 686, 4481, and 3707, we would like to invite Team 4270.
Team 4270.
First team 4270 is Crusaders. They represent Honolulu, Hawaii.
74-7, historically a pretty good team. 49-6 as well, a pretty good team. End up getting the picks of the second picks on Archimedes. But
Team 4270.
I think at this
accepts the
point,
Aloha.
you've kind of seen the alliances play out, what is going to probably happen. This one, I think, is going to be potential to rise heavily on Einstein, because I think they're going to make it to Einstein in the first place. I don't really see anyone else upsetting them, and them having that triple dumper combo could definitely see some interesting things happening there, because if they can get Barker Greybacks to work like as their robot looks like it can, could definitely be 3 incredibly strong robots there together doing the dumping. And yeah, both the Barkers kind of ending up on very nice alliances. Probably going to end up winning their divisions, very likely, because of how strong the 2056-6329 matchup is. Looks like 2056 interested in winning auto, just because they picked 6329 over any other robot here that they could have gone with for a turret, and 6329 and them together ended up with the auto world record at the end of the day tomorrow, or yesterday. So we'll be interested to see how that plays out. Yeah, at this point, I don't really have much more to say anymore. The first instant alliances are all messed up. Missed a pick. The Milstein alliances. Really? Oh. I mean, this alliance looks really good to me on Milstein.
Team 17,
This alliance also looks pretty good.
359,
I didn't honestly.
2811 would
All
like to invite
all
team
5 of those alliances are pretty good.
4122.
Oh, okay, they fixed it now.
Team 4122.
First team of 41.
Honestly, yeah,
the Ausening
this
Obots,
fifth alliance could
Ausening,
definitely
New
try
York.
to upset some teams. And honestly, I think every single one of these alliances is upsettable by this fifth alliance. If their second pick is strong enough to kind of get them up there to that level, because I don't trust the double tall robots in playoffs, and we'll see what ends up getting cooked up against them. But
when you are ready, your 90 seconds begin now. You are on the clock.
okay. It looks to me kind of like the Johnson division's kind of just decided already.
Teams 4089.
Like I know 1792 is pretty good, and the 6024 is also pretty good. I had 6024 as one of my rises on this division, but these two together are kind of insane. Like I don't. The 7558 just knows how to play the game very well. Scream also understands kind of like the way that fuel flows. 2811 is insane at defense. Oh, okay. So yeah, for sure could see some good upsets there, because I think if they play good defense, 359 probably saw that and ended up picking them for it, and 1771 both, right? Very good scouting crews on both of those teams, and 359 also the team that kind of shut down Roboteers, so could very much see them playing defense on that second alliance if they make it there in the first place. But they will have to figure out how to beat this one alliance, because in the terms of bracket, these two will end up playing each other first, and then you'll get they'll have to play off if they win against the 4th alliance and cause that upset. Then they'll have to play the 1 and 8, and then they get to play whoever wins out of these 2 alliances coming together. So it'll be interesting to see. I think seeing if both this 2 and 3 alliance ends up winning the first matchup, and we see these 2 together, it could be interesting to see what they do against each other, because 2 bump-only robots, and then a short turret, and then a short dumper. Would be very interesting to see how that kind of ends up working out. So it looks like playoff matches are in 30 minutes. So looks like basically
Teams
everything's finalized. It'll be interesting to see kind of how strategy plays out.
26,
But
30 would like to invite 287.
we will see. I think there's a lot of upset potential for certain divisions. Like Johnson, I think the 6th alliance and 5th alliance could definitely upset this 3 and 4. Honestly, upset all 3 of these. I think all 3 of these alliances can get upset just out of virtue of they have 2 tall bots, and also I think 1792. If 190 and 67 end up working well, and 33 gets their issues fixed, they can definitely end up upsetting that 2 alliance there as well.
Spot left in the playoff tournament.
In terms of 7 and 8, though, I don't see it. I think maybe 7 alliance could upset their first match against 2, but I still think 498 and 179 together are too strong. And then the 1 alliance, I think, are just going to win it outright. This feels like the 1 alliance is just going to win it straight up. Maybe 5 alliance wins out of this one. I really like the way 1771 and 359 have made this alliance up. And I also don't trust Roboteers unless they have a plan for them in the playoffs of what they do if they can't get back. Newton, I think 1 ends up just winning. And then obviously I had 2 winning. And for Archimedes, I think I also have 1 winning, but could definitely see 2 pulling something out. Like, if you let 11-14 go crazy, they'll just win the entire game for you. Then probably 2056 is Alliance, but I think, honestly, maybe 4 might be my pick to get to finals. Depending on how the second picks are going to work out here and like the differences in them, because I think that these 2 alliances are like somewhat similar in structure, and I like the way the 5000s can play in the game. Even though I really like 1706 as a team and how their double turret works, and if 6328 kind of gets working, they also have a better second pick. Could see that going their way.
On behalf of Team 4421, we'd love to forge an alliance with you.
Well done, teams. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the teams here on Milstein.
Looks like there's something that's left.
Team 2370 iBots.
Yeah, I mean, prediction-wise, if I had to make a pick for Archimedes, I would probably say Bread, because I think if they get that robot to work kind of like Citrus does, they'll be able to beat Alliance 2, I think. And they took 9470 for a reason over 27. Could very much have allowed 9470 and 1114 to go together, but they took 9470, so I see them kind of winning that one. I think 2 is just going to take it outright. This one doesn't even feel like a competition. Like, allowing Valor and 254 to be together is so incredible. And then you get A630 on the back end as well. Crazy stuff. 2056, I could see. I have my 5000 kind of going to the finals. Oh, if we want to do finalists, this is also my finalist pick. For this second alliance, honestly, could see 8 going to the finals. But I think I'll go with 4. Nah, let's be spicy. I think 7 or 8 I think will end up being my finalists here. Honestly, any one of these three alliances could finalist, but maybe it'll just end up being 1 because 59 or 7 is still incredibly good. But I think 2 wins that one outright. 1's winning. And then maybe we see these guys, if they don't get defended, pull out some pretty good dumper strats, and then make it to the finalist. But otherwise, I'd say one of these 2 will end up finalisting.
And now our number 8 alliance. Who would you like to invite? You are on the clock.
Let's see. 341 ends up taking very late, actually. So, interesting second pick here of 341. Could see how they kind of want to use that, but I think 1's going to finalist, 2's going to finalist. We'll see who ends up winning of that. Maybe 1796 can make a run through. Maybe 636 can make a run through, but I think it's just 1 and 2 for that division. then I think one just wins this, and I have 4 finalisting. I like 2231 a lot better than 7415 as a first pick, which is the only reason I say 4, because I think these guys are somewhat comparable, Neshoba and Link, but yeah. Let's see, 2056 alliances, yeah. I think Alliance 1 is going to straight up win this. Alliance 6, I can see making a run. Alliance 5, I can see making a run. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see either of them in the finalist position, but other than that, maybe we just see a 2 going the entire way. Or if they figure out how to get overcharge value, you could see overcharge as well up there. Either way, I think 5 and 6 are kind of my upsets. You know what, Leon? Let's be spicy. I think if this 6 alliance works well, they can definitely be the finalists there. I'll predict them as my finalists for that one. 1678 will probably make it just out of virtue of Citrus to finals, but I think I have the 5th alliance winning the entire thing if 2811 is actually a good defense bot. So we'll see how that works, but in my opinion, I really like the way this 5th alliance is constructed. And there could also be underrating 686 and Rembrandt, but I don't like the prospect of having 2 bump-only robots as your first picks, because you're going to have to work around them and see what you want to do with them. Versus them kind of just... like, you have to design the strategy around them versus being able to design a strategy around what you want to do for the other alliance. So... see. Yeah, no, that is every single division. Sounds like they're starting matches in about 20 minutes. So we will see those as well. I will be watching a lot of the matches, but obviously can't see every match. Yeah, I think it's Denim sliding that low isn't that crazy to me because they had some consistency issues, but it's still pretty crazy that they ended up making it there in the first place. But yeah, we'll see. Gonna be interesting to watch all of these matches and see kind of how every alliance is gonna play it. But I will be back in 19 minutes to see how all that stuff is sort of working out. Uh, 7457 asked 6078 to play, and then they declined the pick. So 6078 did not want to play with 7457, and then made the pick of Roboteers anyways. Hello, I'm back. I don't know how I want to do this, but I'm probably just gonna end up killing one of the divisions to make it a 1-6. And then I'll just swap that division back in, because otherwise I won't be able to see like any of the divisions well. And I'd like to at least see one of them good. So it looks like probably High Tide's gonna end up playing first here. But we'll see. I watched a lot of Milstein, and 359 was inconsistent. Yeah, yeah, inconsistency, but I think if you're making picks at this point, you're kind of picking for upside because you want to try to win your division, especially at like the 5th or 6th pick, or like 5th or 6th captain. And I mean, 1771's pulled off the 5th captain run before to Einstein. They did it at where did they do it? It was Curie last year. Yeah, they did it with a bunch of teams on there. Can't remember their name. Toolcats was one of them, and then a Prepatech, first Mexican team on Einstein. So definitely doable for them to make a run as the 5th captain through their division, but it's just gonna be harder. But that is kind of how you start with the runs to the first division. You do have to make a good pick there in the first place for upside, and just hope that your upside lands, because otherwise if it doesn't work, then whatever. You pick to try to win the division anyways. You're not picking to end up good in the division. No Mythic. I've heard of them. I think they played well in quals. I do not know what alliance they're on specifically, but I do think that they're a pretty good team. Oh, Control Defeat. Yep. Okay, there they go. Starting to line up. This Alliance 8 could be pretty good. 2583 defense was pretty nice before, but we'll see. Hopefully someone is breaking 1K here. Hopefully someone is breaking 1K here. Oh, no Mythic on the Alliance 8 against Crew. I mean, I think every single Alliance 8 is kind of just messed up from the fact that that all the Alliance 1s on every division are crazy. Everybody kind of starting at the same time. That's unlucky. Okay. We're gonna watch High Tide first because I want to see how they played their setup, and then we can go jump around to other alliances and see what they're doing. But it'll just be too many matches to watch, so I'll just focus on some of them. Going to switch out. Oh, interesting Alliance 8 here. So I guess they end up getting ItCon girls, so maybe possible for them to pull out an upset here, but it's also the Alliance that I think is going to win it outright. So I think A1 should just win the entire division there. Ooh, 2056 on the field as well. So I guess I'll just swap to whoever's on the field right now first, then we can jump over to the other matches later and rewind for them. Yeah, Alliance 1 not picking picking up picking 254 first was a choice. We'll see if that ends up working out for them, but I think it's made Curie a lot more competitive as a division for Einstein's. Oh yeah, I think Johnson A1 just wins it out. I don't think it's even close, actually. Alt F4 is an incredible team. Scream is an incredible dumper. Like then everyone else on that division kind of has an issue that you can exploit as Alliance 1 there. So definitely see Alliance 1 kind of just being won out by the A1 there. Or Johnson division being won out by Alliance 1 there. Looks like Jack and the Bot probably going to get on the field first, though. So I guess we could swap to them. This Alliance 1 I was looking at them, and if they can make it 2 Einsteins and get past that Alliance 2, then I have them as my finalists on Einstein, but we'll see. Yeah, Alliance 3 has a shot, but I don't know if they can outscore Team Scream and the other Alta 4. Like, it just seems very, very hard to pull off as an upset. Okay, looks like Jack in the Bot is getting on the field. Okay, so okay, look at this. So everybody basically running 5-path autos. If you see in the bottom here, High Tide has a follow auto set up with their second partner. We have 2910 and I believe that's 868 behind them, set up for a follow auto there. You have 6329 on the bottom here, also set up with a follow auto. Only Alliance 1 without a follow auto looks like... Yeah, looks like 5181 doesn't have a follow auto set up. So we'll see how that ends up playing out, but it's going to be interesting to see where people are prioritizing, because I think everybody you kind of need a follow auto to be competitive at like the very top line. Autos that cross the line after the auto ends. Yeah, I hope there are. I think if you're expecting on losing auto, or you think that the other lines can outscore you in auto, that's not to say that you're a worse alliance, right? If you're going double turret, you're probably going to lose auto to double dumper. But if you're expecting to do that, I'd like to see your third pick probably cross the line at auto end and then go immediately to defending them and make sure that at least one of those dumpers can't get a hopper out, so you can limit that transition shift advantage. And basically make it a disadvantage for them to win auto. Okay, I'm going to swap Milstein for Curie if they're on the field. Okay, they're not on the field. All right, looks like this Jack in the Bot alliance is about to start. Interesting thing is this Alliance 8 was 1796 declining, so could be close here. Like, I would not expect a complete blowout of A1 versus A8 on Newton, and also just because of the fact that that field is so deep. But we will see how that ends up playing out. Oh, please start the match. If they start the match right now, we can actually jump to daily and catch High Tide as well, but I don't know if they will. Okay, Johnson on the bottom left also getting ready. Interesting. Okay, so I'll pull them up to the corner here to show you. Johnson Division Alliance 1 also not running a follow auto, it looks like, has a center auto. So Galileo Alliance 1 and Johnson Alliance 1 both not having a follow auto. But everybody else that we've seen so far setting up a follow auto with their Alliance 1s. Oh, High Tide is playing. I will go back to Newton. That we're going to watch that match. But they're playing right now, so. Okay, let's just go. What's happening with High Tide? So, how are they going to play this auto? Because what they could do is have High Tide do a double pass. So they have 1323 to go to the middle, and High Tide does their collect here, and I guess they probably do the depot auto. Yeah, so they're going to do the depot auto. 1538 goes around and fires as well. And now High Tide wraps back to the middle, shooting the entire way, and then goes back into the middle for collect. And now we get 3 robots in the middle for collect. Love that. Is that an auto world record? It's 204 in auto, so it's really impressive either way. And we have 1538 immediately on the other side to play kind of a defense role, deny them in transition, while High Tide and Madtown obviously want to increase that auto advantage, expand on that lead. So it looks like 1538 is probably just going to be playing a defender role, I guess, on this alliance in general, and then High Tide and Madtown just pulling out the complete starvation strategy by playing double passing in the neutral zone. Let's see where. I mean, 1538 doesn't even look like they're stealing. They're kind of just playing full defense. So interesting there. And okay, so they are playing neutral zone cleanup. I like this a lot. Trying to make sure, yeah, they're playing neutral zone passing and cleanup. So trying to make sure that High Tide and Madtown can be fed the entire time through. And you can kind of see that because they scored through the fuel so quickly, you end up where with 7 seconds left in the shift, these guys are having to go back to neutral zone. So picking 1538, I think a really nice choice. 1538, I think falling there in the first place is crazy to me. Alliance 1 already at 521 after that first, 525 after that first shift. It looks like Alliance 8 is trying to play some defense, but not really working out for them because of the fact that High Tide and Madtown just score so much fuel. And you can kind of see what the die rotor does here and how strong it is, because you'd see this kind of score from dumpers, but because their die rotor is so powerful of Madtown and High Tide, they're able to kind of put the same amount of fuel up as the others would in a normal shift and really not getting punished for the shoot on the move that they have. Already up to 670. It's 676 here. A lot of it coming from the fact that 1538 is kind of passing all that fuel back so they can be in a strong position going into the endgame period. But it looks like there's just all the fuel is kind of too much on the Blue Alliance's side and it's not getting refreshed. So, and also Madtown playing defense here instead of trying to run that score up. But it looks like we're not going to end up seeing a world high score from them in this first match, and that'll probably be the last chance that they'll end up having to get a world high score, just because of the fact that I think everyone else will play harder defense on them than this. And they end up with about 870, yeah, even with some pretty strong defense on that side, still ending up with 870. I want to jump to this Newton Alliance 1 here. So, because I paused it here because I wanted to watch this Jack in the Bot Alliance because I think they're the best, second best alliance created here in the world. So, looking at what they're doing. Looks like their autos kind of ended up colliding, but they'll end up fixing that in later matches. Let's see what happens there. So, yeah, they get back. They try to dump in transition. Interesting from Blue, instantly going to dumping in transition. And now you kind of allow 2046 and 2910 both to oh, because they lost auto. Okay, yeah, okay, so good decision from 1796, but it seems like Jack in the Bot decided, and 2046 decided to match the scoring instead of trying to get around them, or instead of trying to get the fuel out of the neutral zone. You can kind of see how it's worked out because all of that fuel has gone to the Blue Line side, and you now have 1796 kind of just dumping all of that away. 868 looks like they have issues here. Looks like they're back actually now and playing a kind of a stealing passing game, getting the fuel out of that Blue Alliance, putting it back to the middle. High Tide, Madtown ended up getting 885, 778 from that Daily Alliance as well. Oh, sorry, Galileo Alliance. And then Alliance 1 ends up taking out the Alliance 8, but it does end up being pretty close, kind of showing you how that Hopper division is really close. Scream is not moving. Oh my god. Wow, that Alliance 1 lost? Okay, we'll take a look at that one after, see what kind of happened there. But that's crazy. Okay, crazy upset going on there. So 2046 and 2910 kind of just dumping really hard there. Alliance 1 getting pushed to the limit here on Milstein, but not really going to end up being close. And yeah, it kind of just feels to me like this Alliance 1 is incredibly good, but you can see what the turret's kind of giving for you. This Alliance score could probably be like 100 points higher just because of the fact that they messed up auto. And now this is kind of supposed to be their active period where they do a lot, but it looks like, yeah, they're going to end up putting up 700 plus. Really like the fact that 2910 goes back to the middle here, out into endgame immediately, because of the fact that they're aware that they can't just sit through their reserves the entire time. They have to take one more cycle. But really, really nice match here from the Alliance 1 of Newton. And I want to watch that Johnson match 1. How did Scream end up losing this one? Wow, 750 put up by the A8. I was disrespecting them. Oh my god. How did they pull this off? Okay. So Alliance 1 ended up losing here. I guess something happened to Scream. So yeah, kind of hit the tower here, unlucky. Scream just has connection issues, I guess. I don't know what happens here, but I mean, you have ItCon Girls as a second pick of that alliance. Really impressive stuff from them. And then just dumping. I mean, you have really nice autos. That's not a foul. Yep. No, that's not a foul. That's the incorrect call. That is a perfectly legal leave. But yeah, because Scream is dead here, it's kind of just Alt F4 up to there to pull it off. But yeah, 228 on this now in the transition period, and you've also won auto. And they're also, because of the fact that they're a triple dumper, they're getting so much possession of this fuel. Like, you can kind of see where the Blue Alliance has gotten all of this fuel to that side. And even though Alt F4 is an incredible robot, when you have no fuel on your side, there's nothing you can do about that. Like when Scream just kind of disconnects there, and you now lose not only the scoring power of Scream, which is also incredibly good, but also the control of fuel that Scream would give you, you just lose so much value. And you can kind of see it in the Alliance score, where Itcon Girls, a team that's been inconsistent, you pick them because you think that they're going to rise in playoffs. World's new update and crossing an auto. No, but teams have been doing that cleanly, because the way that the auto period works is that if you cross the zone after the buzzer ends, it's not actually in the auto period. It's actually in the start of the transition period, that 3-second shift, which has not been getting called correctly. 1678 did it, and they didn't get called for it correctly because they crossed the line after the auto period, but before the teleop period. So that's something that I think they should probably question box, and make sure that the refs are kind of know what they're kind of calling, because otherwise you can't run that, because it's free 15 points every time to the other alliance. But I think it was a legal move that just ended up getting called incorrectly. But either way, you can kind of see the lack of Scream on that alliance made it so this alliance with triple dumper, you let them go. They're 3 incredibly good alliances. So yeah, works really well. And then, yeah, it probably just ended up outscoring here. We have really impressive stuff from that Johnson Alliance 8. Ended up outscoring them. Yeah, no, really nice. And 589 clean in fuel, kind of showing you that if you get the possession of fuel, you can definitely win the match. I'm going to look at this Alliance 5 of Galileo first here, because this alliance seems to me like the one that'll end up finalisting. But we'll see. All right, starting off here. Nice. Okay, so 1768 kind of beats Link, which is going to be really big for this match, because 2231 gets enough fuel where they're going to be active through the whole thing, but 1768 getting to the middle first kind of gives them more possession, but they end up getting themselves stuck in auto in the corner here, so not able to get that fuel out. End up losing auto by about, 30, 40-ish, 30-ish, actually, 30 exactly, actually. But now in the transition period, what do? They choose to go for dumps instead. I guess the idea is that you want to probably just maximize 1768. And they do actually get out ahead because they're just a higher teleop alliance than the other one. Because 2231 is better, and I think 1768 is just a better scorer than 9496. But nice defense from 7415 in the middle, kind of slowing them down. 9572 also taking steals to try to limit the scoring power of red on this shift. But 1768, I like that they leave their scoring shift early, seeing there's really no value they can get, and going to the other side instead, trying to neutralize this advantage they get out of transition. And you can see 9496, because of the stealing going on from 1768, ending up having to leave early. And 1768 ended up getting a pin call, but denying some of that scoring for like about 4 seconds there. So honestly, probably advantageous to take the 5 points pin and then get out of there in time. Now you can see only up by 20, and the Alliance 4 also gets that extra time in the next shift to prep for this one. Seems like it should be an Alliance 4 victory, barring any crazy circumstances. And it looks to me like there's something wrong with Link's Hopper. Like that can't be bent correctly. So maybe that might be an issue for them as well. But even still, it looks kind of to me like Alliance 4 is doing a really nice job hitting the steals here. 2231 doing really nice neutral zone passing, doing the cleanup role there. And then 8159 in the back end, kind of playing good enough defense for 1768 to get out of there in time with the fuel and do that setup, and then also limiting that Alliance 5 from being able to get a bunch of fuel. And you can see kind of what the losing auto does for you, because you have the crazy setup here in endgame. For now, it's 2231 who could play through defense to go through all that fuel. And nice blocks by 8159 here, not letting Link get into that corner fuel. So they keep 2231 maximized because of that blocking, and also pull them back here for some scoring at the end there as well. And 1768 able to kind of block off the defense on their side as well. Really nice scoring from Alliance 4, but it is close by Alliance 5. But it looks like it'll just end up being a loss because of the kind of end game scoring that ended up getting put out here. Only winning in 30 in auto, I don't think is kind of worth it because of how much you end up getting in the end game period specifically from that setup. So really nice stuff from that alliance. Now this alliance, another two alliances that I think will be really close. Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5 here. Denim Venom, 1732, the two strongest there. 506328. I specifically love 5000's usage of passing, and I like that they're the ones doing the neutral zone passing here. And you can see how Denim Venom's really getting starved out here. No fuel on their side at all. And they're going through neutral zone. 5000 and 6328 did a really good job kind of blocking them off of wherever they wanted to collect fuel. And now you can see the setup going on here. But 6328 kind of trying to get through their fuel pile before Denim Venom gets through it. But yeah, no, this really nice scoring, and nice by 6328 to notice that they're out of fuel on their side. So they go out to the middle, get another collect, and then dump all of that in there. I like it when the teams are able to go to the back to the middle of the field and to kind of be aware of when they're running out of fuel, and so they can keep themselves fully active during that period. Looks to me like this could be an Alliance 5 win if 5000 clears this out in front of 8044. And they also have the setup time here in endgame as well after losing auto. But it is still a 100 point gap they have to make up. And 11270 doing a really nice job here collecting that fuel and kind of passing it away, being in the way of 5000. And now 5000 not pulling out that second intake, but maybe having some slowdowns there from the kind of half defense, half stealing of 11270, which I think is really nice. Looks like Alliance 5 probably ends up taking this just out of the stealing that ended up happening, both from 84-4 in the bottom here, denying 6328 from an extra hopper, and also 11270 on the top side there, kind of stealing through what 5000 was going through. So really nice by this Alliance 5, kind of working well, being aware of how to push their lead, even though they got their fuel stolen, knowing when to leave through the middle and trying to go through the other side of the field. Let's see. Yeah, Daly's number 1 alliance we already saw. Oh, Newton. Okay, this Alliance 5, one that I thought looked really nice. Alliance 4 as well, another really strong one. It looks like Alliance 4 is going to end up taking it, but kind of just going to be due to the fact that looks like 180 had some issues there, decided to play defense at the end. But I love this 148 third pick. I think if you get them to start working, you can definitely start upsetting some crazy good teams. 118's Hopper is cooked. Oh no. Is that what ended up happening here? And oh my, wow, what a close match. All right. Let's watch it through. Incredibly close and incredible teams on both sides here. Let's watch this one. I'm just out of auto. Okay, so Alliance 4 ends up losing auto here. And I think it's probably better for them to win auto because you get 9483 a free cycle, but looks like 9483 is just getting defense on him. 118 kind of just pounding him, but nice screen by 955, getting in front of them. And 118, you can see kind of passing back to the middle of the field through that sort of roll, while 190 and 1002 also clearing up that neutral zone. So doing a nice job managing the fuel, but it looks to me like not really denying enough from 9483. And you let the best scorer on that alliance get to their side, and now, yeah, 9483's neutral zone cleanup is just very strong. I think someone will have to leave this side early to go play defense. It looks like it might be 118. But no, and you let 9483 get back early, and look at how much fuel they have set up for themselves, right? If 9483 is going to get back to their side that quickly, I think there's going to be issues. And 118 is playing some pretty good defense here, but I think a lot of it will have to be through kind of denying fuel by passing it away. It looks like they're not going to be doing that, probably because the Hopper is too close. Or it looks like the Hopper kind of has issues there, rather. But 90-43, like, I think that's kind of how you mitigate it. You have to go 10 seconds earlier, but then what are you losing in that 10 seconds that you're now gaining back? So, going to be interesting to see how people end up playing up against that Alliance 4 in the lower bracket. Oh my god, wait, this 90-43 and Alliance 1 are going to play against each other in the lower round. In the first match. Wow, okay. Yeah, Curie, 254 versus 125 right now? Yeah, we'll check that out. But, I mean, I guess they just kind of end up outscoring them, which makes sense. I think if 190 working well, 118 working pretty well, 1002 with that nice passing as well, and putting up that, being the dumper on that Alliance, I'd for sure see them beating them out here, especially in the endgame period. Because it looks to me like when you have 9483 being that tall bot, you don't really get to have the advantage of losing endgame because you need to get them over anyways too fast. Because you don't get the advantage of setup because you're scared of getting defended on the way back, so you don't really like winning auto is really important for tall bots, I think. Because you don't get the endgame advantage as well. Let's just swap over to Curie. Lines 2, I guess, ends up winning this one here. But yeah, 125 kind of gets a nice collect here, but again, double dumper versus double turret versus turret and dumper. I think you know who's going to end up winning auto here. It will end up being the Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7. And then Barker also in the middle kind of set up to go get that collect and then just dump everything back in. And after winning auto, nice from these guys. Everybody going back over to play the dumping game. But I love that 125 staying out and passing first. Like 254 ends up getting a collect, but I think that's not 125's fault. I feel like 75-65 should try to be more aware of that and kind of block that steal attempt. But I like that 125 is aware of the fact that fuel control is way more important than actually just putting fuel in to match them. But I don't know. I think they kind of just end up getting outplayed here just because of the scoring on Alliance 2 from all three robots over there just being incredibly high scores. Like, the strategy itself from 125 I really like, but not able to probably not going to be able to pull off the win here just because of the lack of scoring depth on their side versus Valor and 8613, right? Like, it's not really comparable. Valor just an incredibly good team. 8613 also doing, like, look at that passing. That's an incredible amount of fuel that you're putting back there. And even though there are good picks on the side of 9609 and 7565, it's just very, very hard to make that scoring up from the other side. So really nice there. And then, yeah, it looks to me like 254 will just end up winning this entire one. See, so do you want to see what 1114 does on this Alliance 2 of, oh, wait, the Hopper division actually playing as well. It looks to me like 254 is kind of won this. I'm going to swap over to Hopper because this division is just very, very deep. I honestly think you could probably just sit and watch Hopper the entire time and just be very content with what you see. Like, every single match to me feels like it'll be very close. You kind of see it here. 30-15, kind of not working out in the teleop or in the qual match period, but doing a really nice job here. Getting that fuel on the other side, playing the kind of dumper role for their Alliance. And you can see it's, even though they won that shift, it is still relatively close. Especially with the amount of the 30-15 dumper, and then the other two robots as well, kind of playing the fuel stashing game. But you see why 1706 is such a good team and went undefeated, I believe, during the quals matches because of the fact they can do that double rate passing while also moving, and they get the flexibility to do herds while also shooting back to the middle of the field. Really, really nice stuff. See now, yeah, nice scoring. Lines 2 ending up winning through there. Yeah, it looks to me like it'll just be a Lines 2 win unless they get a crazy amount of fuel denial here. And I like this from Alliance 2, kind of aware of the fact that you can't let the other Alliance get away with just denying you all the fuel. So they send 41-43 over a little bit earlier, and they collect that fuel instead. And now you can see that because they're kind of slowing them down there, not allowing them to get as many passes through the middle of the field, they then end up with a lot more fuel on their side of the field during that endgame period and kind of mitigating the loss that you get into the endgame period after winning auto. Really nice stuff from them. Nice idea to have 41, 43 kind of be on the other side of the field there. And then, yeah, 730. Alliance 2 on the Galileo field as well. I mean, we said that they did end up getting declined, but still putting up 750 points. But this Alliance 7 dropped 785. So I think, yeah, Galileo, let's just watch that match back. How do you end up dropping 785 in Alliance 7? Well, you have 3 incredibly good teams on the field. And we looked at them before. 2468, always a very good team. 4322, a very good team out of California. And 1756, I talked about them as, I believe, one of my risers for this division because they're kind of getting overlooked in terms of EPA. But their turret's really nice to look at. It's just... So, Alliance 2 ends up winning out of the auto period. So what does Alliance 7 do? They end up deciding to, yeah, 2468 doing some good passing here, controlling that neutral zone fuel, and you can see kind of what that's doing for them. Way less fuel now in the neutral zone for this Alliance 2 to just easily go through. And 2813 has to go over, get a steal going on, and kind of mitigating the benefit that you get during the setup period here by denying that setup period and kind of getting through the neutral zone fuel. Really nice stuff from Alliance 7, aware of how to play that sort of style. And I like that it's 2468 as well. That's the one that's doing that collection and passing over because they're the dumper and they have a much higher fuel throughput. And you don't need to have a turret go through the middle because there's so much fuel there that you don't really care about passing through the middle or the pathing through the middle. You care more about just the output of getting all that fuel onto your side. Not as much defense as I was expecting. Yeah, I think it's all going to start to come out more in like Einstein's when you see stealing defense. I don't know if it'll be like actually defense, but maybe there will be some of that. But also these are the early matches where your Alliance 7s kind of have to play full offense anyways. You're more going to see defense when you see 1 versus 4, 2 versus 7, 2 versus 3, all that sort of stuff, where all the divisions are all the top 2 captains are much closer in scoring. So they end up getting a lot closer there. And then Alliance 7, yeah, I mean, it's just a really nice alliance. A really good upset potential here. I was talking about it. Alliance 2 could get upset in this division by the 7 Alliance round 1. And they'd only have to play the Alliance 6 or Alliance 3, which also is a weaker alliance. So could definitely see this Alliance 7 making a run to the upper finals there and see what happens there. Let's see. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7 on Johnson. Alliance 7. Oh, wow. Yeah, completely smoked out there. And yeah, even in endgame, but when you lose auto, you do get that benefit of just being able to go through that. And also having a double turret and dumper kind of gives you the flexibility at the end here, where with like the last 5 seconds when you're trying to go look for fuel, 4322 and 1756 can kind of get the stray fuel, and that allows 2468 to go back to the neutral zone and kind of get the easy passes through the middle because they're able to keep themselves efficient by using that shoot on the move. So really nice stuff from this Alliance 7. Ended up upsetting this Alliance 2, and we'll see how they end up working out there. We're going to watch the Citrus match because I do want to see what they end up deciding to do with them, with Roboteers rather. Oh, actually, let's go to Archimedes first. Alliance 2 playing. We'll put the Citrus match back on when they start, but this Alliance 2, I think, going to be either a finalist or the ones that win this entire division. So, going to be a fun division to watch. And they end up winning auto pretty handily. Kind of crazy, though, to me that what did they end up putting in auto Alliance? Okay, 224, really nice score in terms of auto. But I kind of expected like a 250, which perhaps is asking a little bit too much out of this alliance. But with Symbiotics' scoring, I thought maybe it would have been possible, but perhaps not. But nice from Alliance 7 to kind of block off Symbiotics, play that defense on them. 131 doing a pretty good job, kind of just not letting Symbiotics do what they want. But it seems to me like they're going to have to figure out a solution for what to do for Symbiotics. But yeah, if you play open field defense, you're kind of just going to get run through by Symbiotics by just wrapping around. Like, open field defense is the hardest thing in the game to do. I wouldn't do that willingly. I'd much rather play zone defense inside, but they do give themselves the ability now to kind of not let Symbiotics back out to the middle of the field. at least. And so they have to collect everything from their own side, which is already pretty starved in the first place. But still, able to put up 460 for... Are they going to put up 500 in one shift? They're going to put up 500 out of their first shift. And obviously, they did win auto, so they did get the transition hopper off. But still, incredibly high scoring going on, kind of showing you what 11-14 can do, even through defense, which is really impressive. 67 versus Alpha Dogs. Yeah, I had that alliance kind of going pretty far there. We'll check that one out as well. Yeah, no, really nice stuff from this alliance too. And you can see the 4096 kind of setting the screen there for 11-14, able to get them out and give them that space to go back to their own alliance zone. Now 131 just playing defense on 11-14, but I guess the idea is if you just let 11-14 stay filled up and just pass enough, then they never have to leave their zone during the shift. And the only time you're really concerned with it after that point is the neutral zone going back to the middle. And now we can have like Rush kind of pulling the defense a little bit for 11-14. So that's really nice as well. Line 7 just not able to kind of make up the scoring that Rush and 11-14 provide. So really nice there. Let's go over to the Milstein match because I do want to see what they do with Roboteers. And obviously, because they have a dumper and Citrus has that extended hopper, they're probably going to end up winning auto. They're probably going to end up winning auto. Yes, they end up winning auto. Okay. So what do they do out of auto? It's really important that they do, I think, because Roboteers ends up getting this free hopper. Citrus also with that extended hopper, bump only ends up getting a free hopper. So you get a lot of free fuel there. That's an undefended fuel. And now 2481 kind of just filling themselves up completely before going over. 1678 doing some passing, and then 4915 playing some defense on the other side as well. But it looks like they're not really playing that much defense on Roboteers. Which, I mean, I guess you could kind of say that we need the scoring ability, but even still, I think you have to stop Roboteers from being able to do what they want on that side, because otherwise you're just going to lose the match from scoring of 1678 and Roboteers. But it looks like because they're draining the fuel so much and just deciding to drain fuel instead of actually playing the hard defense, they've kind of made Citrus forced to go for steals, and you can see kind of where the fuel is in this. This match is getting replayed. Or not? No? Oh my god, they just scored so much fuel that the red hub isn't able to count it all in time. Oh my god, it's going to be a match-affecting field fault because they score so much. Okay, well that's a hub jam. That'll probably end up being a replay if Alliance 2 ends up losing, so it'll probably end up being a replay there. Let's see, who else is playing right now? Oh, Johnson's playing... 49-46 versus Line 6. And wow! Okay, so some issues there. Looks like 422 playing some pretty solid defense, and they're just not letting Alpha Dogs back in the first place, which again was kind of my concern with them, of how are you going to get their score value maximized? Well, we have 4 seconds left, and 3, 2, 1, and now Alpha Dogs, out of that entire Alliance shift, only scored for like, what, 2 seconds? 8 seconds, like not really that much value out of them. And you can see kind of why this Alliance 6 is doing so well. 4022 with a really nice cleanup there and playing some good defense as well. And then 67 and 3255, 2 nice dumpers that can kind of match the scoring of the other robots on this field. Really, really nice from them. A nice defense trying to stop Alpha Dogs in the first place. And 422, nice catch. They were at the bottom side of the field here and then went to stop Alpha Dogs from getting back in the first place. Now burned 9 seconds off of their shift entirely, just off of playing defense there alone by catching them there. And you can see kind of the strategy from Alliance 6. I like it a lot. Make sure that they have 6324 has to go back to the neutral zone. Make sure Alpha Dogs has to go back to neutral zone. Alpha Dogs also looks like they're jammed, which is very unlucky here, but really, really nice out of this Alliance 6. Doing a great job here as well. Like, I love this strategy, playing the kind of stealing against a robot that you know has to go back to their neutral zone. And now Alpha Dog's kind of just playing defense because they can't shoot in the first place. But I think this match was a win either way, just because of how well 422 was playing that defense. Now, I think wait, are they going to lose this one because of the break on our 6255 and 67 getting stopped? Maybe? No, looks like they're not going to be able to... Well, no, 17 seconds left, yeah. And if 67's stuck in that corner, they're going to be able to get outscored here by Alpha Dogs just sitting there. No one can move them because they're so heavy. And 3255 being dead might actually end up losing them. Yeah, lost them this match. 422, I guess, having electrical issues as well, because otherwise they'd for sure be shooting. But wow, really close match there. Ending up winning just because of the death of this 3255 and 67 getting hard defended there, and 422 not able to put up any score, but really, really close match. I really like the strategy of 6, though. I think they can go far on this division. Let's see, what a match. Oh, Hopper's going on. Yeah, of course. Nice death, but 3467 and 9785, two nice short dumpers on there, but it looks to me like it's just 3467 left, but because of the fact that Alliance, this Alliance had so much scoring in the first place, didn't really end up mattering in the end of it. Yeah, and it's just going to end up being 3467, completely cleaning out that zone and winning out the match for them. Really nice stuff. Let's see. Let's go to Newton. I'm sure I missed some good matches on Newton. Oh, they're already in the lowers. Oh my god. So didn't get to see the Alliance 2, but I do want to know how much they scored in their match. Red won by 20. Yeah, really close. It could have very easily been a blue win if they don't end up breaking, but that is like part of the game, so. Alliance 2, yeah, only put up 642 here, which could be due to the defense. It could be due to the fuel control, but will be something to watch out for if the bare metal pick was scary or not. Looks like, yeah, I do want to watch the lower bracket here from so we're gonna watch the Johnson lower bracket as soon as they go to it. Because they have two of the best alliances playing there, 1 and 4, I believe, facing off against each other because they both got upset, which is insane that either Overcharge or Scream is gonna and Alt F4 are gonna go out instantly. Like crazy to think about that. But oh, 290. Okay, that makes sense. It caught in 973 failing auto would explain that lower score. So still gonna be able to put up a pretty high score once they start playing the Jack of the Bot and fix that open. Up. But yeah, you can kind of see the scoring potential not there really on this Alliance 2, but maybe just due to the fact that no one else on this field can really put up that same number, it won't end up mattering. But 603 kind of low compared to everyone else there, you know. We're going to watch this Johnson division as soon as it actually starts up, but I will have another match on for now. Let's put on the Galileo division. Alliance 5 here, right? Coming down from the lower bracket because of the fact that they had to play Alliance 4 in the Galileo division, which is the 1768 and 2231 Alliance. So a 603 was with the field. Oh, very good point. Okay, yeah. So I guess because of the fact they end up winning the game, it doesn't matter. But even still, I'm still going to be a little bit cautious about their Alliance. I think maybe they could prove me wrong and end up winning the entire division just because that pick was made because no one else was stronger. But still, I do have concerns for them, even if they get to Einstein after that point of seeing what they're going to do, because I think they're kind of the weakest alliance for Einstein because of that asterisk on Roboteers being a bump-only robot. But it looks like Link was having some issues on this Alliance 5. Making it back now, but Link getting out early would be so tragic because they're such a good team. And just kind of the burn kind of hurting them really badly there. 1768 not getting hurt as badly by that burn. But we'll see if that ends up mattering to them as much if they could pull this match back. Definitely possible they can pull it back. Just look at kind of the conglomeration of fuel in the corner here. But it is going to be a very, very hard match, especially with the defense going on here, slowing down 94-96. And it looks like everybody else kind of also having issues on their alliance, not really able to put up as much fuel into the hub as they'd like. Yeah, and these guys shooting early as well. It looks like Link's going to be out early, kind of getting the burn there, kind of really hurting them significantly. In Alliance, let's take a look at Alliance 3 before this Johnson Alliance ends up coming back up. Code Orange, 1261, 8608, all very solid teams. Code Orange, I think, probably could be a very strong robot going into this playoffs, but Looks like they're having some issues now trying to get back over to their side. That net, again, kind of hurting them. And then probably having some issues there if they're going to go play defense in that corner. I'm going to switch over to Newton, though, because this Alliance... Yeah, Alliance 8 versus Alliance 5. One of Nerd Herd 1796 and 599 or Spam 930 and 1833 are going to go out here in the first round, which kind of shows you how deep Newton is. Yeah, Curie Division 254 is just going to win it out, right? I think. 254 Valor. Like, there's some good ideas of strategy being played by, like, 125 specifically. I really like the way they played the game after losing auto, but they just don't have the firepower to keep up with Valor and 254. I don't think it'll end up... mattering all that much. Let's see. Yeah, so nice from Alliance 8, sending over a dumper to kind of go through stealing, and then we have two cleanup robots. I think that's going to be one of the interesting things to watch out for how alliances are prioritizing things, because some alliances, you'll see, we only have one cleanup robot in the middle with our turret, and then we're going to have two robots playing stealing, and then some robots are doing for a 1-2, where they're going to have on their off shift two robots cleaning from the neutral zone and then one robot doing the stealing. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how alliances are prioritizing that in the shift, kind of seeing how that's going to end up working out. Oh, on Johnson, they're fixing the blue hub because the match before. Okay, that makes sense why it's being a little bit delayed. Yeah, I mean, well, it's very close at the end, but we'll see. Okay, well, I will show the final... Okay, the result of that match is coming up right now. Let's just look at it. Yeah, Blue Alliance ends up winning it. So 1796 out immediately. 30 fuel, not even 30 fuel, being the difference maker there. And a nice comeback by Alliance 5 out of auto. Maybe if Alliance, the 1796 Alliance ended up pulling out the strategy differently, but they would have won. But wow, unlucky for them that they end up 1796 specifically ends up getting burned off this field basically. Let's see, it's 254's Alliance, probably not going to play right now. Let's see, Daily Alliance, Daily Division. And yeah, I was talking about 316 and 340 before. They play a really nice match. 340 with that giant hopper, and 316 with the short dumper that puts out an incredible amount of fuel. Code Orange just lost. They lost that match, really? Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, makes sense, I guess. Is that the lower round as well? Or is that the upper bracket? So that is the upper bracket, so they do have a chance, but... Oh, Johnson just started. So Code Orange losing probably comes from the fact that... okay, we're going to watch this one entirely, because this is going to be a very close match. So Code Orange probably comes from the fact that they ended up breaking there. So if they can fix that, I think they can make a lower bracket run. Otherwise, it'll be really hard for them. Now Scream and Alt F4 actually working out correctly this time. So seeing the scoring going up, but do they end up putting auto? Yeah, barely end up taking auto, which is really big for them because now 9483 doesn't get a free hopper fuel out and they can kind of go play defense on them. But 955 sets a really nice screen there, allows 9483 to get back in the first place. But are they going to be able to be active for a significant part of their shift? I don't know. 9483 gonna have to be hunting fuel in the corner here. You can see 955 is passing for them there. But nice steal by 7558, kind of cutting them off. And now you're forcing 9483 to go back to the middle of the field because they're kind of starved of that fuel. And you can see the value of starving and kind of playing that defense there. Now 9483 being completely starved out of fuel and having to go back to neutral zone. And on the other side, really nice scoring from this entire Alliance one. Double dumper, playing double defense actually, interestingly enough. And 9043 just trying to get full, but 8 seconds left now. How do you get back to your side of the field? You're going to need to have 955 come over and set a screen for you. And it looks like that's exactly what will be done. And they actually do end up managing to get over. But 7558, nice steal on their side. Just kind of denying 9483 from being active in their shift by stealing it away. Because of the fact that you're starving 9483 here, and you know they're not going to go back to the middle of the field in their shift because they need to keep scoring whatever they have, you can kind of force them to make a bad decision here or make a bad decision to stay inside of their zone. But they kind of end up being aware of that, going back to the middle of the field. And now this match kind of comes down to how much fuel can this alliance deny on the defense side here from Team Scream and Alt F4, and how much can they get onto their side. Because if they're able to actually pass over most of the fuel in this field over to this corner, I think 9483 can end up pulling out this upset. But otherwise, going to be really hard for them. So Alt F4 taking that pile of fuel at the end is really nice, because 9483 going to have to be active for 30 seconds with only the fuel left in their zone. So essentially, probably not going to end up being able to go back. So you can see kind of what that means is that they're forced to hunt for like stray fuel, whereas the other alliance with their trench is able to go through the middle of the field, get that neutral zone fuel going. But are they going to be able to win? They win it anyways because of the dumpers. Wow. Wow. Incredible match from them. And your Alliance 1, who I was so sure were just going to win it all outright, out immediately of this division. Okay, not confirmed yet. There could be penalties that could get applied. Alliance 1 could still end up winning this through penalties, but oh my god. Okay, I'm going to move this one over because the Hopper field just had 5,063.28, ending up out also basically immediately. Oh, the Hopper, did I not have Hopper up? No, I do have it up. Where'd it go? Oh, I have Hopper up right here. I'm blind. But yeah, no, Red Alliance ends up winning this one. Alliance 8 pulling out the upset. Yes! Oh my god. Team Scream, Alt F4, and 6766 and 4635 out immediately. Losing that upper bracket match and Scream dying there costed them. And Alliance 5 pulling out a really nice strategy to upset 9483, killing this Alliance 1. And now I think this division's wide open. Like, if this alliance is out and they're not able to actually put up the like an incredible amount of fuel through the neutral zone and play in that sort of way, oh my god, anybody could. Alliance 8 could end up winning this entire division. I mean, they pulled out the upset against 1, but they also put up 700 plus. Wow, really nice stuff from this Johnson Alliance 4. Wow. And then on the other side, Hopper obviously ended up making the upset there from Alliance 8 happen on Alliance 5, showing you kind of the depth of Hopper. And 6328 was a kind of a gambly pick anyways, but I think it was a fine pick to make for 5,000. They've worked with them before, and if you just kind of hope that 6328 can lead you to a upper bracket run, but ended up not working out due to the strength of alliance they had to face in the first one. Or first match, rather. Let's see. Who's on Archimedes right now? Alliance 8 versus Alliance 5. Alliance 8 putting up a pretty good fight against the Alliance 1 on this division, but just not able to pull it out there just because I think the Alliance 1 is so strong. Bread and 9470, that California Alliance, like an incredibly strong Alliance overall. Alliance 6 beats Alliance 3 on Milstein. Yeah. Wow. 694 and 4499 and 6002 ends up falling to them. How did this happen? Actually, let's go back and see. I am interested in seeing how people are running their tall only robots and seeing what the strategies are there, because to me it feels like this should kind of be 4499's match to win if they can kind of shut down 2200. But if they couldn't, that kind of explains why the score was so high. So what did they do? Oh wait, interesting autopathing here. Let's see what happens. So nice. So 2200 kind of stalls their collect a little bit. Oh my, what coordination. Going around there, obviously going around, and then 2200 stalls for a little bit here, and then goes back through the middle of the field. That's incredible work from that alliance making that auto up. And also, to be fair, 6002 also on the other side ends up having a missed auto. So it looks like it'll end up being the, Alliance 6 ends up winning auto because of that, and because of that miss from Alliance 3 in auto as well. But yeah, 4499 stuck here in the middle of the field on some fuel. Probably ends up being kind of a large issue because now you can see the Blue Alliance get so close to the middle of the field where all of them kind of descend on that pack of fuel. And 4499, who really wants to just collect all of that, isn't actually able to go through it because of the fact that there's just too many robots kind of in their face, taking away all that fuel. And now when you take away the fuel capacity of a giant dumper, or giant turret rather, you've now basically removed their one advantage that keeps them as a better robot than just going trench only. So really nice from Alliance 6 playing that fuel control game. And you can see that their dumpers are very good, but 2200 being undefended, I think, perhaps a mistake from Alliance 3. Like, the steals are nice, but if you allow 2200 to just sit and get fuel and go to their side, they will outscore you. They are a big dumper for a reason. The reason I'm cautious about those robots isn't because they don't have high fuel scoring capacity, it's just because they're hard to they're really hard to get past defense. So if you let them kind of get through whatever they're trying to do and do exactly as they'd like, again, no defense on them at all because they kind of feel like they have to score playing that triple offense, you can see that you just allow these guys to outscore you completely. So nice strategy from Alliance 6, kind of getting back over, playing double steal and then one in the middle, but still pretty hard. Alliance 5 dropping 842 clean. Yeah, I mean, look at the robots here. 6459, incredible turret robot. 121, another very nice robot. 3045, another nice robot. Yeah, 642, really nice. Let's see. Who else is playing? Let's move this Archimedes field. I'm wondering when they're gonna end up going back to the upper brackets here. I'm going to swap this one out for Johnson, actually. And yeah, you can kind of see what's happening there with the Alliance 3, where when you try to play triple offense, it ends up being a big issue there of you really can't do anything if you allow the other big dumper robots to get back easily. Let's see. So Cyberc has another dump-only robot. I'm not really feeling any defense here, it looks like. But they are getting defended in the neutral zone, which I like a lot. Like, playing kind of half defense, if you feel like you really want to clear out the neutral zone, and you want to play 3, if you want to play 3 in the middle and then 0 on the other side, I think it's fine, as long as you are able to kind of slow down the big dumper only robots, which is kind of the issue I think that happened with the Alliance 3 on Milstein, where they didn't actually, when they were playing 3 in the middle and 3 scoring, they weren't actually slowing down 2200 at all, trying to get back to in the first place. But because this Alliance 3 is able to actually slow down 4678, you can see that their score is really getting affected by that specifically. Let's see. Yeah, and then they actually end up pivoting to a stealing positioning because they see that there's so much fuel on that side. So really nice. And they still slow down 4678 a bit, but eating through their reserves, I think, is pretty nice as well. And they should just end up being an Alliance 3 win if you kind of look at where the fuel's positioned. As long as they send someone back to the middle. Yep, nice decision making. Sending, I believe, 6941 back to the middle so that you don't end up getting starved in the endgame period fully. And they end up being able to make it out because of that. So really nice stuff there. And I like this a lot, having them do these short cycles through the bump so that you don't actually end up getting fully starved out in the endgame period, even though you want auto. And even though they still do that, it helps 176 score, even though 1325 does have to end up hitting a steal here to try to deny the 4678 and the other robots on that side of 1058 as well from being able to dump really fast. Let's see. Let's go to Johnson here. Kind of starting off. I think I really like this Alliance 6. Ended up losing to that Alliance 3 by a very small margin due to breaking. I think they should end up winning this one here, unless this Alliance 7 is kind of crazy. And it looks like, it looks like they had to pull 33 because of some issues with 422, which is very unlucky because I love that 422 steal and passing defense. But we'll see what they're going to do with 33 because they are a dumper robot. So going to be interesting to see what they try to pull out with them. It looks like they're going to use them on offense, which interesting strategy, especially against an Alliance 7 that is definitely a high-powered alliance. Choosing not to send them over. Okay, so are they sending them over? Okay, looks like they're going to use them as a neutral zone cleanup robot, which I think that's a perfectly fine position for them to be. But I do think if you don't end up actually hitting steals in the back here and you let this Alliance 7 go score for free, it will end up being an issue. So let's see what they do. 3255 actually ends up trying to go for the steal, but 836 aware and catches them out on it. Not able to steal nearly as much fuel as they'd like, and 836 able to be effective still through because they have that turret on themselves. And the double dumper there as well, cleaning from neutral zone. But, I mean, if you just look at this match, you can kind of see the value of having 33, where they've kind of just now collected so much fuel in their hopper, where this other alliance is starved out because all of the fuel that they're collecting is the stuff that is getting back into the middle of the field. So this is why I kind of love that the tall robot as your third pick, because you're not concerned with them being the main scoring force, but you do get then that ability to kind of starve out the fuel that the other alliance is going to try to recycle from the neutral zone after they score it. So really nice for them. And you can kind of see the value. 67, I guess, what's happening there? Collecting fuel from the hub, getting foul points on them because of it. A lot of fouls actually ending up going over to this Alliance 6, on this Alliance 6 rather. Looks like 67 is broken, but still, I think playing directly in front of the hub and getting those fouls is going to be an issue, especially when it's that blatant. But it looks like they're probably having drive issues at this point. So it will be up to 33 and 3255 to kind of save this match for them and keep them in this bracket after I thought they looked like a really strong alliance. But Alliance 7 also doing a really nice job. Gonna be up to if 33 and Co can get back in time and dump this off. If 836 can get back and actually shoot this hopper off, I don't know if they'll be able to win this match. Oh, it's very close. Will it? I think Alliance 7, yeah, ends up pulling it out. Maybe due to penalty points, maybe just due to scoring in general, but yeah, really, really close. We'll see who ends up winning that one. But High Tide is back on the field, so I am going to put them on because I do want to see what they do against this next alliance, who is a triple offense alliance, but we'll see. Orbit's about to play. Okay, good point. Galileo is also on the field. So we didn't end up getting watch Orbit and the crew the first time. We'll watch them this time. We did see High Tide and Madtown kind of put up that high score. If they end up high scoring again, we'll take a look at that match. But otherwise, we kind of generally know what Madtown's going to do, or Mad Tide is going to do. Yeah, nice collects. But I do think that the fact that they, if we're looking at Einstein runs, assuming Alliance 1 makes it here, I think that not having 5181 have an auto path to the middle and you don't get 5 grabs at the center of the field is going to end up hurting them really badly. Just because of the fact that you kind of now have them sitting in the back here. And look, by the time they get to the middle of the field, 5 seconds left, both this alliance is already firing back to the middle of their side. They're not able to contest them nearly as well as if they were already in the center of the field waiting. Which is kind of why I like that center follow auto a lot, because of that pick. Yeah, 5181 kind of denying 1768 from being able to do whatever they want. And these are my 2 strongest alliances. I think this might be the finals matchup here. And 5181 doing a nice job playing that defense on 1768. Getting caught in the trench there a little bit, but because they've spent so much time defending, ending up not mattering. Now we'll see. So 1690 just going to try to run through their fuel. I like that they send 2 here for defense, but allowing 1690 to kind of get in front and go through that tower, I think was an issue there. Would have liked to see 3082 kind of sit in front of where Orbit wants to go and kind of force them to take a bad path here rather than just trying to get in front of them, trying to push them and try to deny fuel that way. And 7 did end up beating 6 in Johnson. Yeah. Even through the penalty points, only 5 getting called, but wow. So that 6th alliance I thought looked really nice, ending up getting upset by the 7th alliance. And this Johnson division is fully open. Nice try. Unlucky that the 6th alliance ended up having breakages in both matches. I'm sure that doesn't feel good. But this, yeah, I think this alliance one on Galileo is just too strong. Like, it's a nice job by this Alliance 4 trying to deny them from playing the game as they'd like to, but there's just too much scoring going on the side of Alliance 1 where, and the defense of 5181 through the entire first shift was also very nice. So just gonna be a little bit closer than maybe you expected, but it does end up being a win for Alliance 1, very likely, unless something crazy happens with 1768 and they end up putting up like 200 points in the next 2 minutes, or 20 seconds. But I don't think that'll end up happening, especially with 5181 playing some pretty good defense on him. And 5181 kind of getting pulled here all the way into the trench and baited, but because of the fact that no one's setting a screen and they're able to kind of match 1768 in speed, they're still able to catch them on them trying to get past that little bait play. Gompi and Robonauts are next versus Icon Girls. Yeah, let's check that out on Johnson. This one will be close. We'll put that one up when it ends up happening. But for now, let's look at Mad Tide over here with their next match. This one against a much closer alliance, probably going to end up playing some defense, I would assume. I feel like you kind of have to stop the scoring of Mad Tide somehow. So maybe it'll end up being defense, maybe some other way, but they're going to put up 184 this time in auto alone and still end up winning that auto period. So you get both of them coming back and playing that shove instantly. Yeah, 1768 only got 2 or 3 hoppers off the whole game for sure. Are they replaying that on Milstein? I don't think it mattered. It was their hub jam and they won anyways. There's no difference in the match outcome if they won, even though they're hub jammed, unless the blue hub jammed, which I didn't see. But if they're hub jammed, I don't know if that should be a replay because it's not match affecting. Only thing that really matters is you don't get to see like the final score, right? Obviously. But I guess you could make the argument that because that fuel was jammed and it was stuck there, that Blue Alliance had less fuel and now wasn't able to score as much. So I guess fair enough. Sure. A replay is fine. I think they'll end up winning that one either way. But yeah, you could kind of see the defense here. Yeah, argue that they starved them due to the hub jam. Yeah, that's kind of the reasoning I'd see from that. But I think they weren't playing defense on Roboteers in the first place. They would have lost the match either way, I think, if you don't play defense on them. And then Alliance 4. Yeah, I mean, valiant effort, even though 1768 rather, only ends up getting the 464 points. This is with only 2 hoppers worth of 1768. I think if they end up pulling their 8159 or 3082, whoever ends up playing their bot when they rematch this Alliance 1, if they do, and they pull them for a screen for 1768 to get back over, then it might end up working out a lot better. Or you have 2231 with that turret kind of being filled, playing a pick position for 1768 so they can get back and cycle the neutral zone. But that'll be something interesting to watch to see how they play that match. On the other side here, yeah, Alliance 1 isn't going to hit that high score, I think. I don't think we'll end up seeing 1,000 being broken just because of the fact that no one's going to end up... there's going to be too much defense getting played, and you're going to end up seeing a lot of starved matches here. Even still, with the defense, Alliance 1 putting up about, 700-ish? Probably more than 700, maybe 750. Very impressive stuff, even through hard defense getting played on them. Alliance 5 putting up a valiant effort, but not going to be able to win eventually. Double teaming on Newton. Oh, I pulled off. I can't believe I took off Newton. Yeah, let's put them back on. Jack and Bot playing right now? Oh, they are. Double teaming, they're still putting up 704. Okay, let's see it. Let's see. Yeah, this Alliance 4 I really like. 6329 broke. Okay, 1 sec. We'll look at the 29-10 match in a bit, but 6329 breaking makes this one very, very close, especially with the score here. What are they doing? So they're just playing defense. Okay. And they're just trying to not... I like the defense at least here, getting in front of where the 1732 machine would want to go. But not allowing them back in. And I think 2056 might be able to clutch up this match if they can get one more neutral zone cycle, but Denim Venom kind of and 1732 showing you their scoring prowess. They need to get back over though. Oh my god, yeah, wow. Kind of showing you the depth of Johnson. You can't break and also be able to get away with a match win. Really nice stuff from Alliance 5. I mean, I said it. If Denim Venom's working, I think they're one of the best robots on this division. Just off their archetype alone. Really nice stuff. Let's swap this over here. Okay, so Jazzbot ended up winning auto. And then it puts that hopper in, of the fuel in hopper. Really nice stuff. 604 kind of playing the neutral zone cleaner role, even during their active shift. Like it a lot. Okay, I think they Okay, they actually end up getting over because the defense robot kind of pulls off because they're looking at 148, I guess. But then they let 604 score anyways. So I don't know what the I don't know what the decision making there was from 868, but something they could end up cleaning up later on. They clogged it again? Are you serious? Oh my god, my stream's not live. They clogged it again. Okay. Are they gonna... yeah, okay. I guess, bro. That's... okay. That's... okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, looks like Den of Venom ended up winning that one. But I want to jump to the Johnson match because this is going to be very... Econ Girls get stuck up on fuel in auto. Oh, no. So that will probably end up being the Alliance 8 losing auto. And also, Icon Girl's going to have someone help them to get off of that field there, or fuel there. And, oh, they're going to lose a lot of this fuel control because of that. Yeah, still stuck on fuel here. Oh, no. And, yeah, 190 trying to keep them stuck on that fuel. And still stuck on fuel. Oh, my God. It's still stuck on fuel. Oh, no. Yeah, Alliance 8, I think, loses this match due to that alone. How are they still... Okay, finally off. Now Icon Girls can finally start scoring. But 5 seconds left in the shift. The entire Alliance basically spent their entire shift trying to get Icon Girls out. And it looks like there's a breakage at the top side here as well of this, I believe that is 5026 machine trying to score. Like, is really tragic that Icon Girls ended up having that. Now 5026 as well, getting the breakage there in the corner. But looks like it'll probably just end up being this 118, 190, 1002 Alliance winning this match. Also, 118 plays some pretty good defense. They denied Icon Girls before, but that was a different robot archetype. But still playing some good defense. Icon Girls just smashing through, though. Really nice. And wow, 118 just pushes them past. Now Icon Girls trying to dump everything, but I think at this point, without a robot on your side, with Icon Girls getting a surfed, just not going to be able to take the win here. Unlucky there. Let's see. This Newton Alliance ended up getting defended, I guess, but still ended up pulling out with the win. 780 points even through the defense. I think showing you what the double dumper can do if you kind of let it just go rampant. Yeah, it's Johnson Alliance. Kind of just getting fried by the break. And then also the Icon Girls issue there. Let's see. Archimedes One Alliance. We haven't watched them yet. I do want to take a look at them because they are very strong. Wait for that match, I guess. Once it starts, we'll take a look at it. Until then, I do want to see Curie because I guess 125 is playing right now. No, not yet. Okay. We'll take a look at them later. But this Milstein division, I guess, are they going to play? Yeah. Oh my God. Icon Girls Robot is kind of broken. Okay, we'll see if they end up having to pull out their fourth pick then. But I think that this Alliance 8 kind of needs the firepower of that triple dumper in order to be strong. Yeah, 74-7 falling to Alliance 1 is kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. Like, yes, maybe they're not as strong as they were in previous years, but still, incredibly good team. The double team was in neutral zone, not Dutch defense played in the red zone. Yeah, it makes sense. Especially against a dumper, you want to be able to stop them from being able to make the passing in the first place. If you're going to stop 29-10's passing, it's going to be in the neutral zone. Once they're inside their own zone, they'll just outdrive you. So nice stuff from them, being able to be aware of that. We're going to watch Archimedes, though. 74-7, like this positioning from them, kind of set up to go play whatever they want to do, whether they want to clean up the field here, go get a free hopper, or then go back. Looks like they're going to, after winning auto, they're going to go get the hopper and try to, yeah, passing it back immediately. Like this a lot. Get the fuel control off at the start of the match. And immediately going to steal because they see so much. Nice decision-making from that Alliance 1, making that strategy. And 9470 also going for the steal. Something we talked about with 9470 specifically. One of the best robots at going for those steals. Kind of coined the idea of stealing during your active shift against the best alliances in the world. And they're doing it here, but in their inactive shift, of course. Now, already up by 30 points because they've kind of starved this other alliance. Also, 971 not being able to work, being an issue. Refs are talking on Johnson. Okay, we'll see if that ends up mattering. a yellow card for Alliance 5, maybe hitting them, damage. We'll see if that ends up mattering, but we'll take a look at that as well. It'll obviously be on the screen. But yeah, Alliance 1 kind of putting up the numbers that we would hope that 2 trench robots were doing. Bread kind of working overtime in the middle of the zone. Like this a lot. They're kind of playing a 2-1 style of 2 stealers and then 1 neutral zone cleanup, which I think works really well for them because you have 74-7 being the passer, and 94-70 is just so good at stealing where you always want them to be the ones that are going to steal. But I'm going to jump over to Hopper here because we already saw that, because this 3 versus 2 is going to be very close. So it looks like Alliance 3 actually ended up losing auto here. So they're going to get the endgame advantage and eventually, but the steal's not really coming out here, and you can kind of see that 3467's just gotten like 4 hoppers worth of fuel just dumped out in this corner, but missing a little bit due to inaccuracies. And it, like 4 whole hoppers ended up being dumped out in that time period. But it looks like if they're not going to be able to stop 581, I think they're going to end up losing this match. But nice defense. Double defense as well. It looks like their captain is broken, 97-85. So that might just end up being how they lose this match. But 3467 is absolutely putting in work right now, trying to make that match close. No yellow card or red card or penalties assigned other than the 15 points on this side here. So not going to end up mattering there, but something that the rest were looking at, maybe seeing if there's damage, but not going to decided that that's not the issue, not going to be an issue. And then, yeah, I even still from 97-85, I guess they weren't even having issues. They were actually just choosing to play defense. So interesting choice there to set double defense over to make sure 581 can't score in their active shift. And now if they can get 1 more hopper off, 2 more hoppers off, maybe it's possible. Nah, there's too much scoring on this side here. The defender robot not able to stop 581 enough. So going to end up being that Alliance 2 taking it over Alliance 3 and Alliance 3 dropping to lower bracket. But showing you the parity on Hopper. Incredibly close match even still, looking at that. Onyxtronics versus Alliance 2 on Galileo. Yeah, this one to me feels like it should be kind of cut and dry. I think 1768 and Onyxtronics should just be able to pull this one out. But something to look at for Archimedes, that Alliance only ended up scoring 688, to be fair. So something to look at, because the other Alliance was putting up consistently 700, 800-ish points with that 1114 robot. So seeing how they try to knock down the scoring of that Alliance 2 on Archimedes is going to be interesting to see. That final is going to be fun to watch. Let's take a look here. So this one kind of seems like it'll be cut and dry. We can swap this over to Curie. And Alliance 7 playing right now. The Spectrum and 9023 and 1498 Alliance kind of playing up against 125's Alliance that they ended up deciding to go with because they didn't want to work with, I believe, the Alliance 3 on this division. But looks like that their scoring's kind of going, they're not able to have as much scoring as they'd like to. Maybe the dumper at the end from 9609 will save them, but I don't think they have the fuel output to match. And although there's some good defense by 2637, just not able to get enough fuel out unless 9609 gets his last dumper off here. Maybe able to pull a win through that. I don't know how many fuel ends up playing on that, end up going through on that, but we'll see what ends up happening there. We'll swap that over. We'll see the final result pretty soon as well. But Icon playing right now against that Alliance 3. I believe Alliance 3, the one that got burned, but I could be lying to you. I didn't have the audio on. But either way, an Alliance that probably is expected to not go as deeply, but still putting up an impressive amount of fuel right now. And especially because Alliance 2 actually ended up losing auto to this Alliance 3, might have some auto issues there that they need to resolve again, especially as alongside their last match because of that. So it's something to look at for that Alliance 2, who we thought was going to be incredibly strong. Something to look at where maybe they have to fix some auto issues if they want to try to take a match over Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal, or even make it to them in the first place. Because although it looks pretty good right now, this 5th shift is where Alliance 3 has the advantage, but if they play the fuel control game pretty well, looks like they'll probably end up taking this one over that Alliance 3. Right, because you kind of see there's 3 robots on this Red Alliance side. They're completely filled with fuel, and they're all dumping as well. And 973 taking it past the middle while ItCon stays on their side. Should just kind of be the end of the match here. Although, a nice fight put up by the Alliance 3. But yeah, end of game scoring pulled out from 9609 and 125. My news is not live? Oh, good point. Thank you. So did they end up with, 700 points ended up being scored, 600 plus, high 600s clean, but still pretty impressive. And then 125 ends up taking it over them in 96 with that 9609 dumper really going off there. Blue Alliance ends up winning on daily. So what is that? Alliance 2 ends up dropping to Alliance 6. I think you can kind of see it with, I think 1156 as a robot is a very nice second pick to grab there. 3538, I'm sure, has a lot of scoring, but is a risky pick to go with because there are bump-only turret bots. So something to keep in mind. And I do want to watch this Archimedes Alliance 2 and check them out and see what they're doing. Because they are probably going to end up being the finalists with that other Bread Alliance in the upper bracket. Let's see. All of my streams seem to be live, I think. Yeah. And let's see if Milstein's back yet. And I guess, do they end up playing a replay here? Do they put a replay on that Milstein division? Looks like no. Yeah, it looks like they're not going to end up going to the replay on this one, even though the hub jammed. And just trying to fix that issue, rather, once, because it might end up being closer. Because they did end up jamming twice in 2 matches in a row. But looking at this 1114 Alliance, love that positioning from 4096 getting up in that corner, as well as 1114 being in the corner here, 27. Like, they're putting up 200 consistently in auto, I think, expected from 1114's output. And winning that auto period obviously gives them 1114 a free cycle there to get that hopper off. And now you can see how much they score. 258 already out of transition. Very, very impressive stuff. Kind of all coming from the fact that 1114 was able to get a free hopper off. And then 27 obviously will be able to outdrive themselves. But outdrive everyone else on that field because 27 is just so good. But something to keep in mind. Alliance 2 doing a pretty decent job, playing some defense on 1114 finally. So Alliance doing it, but gets pushed off by Rush. Nice work by Rush to help their partners out. And now you can see kind of the barrage of fuel just kind of going up into the hub there for 27 and 1114. 1114 somehow gets past the defense there, unable to go through the neutral zone and back unpunished by defense at all, which is very impressive by them that they take that timing and see that nobody else is looking at them. But I think with Rush stealing, 1114 going to get all this fuel scored back in. We're kind of going to see this Alliance 2 just run away with this match at the end here. Something I would like to see as a strategy against these kind of dump-only robots, if you're interested in seeing how you can beat them. And honestly, let's go over to Don's division. This one's kind of over. Is kind of just not scoring your back corner fuel and just denying it from defense. Because if you don't score that fuel, then it doesn't get recycled, then the other alliance doesn't get that the points off. And you can kind of save that all your scoring for the end game and play like a starvation game, which is an interesting strategy, but obviously like something that you'd have to pull off at a very risky time, because obviously you're not scoring for a decent bit of that strategy. Now, 6324 and Alpha Dogs. Alpha Dogs actually able to get back to the zone, so ending up being very effective. 179 trying to play defense, but still able to work through that. But it looks like Alliance 2 with 1792 and 498 kind of just being able to dump, but getting defended now. And you can see the starvation going out and what 4946 kind of brings to this alliance, where they're able to kind of take all that fuel that you would have expected to just be recycled onto the field, and these guys could take short cycles into, now kind of being a problem for them, because 4946 has picked up all that fuel. It's now not recyclable, and you can see they're kind of having issues with getting fuel in the first place back to their side. So 6324 and 4946 kind of able to go through that the corners of fuel that they're ending up with, able to kind of dump all of that out. And yeah, really nice stuff overall from them. This is definitely a winnable match depending on how much fuel they kind of take out from the neutral zone and put back onto their side. I think it's very dependent on, one, if Alpha Dogs can get over, and two, how much stealing and passing Alpha Dogs is able to do. Because if you allow 498 and 1792 to go back to the neutral zone at the end of this match here, I think this is kind of going to be a loss. But Alpha Dogs needs to get back to their side in the first place for this to be close. And looks like they're able to wrap around because of that pick set by 2337. I'd like to see 2337 go back to a neutral zone here. And it looks like they are. Yeah, so you allow Alpha Dogs to go through your own Alliance Zone fuel. You get a cleanup bot in the middle here, which is really nice. And 6324 and 2337 going for those collects. But it looks like 6324's intake completely broken. So at this point, just trying to play denial. But it looks like they'll be able to win this match anyways. Just out of also 498 probably also breaking because of the fact that that also like really contributed to their score going down. But nice match played, nice strategy in the end game period to try to maximize 49-46 on that side. We can swap over and watch the Curie Alliance 1 here. Like again, the one that we expected 254 to decline, but 2056's partner is dead in the lower bracket. What? 6329, they died here? No, it looks like it'll end up being okay score-wise, but especially because they won auto, so they're able to... This score is a lot further apart than it seems, but I'm sure they'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, this division, if you do end up dying, this division is close enough and stacked enough where yes, anybody can pull a match out over you if you do end up having those issues. So really nice stuff from this robot of 2056 and 6329, kind of just in tandem, working really well together. But the thing I really like about the 6329's driving in particular is how easy it is for them to steal and get over through there. Watch Galileo, it's very close. Okay, we'll look at that. But 6329 stealing, I think, is one of the best abilities of them, and it kind of lets 2056 play the neutral zone cleanup, which the only time 2056 really ended up getting stopped ever on this division was when 2056 went for a steal and got punished by it. So something to watch out for there is that Buck's Wrath is the one that's able to do stealing. And this Alliance 2 could be knocking out Alliance 4 here. Well, let's go watch this match because I did like both these alliances being set up. Let's see how did this Alliance 2 make it really close. So yeah, Alliance 4 again ends up losing auto, probably due to some issues because of that 1768 robot, because they had the same issues before. But nice defense by 5913, kind of seeing that their value of getting back over and scoring a hopper isn't going to be as much as just making sure 1768 can't get over, but dodging the defense, really nice from 1768. And kind of overplayed it by a 10980. And the 10980's bumper is coming out now at this point. But two robots in the middle, interesting style here, playing one defender and two cleanups in the middle so that 1768 can't go and clean. And we have 2231 trying to run the back wall here as well. But looks to me like the defense here is really affecting 1768. And that's kind of one of the biggest reasons why they're starting to lose this one. But in theory, Alliance 4 should be able to make all the score deficit back here if they're able to get back over to their side and control this neutral zone of fuel and start out this Alliance 2. But Alliance 2 ends up leaving their zone early. Nice job by them, realizing that they're going to have to make steals because of how much fuel is there. And 1768, you can see trying to bait a penalty in that corner from that Alliance 2. But the Alliance 2 aware of that and moving over. And I think I just need to skip to the score here because it ended up being very close at the end. What's the last that ended up happening here? What's the final score that ended up happening here? We'll move it to the side. We'll end up seeing that one as soon as it happens or goes live. No, wait, my stream's not live. No, even still, it's not live. But they're replaying match on Johnson for match 6. Which one was match 6? Was that the was that Johnson match on match 6 the one that Alpha Dogs won, or the one that Icon Girls lost? Oh no, that was the 67 score out. Okay. Okay, 67 isn't out yet, so they're replaying that match. Wow. Interesting. I mean, that alliance is definitely an upset alliance, so could definitely go through, get through some pull some nice upsets there. Let's see, Daily on the other side. Back. Let's see. Oh my god. Yeah, Milstein is actively trying to fix their entire field, so that's gonna be fun to watch. Oh wow. Wow, 757 clean. Okay. And that eliminates the Alliance 7. So Alliance 4 going through getting a very high amount of field scored. I don't doubt it. I think 148's robot itself is incredibly nice, and they got picked as a second pick for Alliance 4. So really nice depth there. Their die rotor turret, they just kind of weren't being consistently working, and that was their issue the entire time. So we'll see how they ended up dropping 700 plus points. And interestingly enough, 604's auto pathing. Wow, look at that. So 604 kind of staggers. So they let 148 go here first. They let 3256 go here first. And they stagger themselves to go out, go all the way across, so they clean everything through the middle, and they come back over. So they miss time, or they desynchronize themselves with the other partners on that side, so they can get back without having some issues. But the thing is that because they're kind of spending so much time there, they're not able to contest the middle as quickly. And so you can kind of see it there, where even though they ended up losing auto, and they're not able to get nearly as much fuel as they probably would have if all of them were kind of sitting towards the middle at the end of their auto team. 195 over here playing some defense on 3256, I guess. Getting called for a pin and backing up now. 195 playing defense to me is crazy, but I guess kind of makes sense with the fact that they are a bit too light for this game. Kind of got pushed around really easily by defense, and I guess might have had some issues as well that led to them falling down. And Johnson Division here getting that rematch against this Alliance 7, gonna see what happens here, because this Alliance 6 can definitely pull out some very nice upsets if they're able to keep working, but we'll see. I am going to switch this over to the 254 Valor Alliance, because I think they'll end up making it to Einstein. Unless there's some crazy upsets here, but we'll see. And the Curie camera, again, the stream is bad. This is not mine. All the other streams have been fine. The Curie Division camera is just bad, I think. That's why it's kind of coming up with those weird lines. So they do end up winning auto. 156, which I guess you could say is lower compared to the other best alliances we've looked at. So if they end up with a similar amount of scoring on Einstein, if they make it there, or even in their finals, it'd be interesting to see what they kind of do to mitigate the losing auto period there. And 254 going for steals here. And yeah, this alliance is so good. You have Barker being able to collect from the middle that triple dumper. Through their accuracy, maybe not the highest, but you don't really need accuracy when you're going for a passing robot. So you just pick the highest throughput bot available, I guess, and get a really nice second pick there. Able to clean up and recycle that fuel, and I guess going for a scoring cycle here as well, which is very nice. 2412 played some defense in PNW as well, but not able to shoot on the move and pass, it looks like, while also playing defense. So perhaps losing some efficiency there, but even still doing a nice job kind of trying to move around these dumpers. But we'll see if their stealing is going to end up amounting to much, because of the fact that Alliance 2 is just so strong, right? And then to be fair, they are allowing 3128 to kind of get the most amount of value on their side, because they are a bump only robot and they're not playing defense on them at all. So something to look at with why this match might be so close is because of that, the dumper robot being able to just go through for free every single time, because nobody's really playing defense on them. We'll see. Once this Johnson match starts up, we'll look at them. But yeah, this Alliance 2 just doing a really nice job kind of getting through their entire thing. And they still haven't posted the Galileo scores. And the other match is set up and they still have not posted the Galileo scores, I guess. Still conferring over something. Unless they posted them and my stream isn't live, but I think it's live. Yeah, so still unaware of who's going to end up winning that match. And Alliance 2 with the third replay against Alliance 7 on Milstein. We'll jump over to Johnson once it ends up starting. but really, really nice. Really nice scoring for both Alliance 3 and Alliance 2 and Alliance 4 here. Gonna be interesting to see who ends up winning that one out. But we'll take a look at that final score. Alliance 3 on daily, not a slouch, putting up 700, right? Clean, but also high tide and Matt Town on your alliance, so could be an issue there. A Hopper is playing right now, and Alliance 4 ends up losing. Wow, my pick to go to the finalists ends up losing because of 75 penalty points. And yeah, 75 penalty points ends up costing them their entire run here. I think the only alliance that probably could have contested the other Galileo alliance gone right now, due to penalty points. Wow. So I think Galileo is kind of just free for the one alliance to just take it away, and it's kind of just theirs to lose at this point. Let's see. So 254 ended up putting oh, they're behind me, but 254 ended up putting 647 clean up. So nice scoring overall there, but it's still going to be interesting to see how they kind of deal with losing that auto period against better and better teams. Team Bean is playing on Newton, yeah. I do want to watch this Alliance 3, though, because they have been cooking pretty good. Kind of showing off why they deserve to be in this conversation, even though maybe you might have underrated 97-85 coming into this playoffs. But doing a really nice job playing triple steal, actually 34-67, playing a 2.5 steal style, where they're the ones going back to the neutral zone after taking just a pass of fuel. And now you can see the double defense on them, but because they're double defending 34-67, they kind of allow 97-85 to get over for free. I guess the idea is that 34-67 is the highest score there, so we're going to just make sure they can't play. But still, allowing 97-85 to just shoot for free is a risky strategy. And okay, nice movement by the defense robot over there of 36-41. But even still, not really able to pull out as much value as you'd like from that defense robot because of the fact that they're kind of just letting the teams into the zone in the first place. So 353, even through some pretty heavy defense, maybe not going to end up being the winners of this Hopper division, but they'll end up putting up a run through the lower bracket. We'll see what they can do after that. I'm going to move this over to the Archimedes field, and we'll see. Whenever Johnson or Newton or Milstein end up starting up, I'll move it over there. But for now, it looks like two divisions currently on break, Curie and Archimedes for that matter. But we will see. Yeah. Looks like Alliance 3 going to end up taking that win here. 41 fuel, not terrible, but I don't think they're going to be able to contest with some of the best alliances on this division with just that low score. But it's also through heavy defense, which is something to keep in mind. So we'll take a look at this Johnson division. So nice auto from 33 here, but they do have to move because they are going to get a bunch of foul called from the scoring. So they end up basically maximizing 33 during auto by putting them right here and then walking them back out after, but they do tank some penalty points because of it. And even still, Alliance 7 ends up winning the auto period by 4 points. Yeah. So, oh my God, is there another field fault? No. Everybody's just not moving. Well, I think maybe everybody, since it affected everybody, maybe it won't be an issue, but that's so odd that the FMS just did that. Especially in a replay already. Yeah, this is that losing that time kind of hurting Blue Alliance might end up being the difference maker if this is really close, because you can't contest the middle of the field that quickly because of that. Now, 67 with a nice steal. And Super Nerds also with a very nice steal as well on the backside, kind of starving the Red Alliance, forcing them to go back to the neutral zone there. But 72-20 playing good enough defense on 67. And again, 33 playing a starvation tactic. When you have a big dumper robot that's not really going to be defended because they're not the high scorer, you can get away with a lot as that team, and you really are able to maximize them. So that dumper robot as a third pick, really like that style out of Alliance 6 here. And 33 does score a lot of fuel, so it does work out for them. We'll take a look at the Citrus match after this, but I think this one is going to be a lot closer in terms of just match itself, unless it looks like the Red Alliance has a lot of broken bots, because 836 playing hard defense, 90-72, trying to get over, but pretty slow. Looks like Alliance 6 going to end up taking this one pretty easily. And there's a pin getting called here, but I think it's just an Alliance 6 win. We'll take a look at 1678 and then update with you with that as well after there. Milstein Alliance 2 lost auto. Okay, how? With Roboteers and Citrus? Was there a mishap in the driving? Did you just get... Oh, wow. Roboteers gets nothing because they put the robot, like, all their bumpers right into their face. So Roboteers ends up getting way little than what they expected. And since they're only a one-pass robot, because they don't get that much, they're not able to maximize that auto period. And on the other side, the Blue Alliance are really able to play up because of that. So interested in seeing what Alliance 2 does if they lose auto. Because someone could definitely pull that out again. Are they going to start passing instantly? Are they going to start scoring instantly? Looks like they just want to get filled up and then just go start scoring. For Roboteers, I like that idea. For Citrus, I guess, yeah, not passing, I guess, is okay because they are not able to do it efficiently enough, like a Jack in the Bot could with their high BPS, because of the fact that Blue Alliance kind of just went through that entire neutral zone fuel pile and went through it really quickly. So it's okay. Good. I guess I understand the strategy from that side. But going to be kind of up to 49-15 if they can let 44-76 in. And it looks like Waffles is inside the zone now. 49-15 kind of got burned on defense, got a pick played on them. So the screen happened there. And now we'll see if they can stop Roboteers from getting back in the first place. Looks like not going to be that much defense other than 44-76 playing neutral zone open field defense on this side here. And doing a pretty nice job as well. I like the positioning here if you're going to play in the neutral zone specifically, because you can kind of cut them off here because they're so wide, and you can easily bump up as well. Really nice neutral zone defense actually by 44-76. And now you stall Roboteers to only essentially one hopper of a cycle, which is still like 60 points, but a good defense nonetheless. Like, I think maybe if you spend like a little bit more resources getting over to the other side, actually stopping that cycle fully, this might have been a closer match, but still a really nice decision from them overall. Yeah, Alliance 7 trying to make it back here, but because they win auto and they're already down, the advantage of being able to set up going over to the Alliance 2, and you could see because that Alliance 7 won auto, the Roboteers got over for free because they had to, weren't able to contest the neutral zone and stop Roboteers because it was their scoring cycle. So Roboteers ending up being able to get a free cycle there at the end. Looks like no defense getting played on them at the end here also. So even though it took us 3 tries to get there, Alliance 2 will finally end up taking this match over Alliance 7. And putting up about 650-ish. 670 maybe, 660-ish. So not a bad score, but not kind of what you're expecting, not kind of what you're seeing around the other divisions where the top alliances are putting up 800, high 700 points. Blue Alliance causing another upset here. Alliance 5 trying to go on a run here. This Bean Spam 930 Alliance over here, winning by 10 points, upsetting the Alliance 3 that I believe caused the burn on this division. But I could also be not like lying about that, not completely sure. But yeah, nice play by them, kind of making that upset happen and then pulling out a pretty good job. Citrus could climb. Citrus pulled out a climb at the end there, really? Guess they'll show the scores here. Oh, do the score. No climb for Citrus. They just kind of go into the corner. A 180's always been upset team. Yeah, 180's always very good at what they do. But we'll see what they kind of what ends up happening there. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 4 on the daily division. Upper bracket, I believe. Match 10. No, lower bracket match 10. Oh, because they got upset. Yes. That Alliance 7 on daily upsetting both of these alliances. Or Alliance 5 upsetting the 316 and 340-11 alliance. But nice scoring. And you can kind of see the value that Robojackets gives you as that turret robot. Being able to shoot on the move through their zone. But when you kind of steal away all that fuel and Robojackets isn't able to kind of do the scoring that they like to do. Really hard to play the game there. For Johnson, they still have not released that score. No score yet, but it does seem like in terms of fuel, if you look at it, it's going to end up being very clearly a Blue Alliance win unless they go put some crazy number of penalties on that Red Alliance, which I guess is what they're talking about, maybe carding them for something. Or, we also could be looking at the fact that the field started very late, and it might be a field fault, an FMS issue that they'd have to replay that one again, but we'll see. Yeah, Alliance 2 doing a really nice job, but I think this kind of comes from the fact that this upset here that looks like it'll end up happening. Yeah, looks like Alliance 4 ended up being Alliance 2. I think it comes from the fact that you get a really nice robot in 11 as your third pick to play defense and kind of starve. But also the stealing that ended up happening on the side here was very effective. When these big turret type of robots have a lot of fuel in their zone, that's kind of the only way they're efficient. So kind of if you look at 9043 as the archetype for this, when they're able to have enough fuel in their zone to stay efficient, they're an incredibly good team because even they can just leave the neutral zone early and waste that time and get over and make sure they can start scoring. But if you just starve them out, then they're not going to be able to, they're not fast enough or like will be defended too hard to be able to just go back to the neutral zone, collect from the middle, and then go back like any other Jack of the Bot, any other high tide turret robot, sort of trench turret robot, or trench dumper robot will be able to do. So that's kind of the limitation there. So Alliance 4 realizing that starving is kind of the key there, doing a really nice job. 125 ended up losing here to the Alliance 5. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it kind of seemed like they weren't able to put up consistently high scores in the first place against like the strongest alliances on this division. And finally getting outscored in the lower bracket. Round 3, though. Making it there pretty impressive for an Alliance 7 in and of itself. But, yeah. This Curie division is a little bit crazy with that. Let's see. Archimedes kind of on break, but they will get the 1-2. So we'll take a look at that one when it happens. Newton division with Hopper on it right now. See, about to play the Alliance 5 versus Alliance 2. So upper bracket here to see who will end up playing 2056 and Buck's Wrath in that upper finals, yeah. Dead and Venom 1732, the two strongest scores here, and then 11270 plays a really nice defense, playing a nice third robot role. 4143 again, falling that far is crazy, but playing a really nice third robot role. And 1706 581, of course, doing a really nice job. 1706, interestingly enough, starting on the middle center here. I haven't looked at their autos, but sending their double turret to be in the center there is going to be an interesting choice to see what they're kind of doing in auto to get points over the other alliance. But I guess kind of shows you how deep this Hopper division is because of the fact that 1706 is like comfortable with 4143 going to the middle there first. But interesting. So they go for the second pass through. Nice coordination. So 4143 ends up going around here first. 1706 takes the outpost and then goes back around, and then 4103 circles around again. Really nice optimization of that auto. Love that out of them. And you have 194 in auto from that optimization, end up winning the auto period. And you have this double turret and 581 dumper to just lay on the transition period fuel. Really nice. And 4143 like this a lot. They're playing defense and also stealing the entire time. If you're keeping this Alliance 5 starved, I think you're just going to end up winning the game because 1706 does a really nice job cleaning up this middle of the field with their double turret. 581, you can see, is doing a really nice job cleaning that other corner. And you can see kind of all the fuel in the game going over to this blue line side, and 8044 Denim Venom having to take a steal there to even have a chance of getting fuel. And now you can kind of see that I love this from 5v1 actually. So many teams will just say we want to eat the corner there, but choosing to go back to neutral zone so that 8044 has less to contest. And yes, it means that it does end up being a steal happening here, but the steal isn't as valuable as making sure 8044 can't funnel this neutral zone fuel as efficiently to the middle and pushing all of that back. Bronco bots are on the field for Curie. Yeah, we'll check that one out as well. But this Alliance 5, I think, kind of getting out strategized. I really love the way Alliance 2 is playing this neutral zone field cleanup, playing the kind of like, also they have just less firepower in general than the Alliance 2 here, pretty clearly. But I love the way that this Alliance 2 is playing the game in terms of fuel control and fuel denial. Johnson, Galileo 1 versus 7 in the upper bracket. I think 1 is just going to end up winning. That's the Orbit, and Jack in the Bot is up. Okay, I will check that one out as well after Bronco Bots. But we could swap Archimedes over to Newton. So Jack in the Bot is, actively on the field. 1 versus 2. Oh, this is their upper finals. Okay, let's just take a look at it. So Alliance 1 ended up winning, but Alliance 2 decided to match there. And because they decided to go to match that scoring, you can kind of see where all the fuel is ending up. It's kind of just all in that corner. And it looks like Icon's actually playing defense here instead of trying to go score, interestingly enough. And nice marking from 973. See that Jack in the Bot kind of loves to go for that first neutral zone cycle, plays defense on them, and because of the fact that now Jack in the Bot has to go really deep for fuel, 973 able to take a nice steal from that corner. This was talking about, if you took Itcon, maybe you'd have a really easy shot at winning this division, but 2910 and 2046 going to win, try to make the best alliance possible, and it makes it a really hard Alliance 2 to try to come beat, right? 2046, nice fuel stealing going on there, kind of denying those two dumpers in that corner from being able to do what they want. But you can see if they kind of get on 973 here, 973 trying to get back to score an extra hopper, and Bare Metal does just enough defense to where they get to stop 973's hopper here, force them to pass, and also get back in time to where they can score their hopper as well. Really nice move. I think if you look at defense itself, that'll kind of be the best defense. Final over here, 851 ends up being scored. This is the upper bracket because of the fact that the 2056 Alliance just lost. 850 clean. If 2056 can pull back from that lower bracket, it's going to be a very interesting 1-2 finals on that field. Same thing here, honestly. Like, these two alliances are doing a really nice job at kind of stopping each other from getting the scores that they'd like. Very easily could have been two alliances that I think we could have seen on Einstein. Could easily see either of these on Einstein. And you're kind of seeing the defense, I guess, come out here, where it's kind of not really like hard defense. It's more of just stopping them with like 5 seconds left from being able to collect from the neutral zone, going back, being able to force them to the other side of the field so you can get a steal off. That's the really impressive kind of defense that's going to be done here when you're not playing against a dumper robot that's like a bump only robot, right? Like in 11-14, obviously you want to be playing hard defense on them. Or Roboteers, you probably want to be playing hard defense on them. But in this case, this is the soft defense is really what's ending up winning these alliances, that neutral zone defense being really fun to watch. And it honestly, a lot of it comes from strategy, right? Pre-scouting, seeing what pathings the other alliance likes to do and kind of marking those so that you can tell your drive team to go hit them when they try to do that. The Bronco Bots alliance here, though, 870 also with kind of a citrusy hopper. I don't know if it's a citrus rebuild or just a citrus looking hopper, but really nice stuff out of them there. I had them as my risers, I believe, or maybe my upset, one of the two. Yeah, scores still haven't come out for that Johnson division. I don't know what's happening there. Them and Milstein both having significant issues on the field, but it looks like Milstein has solved them. In case you were wondering, Milstein, that 359 Alliance 5 that I thought could make a run, ending up putting 600 plus points when they only put up the 400-ish in their first match. So kind of getting into their groove. Maybe lose in the end here due to that Alliance 8 scoring potential that could have happened, but I didn't see the match, so I don't know. We'll end up seeing the final scores when they get released. Now, Bronco Butt's kind of putting up, using that die rotor to their advantage, 870 with a double turret as well, getting defended, but I think the scoring on their side is just so much higher than what Alliance 3 can output, and it's kind of just going to end up giving them the win. Yeah, let's look at Orbit on Galileo. Okay, so yeah, Orbit and Crew both go out, get the middle. Orbit actually gets faster than 2468. Oh, 2468 from that hit actually gets collides here. So it looks like it'll end up being a Alliance 1 auto win. And I think if Alliance 1 wins auto by this many points, this match is kind of just over at this point. We're just seeing how far they can go. Orbit actually gets stuck on the bump here getting over, but not going to really matter in terms of scoring. They still end up dumping a crazy amount. I like that 2468 is controlling that neutral zone fuel, playing the passing first so that Orbit and 7769 can't just easily get rid of all of that. But even still, you kind of see what Orbit and 7769 can do to that neutral zone. Orbit specifically, I think, being one of the best neutral zone cleanup bots in the world. And 7769 is also an incredible dumper robot. Johnson replay. Is my stream not live? No, it is live. I had the audio muted, so if they're doing a replay, would not be able to know about it. For that field. Maybe it is live. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Bronco Bots ended up winning. I really like this alliance. 870 and 1987. And you have 987 as well. If you want to try to see if their triple climb can work, if you want to try to pull that out at some point, as well as I love this Alliance 5 from Milstein. The double turret I think is really interesting. Just gonna have to see how far they can go and if they can contest with those higher dumper alliances. And yeah, it looks like Alliance 1 is just gonna end up winning this one pretty outright. I mean, decent job by the Alliance 7 trying to put up a good fight. 2468 specifically, dumping all of that fuel, stealing all that fuel, and then gonna dump that out onto their own side of the field. But looks like it'll probably just end up being this robot just winning it out. Yeah, the Orbit and the Crew are just too good. Like, it's a decent job of fuel control, and you can kind of see why the triple dumper works well. Or sorry, dumper and double turret works well on the side of Alliance 7 because 2468 is able to clean up that neutral zone. But gonna be an issue for them later on if they try to get back into the finals, because with only 2 turrets scoring and 2468 in the middle, not going to be able to match Orbit's and Crew's scoring. And it looks like they lost auto against Symbiotics, which makes sense. Yeah, let's go back here. I want to watch this entire match. I want to see how they try to play up against Symbiotics. So losing auto makes sense for them. Symbiotics probably should never be losing auto, I would think, especially because they have Rush on their side. So double dumper there. And 9470 also actually gets stuck here in this corner and has an issue with their auto. But even still, I think Symbiotics should never be losing auto here. But let's see. So out of transition, 74-7 tries to play defense on line 14. And oh, they do play defense on them and deny that transition fuel. So really nice from 74-7. A nice push, but also 9470 having those issues in auto. And also it looks like they have issues in teleop, kind of being slow there to shoot might end up being a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's good defense by Bread, but you're playing the nice neutral zone defense, but also not going to be able to get as much value just because of the fact that they're already on the other side. So you're not playing hard defense, you're more playing stealing, which I guess forces 11-14 to come back to the middle. And then if you completely starve them, then they go to the middle, then what you can then do is just not let them back out and just have them hit them around in the neutral zone like 9470 is trying to do here and just deny fuel that way. but you still do end up giving a full hopper to Symbiotics, even if you do end up going with that way. So I think having the triple scoring is good in that way, where you pull 74-7 for scoring, but perhaps allows 11-14 to get too much off, because you can kind of see that they pass a little bit. Now they have some fuel, and because you're a little bit late to that defense, they're able to just pass so much over where you can't steal all of that. Even though 94-70 will try, 11-14 kind of just able to pick up too much fuel and just get through and be undefendable in that way. Yeah, and I mean, it's good effort by them, but once Symbiotics kind of gets going and you also lose auto by that much, it's just really, really hard to pull off. And they're doing a nice job stopping 11-14 in the neutral zone, but just not going to be able to catch them when you're not playing that defense actively inside of their zone here, because it's just too easy for them to just rotate around you and get these free cycles off because of that. It looks like it'll probably just end up being a match win for that Alliance 2, I believe. And I think these alliances are both very even. Could very much see them going either way. So, yeah. Alliance 2 ends up taking the first one. We'll see how they end up switching it up if Alliance 1 ends up making it back into the finals, and what their strategy is going to be the next time around. High 10 and Madtown also playing here, putting up 700. Pretty good defense here from the side of 60-17, but you can't really outscore, you can't out-defend both of them. And Madtown also kind of showing you what the turret's capable of, shooting while also playing defense on the defense there. Yeah, 59-40 did look broken. So even though they ended up losing by about 505, Bread kind of got value from defense. And I think they could definitely still win this match, or this final series, if they end up making it there. It's kind of just dependent on, can they make the auto close and not mess up their auto in that scenario, and then also making sure that fuel teleop number, they don't end up breaking. Red Alliance ends up winning on daily, of course, 798 clean, even through the defense, really nice. And this Hopper division lower round, kind of looking at this, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 3, 2056 came out with 200 plus fuel in auto, 6329 as well. They currently, I believe, have the auto world record, but not sure. And they are just absolutely pounding their entire division as soon as they stop breaking, which the only reason they lost in the first place, if you recall, was 6329 breaking, that being kind of the main reason that they ended up losing the first one. And now that they're actually able to start shooting, you can see the second shift. So at the end of this shift will be like the true scoring differential between these guys, because then both alliances will have one shift to score. And if you see it right now, it's almost at 200. It'll end up being 200 points plus as the differential, which I don't think that 9785 and 3467 could make back with just their scoring alone. So looks like it'll just end up being 2056, playing that Denim Venom alliance up in the lower finals, which we'll see that rematch from the alliance, those two alliances playing each other in that lower bracket finals to see who can end up making it to the finals and then contest 1706. So you go over to Curie. Looks like on Curie, the Alliance 1 is playing the Alliance 2. And this Hopper match kind of just looks over. But we'll see. All my streams are live, yes? Yes, okay. 180 playing some defense. Okay, we can take a look at that, and then we'll watch back what's happening there. But yeah, the triple, it looks like 604 is dead. Might end up being the bane of how this alliance ends up losing, because they're not stuck on fuel. They're just disconnected. You can tell from the light up top here. So really unlucky. One of the best alliances here kind of losing there. One of the best lower alliances losing in the probably going to end up losing in this lower finals due to the fact that 604 ends up with a breakage there. Very unlucky that they disconnect from the field in that way. And because of the fact that 604 is standing in front of here, nice awareness by 180 to just get in on the other bump. 3256 now not able to score. And this Alliance 5 pulling out 700 points. Newton division, again, really deep. Can definitely see them going on a run here. Maybe upsetting that Alliance 2 in the lower bracket as well. Gonna look at the Curie division now. And see kind of what's happening with the Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. because it is going to be interesting to see. Right, 5907, after kind of getting ripped on by a lot of the community for not picking 254 and burning them, see if it was kind of the worthwhile play and see if they can end up winning this match, which I think 254 and Valor are just a better alliance, but we'll see. And also Barker Graybacks as well, right? That kind of makes their alliance that all the more better, just that you have an incredible passer on that side. And yeah, looks like their Blue Alliance going to win out in auto, and every single robot every single robot on this alliance able to kind of maximize that transition period. And because of the fact that Red's not passing all of that fuel back from the middle to their side, ends up being the case that they get all the fuel there and are able to kind of hoard it for their first shift. 2056, 804 clean. Yeah, no, really impressive stuff. They're going to end up playing that Denim Venom Alliance, which in a rematch is going to be interesting to see what they try to pull out there. Because if you take out 2056 now, you're never going to have to play him, and you get to play 1706 instead for the entirety of that finals to try to push for a blue banner. They tied in auto. Oh, interesting. Okay. In that Newton match. Good to know. It will be interesting to see if teams end up getting ties in auto and kind of how that ends up playing out the later and later we get into this day. But yeah, for now, it kind of just looks like the Curie division is going to run away with the Alliance 2 of the Curie division is going to run away with it. Like the Barker passing, Valor hitting the steals as well, keeping them drained. 254 on the other side, just not allowing anyone to get through that neutral zone. Just incredible amounts of scoring going on here. And even though Alliance 1 is putting up a good fight, right? It is somewhat close here, but you still have Alliance 2 with a full shift left to go in scoring. So in terms of like scoring that's actually been done, still a little bit behind. And you can see the 100-point difference at least that'll end up happening. Kind of just going to be down to whether Alliance 1 can kind of drain all the fuel out of that neutral zone. But it looks like 254 aware of that, playing defense there, or not defense rather, trying to steal that fuel away there, so that the Alliance 1 doesn't have a chance to make a comeback, which I really like, leaving there early. Yeah, 15 out of 7 did burn 254, which is why they ended up together, but everyone kind of expected them to do it. Which, interesting decision for 15 out of 7, but now you've created this behemoth of an alliance on this Alliance 2 of Valor and 254, which, to be fair, is the scoring is pretty close. Right? They are getting within a very close margin, but going to be interesting to see if they end up making up, getting tied. Ending up going to the finals and seeing what they can do in a 3-match series there. On Milstein, the Alliance 3 ends up putting the high score here. 783 points by that 694 Alliance. Yeah. And if you let Highlanders kind of go, they're going to put up a bunch of fuel. 694 also with that turret. Really nice. Died in endgame with a full hopper. Yeah, I don't doubt it. This alliance could easily put up, I think they could for sure put up 850 plus. They are probably the ones with the best chance of hitting 900, I think, just because they're triple dumper and have a crazy amount of throughput. So if you're looking for someone to hit 900, it's either going to be that High Tide Daily Alliance or probably this Curie Alliance. Maybe Jack in the Box can do it as well, but I think Newton's too deep where people play too much defense on that Newton Alliance on 2910 and co and bare metal, so they're not gonna be able to pull off like a 900-point match in that way. It's like Galileo playing though. The Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3 actually ending up being the two finalists, two lower brackets here. So this entire bracket basically ending up being Orbit and the Crew as the #1 alliance, and then Alliance 7 sitting here waiting for them. The 2468 and then double turret alliance there. And then the Alliance 2 and 3 actually ending up going through the lower bracket. Looks like Alliance 3 will end up taking it. And then Alliance 2, the one that ended up getting declined by both Link and 1768, I believe. And so it ended up working out for them in terms of Alliance 3 now making it to the lower bracket finals. So playing for silver at this point against that Alliance 7. We'll see who ends up taking it over there. Let's see. Archimedes playing right now. You can put them on. Yeah, Alliance. This is gonna be a close one. 971 with their kind of double turret idea, I believe, is the way that their robot's working right now. I like it a lot. Obviously they're not as good as like 1706, but they do have a really nice throughput, and I think they play the cleanup role really well. But the Alliance 5 with all of this scoring is just very, very impressive. 6459 specifically, I like that. I talked about them earlier. I thought they were one of the strongest teams on this division. Ended up not being able to break up that first two alliance, but still putting up a very high amount of score. And you can see here that the cleanup in the middle kind of going to end up being what decides the match. If this 3045 is able to get back to their side and dump this Hopper, I think they've won, and it looks like they have. Yeah, 700 points ish, probably going to end up being scores at the end there. Yeah, the Johnson division still waiting for a replay, so they're going to end up incredibly late. But yeah, you can see the Galileo division in the corner here, 7 versus 3, 1 versus 7. So kind of crazy how that one ended up playing out, where the Alliance 7 is making a run now for there. Through all the way through. Let's see. Newton kind of on a break. Let's see what Milstein's up to. Oh, Milstein's Alliance 1 playing against the Alliance 4. Yeah, and Alliance 5 ends up winning with that score of 7-10 as well. Kind of showing you how much they can score. I think 6459 and 3045 specifically. When you allow a turret robot to play with oh, there we go. The replay on Johnson finally about to start. But let's look at this Alliance 1 and 4 on this Milstein division. 7457 declined by Citrus. So we'll see if they end up making an alliance that can take them out. Because Team Taters is an incredibly high-scoring team. One of the best teams, I believe, in terms of OPR for this division. And 4907 going with their climb in auto. So getting some extra points there, but still losing the auto period even through that. Because of the fact that they're because those points don't count toward winning auto. It's only fuel points that matter. Interestingly enough, 7457 and 2122 kind of playing the starvation game in the neutral zone after losing auto. Like that a lot as a strategy from them. Kind of choosing to play the trying to drain the neutral zone before they go over to their side, so that the Alliance 4 isn't able to have that good of a setup for their first shift. Nice decision making from them. It looks like 686, I believe, is going to be playing that kind of passer role on the other side, trying to drain everything. 7457 and 2122 are trying to pass over. Yeah, it looks like the Alliance 4 are probably going to run away with it. But I mean, we watched this match 3 times now. Might as well watch it the 4th time. Alliance 6 finally ended up taking this one over in auto period over the Alliance 7. Now able to get basically the 3 dumpers to get the maximum value here in the transition period. Although Alliance 7 matching them, able to put up a very significant amount of score. Not bad by any means, but you kind of see, if you look at 33's Hopper, that it's completely filled right now, and it's kind of starving the entire Red Alliance because they weren't able to get that fuel away from the Blue Alliance to collect, and able to win and starve the Alliance 7 scoring through that ability. And you can see that Alliance 7 maybe could have scored more if they weren't dealing with those issues of starvation, but nice defense by 9072, not letting 67 back into their zone at all, but 67 puts up their hood and is able to shoot all of that fuel. And now, with only a 50-point lead, this could very much be an Alliance 7 victory, depending on how they play the endgame period. 50 points, not all that much in the grand scheme of this game, especially at the Worlds level and how much these two alliances are scoring. If they have the endgame benefit as well to kind of make up that period. So Alliance 7 right now, yeah, looking at 540, and obviously 33 and 67 and 3255, those 3 dumpers able to put up a lot of score. But now the decision comes where how are you going to get your robots over to score in the first place, because it's been looking like 67's been getting locked down by 9072. But good defense from them, but now, yeah, once you get the triple dumpers to start going, they're able to match and score. I like the fact that 67 is kind of going to the neutral zone earlier, and they're able to kind of clean from that middle of the field, because of they realize that they're going to get starved out on their side if they don't. But it looks to me like they're scoring on Alliance 7 when they're just working, and being able to kind of control the fuel outside of that first out after losing auto is going to end up giving them the win. And nice defense by 9072, really denying 67 from being able to score and flipping that match onto an upset. Wow. And 33 going at the end, hitting the tower there. But this one does look like a very clean match. Hopefully not the fourth upset that'll happen on this field. But wow, Millstone Alliance also with the upset. We were looking at them earlier, but 394 only versus 432, and kind of showing you why this Alliance 4 is one to be feared. Rembrandt's really making a comeback after their kind of initial stint being a little bit slower to get off, but getting picked high because they have so much potential, and showing you why. I don't want to watch this match back though, because they have that turret there, right? And so they're able to kind of move around. 3707 is the one being the dumper collecting from that corner. So 4481 kind of moving around in their zone, and 4907 doing a decent job trying to block 4481 instead of them going through the tower for an easy pathing, able to force them out and around. But even still, the defense really not that effective because they got around 4907 and still got to that depot fuel. And on Johnson, yep, Alliance 7 ends up winning 788 clean. No, okay. So 733 clean, but still an incredibly high score from this Alliance 7. And that is going to be Alliance 6 ending up losing. Okay, yeah, let's move this one over here. But yeah, how did they... So just good defense, I guess, ended up getting played through this entire match, and then unable to get back over to their side to score. 74-57 looks like they had issues as well. So that kind of caused the upset there. Let's look at the Alliance 4, though. Alliance 4, I think, one of my favorites to make it to the finals at this point. I think they could definitely upset there's a chance they can upset the Alliance 1. Actually, not my favorites to make it to finals, but there's a chance they can upset Alliance 1 just because I like the scoring of both 870 and 1987, and having double turret of 5712 in the middle. I think you can have your cleanup game be really effective in that neutral zone, and having the stealing be really nice by 870. So definitely ways that you can I could see them making a upset against that Curie in that Curie lower finals, but might not even end up making it there because of the way the shifts are working. And Alliance 4 has failed auto badly. 2 A stops. Okay, yeah. That will do it to you. So Alliance 4 trying to make it back here to even make it onto the finals. 1987 putting up a very nice amount of scoring, cleaning that back wall pretty nicely. Now this is where they have to kind of make that comeback happen. 57-12, obviously dead in the corner. That's unlucky for them. But it's kind of up to the first pick and the captain here of 870 and 1987 to make up the scoring here and kind of control this fuel in the middle. Much harder when you don't have a third robot. Not only because you don't get scoring from third robot, but now the fuel control in the middle is so much harder to deal with. And it seems like that'll end up being the issue on this alliance. They're going to have to go back to the neutral zone and contest this, but it looks like 7028 aware of that. And this blue alliance just gets too much fuel in the neutral zone. I think they're going to end up winning it due to that fact. 870 also ended up stuck on fuel. And 1987 not able to get as much fuel because they're not going back to neutral zone. Looks like that will be the end of this match in the run of this Alliance 4. Maybe, yeah, nice defense at the end here by, I believe, 29-92, pulling an 870 off, get any chance of a win for that Alliance 4 being killed there with the push off there. Really nice. All right. Finally, the Johnson division making it to the lower upset. But let's see. Citrus Alliance and Roboteers, again, winning auto kind of crucial to them so that Roboteers can get value on their side, but missing a lot of that fuel. So, I mean, 236 still a really nice score to go into transition with, but not as high as you'd probably expect out of Roboteers and Citrus, both getting one free hopper out alongside their auto as well. And to be fair, there is also 2200 on the other side, so they're playing that neutral zone cleanup game, making sure that trying to at least get back to their side, but realizing that the defense is pretty strong there. So looks like Blue Alliance doing a pretty good job contesting this neutral zone fuel, but letting 1678, I think, making this pass here, probably a mistake. You end up giving them just another free cycle of fuel, and also no defense on Roboteers getting back. I think is going to be really hard for this Alliance 6 to make back the scoring this Alliance 2 is getting, especially with defense on the other side and them getting all that fuel passed away from themselves. So kind of allowing Roboteers to go free might end up being an issue there. We'll see. Yeah, I think just letting Roboteers and Citrus both get full hoppers and come over the bump gonna be an issue on that side, and kind of being the big issue here. And the scoring is somewhat similar if they actually were denying Roboteers, but as soon as you let Roboteers just go for free and also 1678 collect under all that fuel and recycle it, like, I think this match kind of ends. And you can see they're trying to play defense now on Citrus, but I think it's a little bit too late. Might be due to the fact that they got a little bit broken, but yeah, the defense here, I think, coming out a bit too slowly. Also, Roboteers still get inside their zone. And now 2200 with no one there to help them set a pick. 429 actually comes over to set a screen for them, so 2200 can get back, but I think it's not going to end up mattering at this point. Not going to end up mattering at this point, so yeah, valiant effort by Alliance 6. I think they can definitely make it to the finals, but if you don't stop Roboteers from scoring and you just allow them to come over the bump and be crazy in transition every time, they will end up putting these high scores of 830 plus on you. I think probably the biggest thing to watch out for on that side. All right, we'll take a look at this Alliance 5 and Alliance 1 lower finals match, seeing whether this rematch that ended up happening up here, happening in the lower bracket as well. This time, hopefully Bucks don't 1678 Brown out. Could have been 900 plus. Really, wow. Yeah, I think it kind of shows with how little Roboteers and were getting defended until the very end. If you let them go, they're going to go crazy. Yeah. But also, electrical issues are kind of part of your robot as well, so something to watch out for. Where, yes, you could say could have been, but also, if that's a thing that's consistently happening with electrical issues, then that's kind of part of the robot at that point, right? So. Yeah, I think the reason that 2481 wasn't getting defended is just because it's an Alliance 6 and they feel like they have to have scoring. But yeah, 844 high score. I assume that's with the climb as well. Yeah, the climb actually counts this time. Nice. But I think a lot of that just comes from the fact that it's an Alliance 6. So it's an Alliance 6 and they have to have the scoring to be able to match them. And they feel like they can't spend a resource of a robot to actually go play defense on Roboteers, even though I think it would have been worth it because you'd have denied more fuel than you ended up scoring. If like 2903 ended up playing defense and stealing on that side, and then maybe you had 2200 playing the middle. But either way, 1678 ending up pulling up the match, but Alliance 6 still has a chance to go through the lower bracket because they're still on the lower bracket on both of these divisions because they took so long with the replays. On both of them. So Johnson and Milstein both going to be pretty slow overall. Newton looks like the Alliance 5 ended up making it to that lower bracket run, right? So they're going to play that finals very shortly after this. Alliance 5 kind of winning that one because of the fact that 604 died at the very end of their match, but still pulling out some pretty good defense on 604 in the first place, playing pretty effective scoring in general. So they definitely deserve to be there, but Alliance 4 maybe could have made it there as well. I think either one of them, very impressive alliances in general. It looks like basically, I think everybody's on break right now, except for these alliances that are setting up right now. And yeah, all of them are live, so just kind of the lull here. Yeah, so, oh. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a chance 2056 isn't their division winners. It's very hard to beat. This Alliance 5 is not a weak alliance by any means. Oh my god, the Hopper. Wow, for this match, the Hopper stream, they ended it, I think, right? Looks like what happened here. No, it's working. What's going on with my stream? A 190 and 118, I think they could win the whole thing. I think, honestly, any single alliance on Johnson could win the whole thing right now. If they work, they do really well. 118's defense is also very nice. But kind of concerned with the firepower then, if you're going to have them play defense in the off shift and kind of tank some of their on shift for that. But we'll see. I'm sure they have a strategy going on for how they're going to end up playing with 118 there. Because 118's one of their best qualities this entire year has been shutting down teams from even getting into the field. They did at their district champs, even as the captain or first pick. So we'll see what happens there. So odd. Is this stream just down? No, it's just TBA isn't working. Okay, I just want to watch this Hopper match, so I'm just gonna pull it up anyways. We can watch the other ones as well, but my stream on TBA is not working for some reason. So Hopper stream itself looks fine, but I don't know why the stream isn't working on TBA. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull out the stream here. We can watch this Hopper match. This is gonna be very close, anyways. Reload the TBA game day tab. It saves the layout completely. Oh, really? Okay. Sure. Oh, awesome. Did not know that. Oh, lovely. Thanks. Oh my god, so many good matches happening here. Archimedes lower final as well happening. I'm gonna just have to choose between which one to go with. 8con versus the Bean Alliance as well, the 5th Alliance there, spam as well on that alliance. Okay, I do want to watch this Hopper division because I think this one is going to be probably the most competitive out of any of the matches about to happen, other than maybe 3 and 1 on All right, so 2056 gets early. 1732 actually comes a little bit slower. And both of these robots come from the middle, end up a little bit late. Nice pathing, though. Everybody kind of gets 5 passes through the middle here, and nobody collides, so they all kind of look good to score everything. And yeah, Alliance 1 just scores more. They just score more. Just in terms of fuel output. 198. There's a reason these two set up the auto world record in the quals in their match together. Bucks in 2056 both. Now, yeah, using transition period, already 300 almost out of transition alone. And they're also able to contest that neutral zone fuel. Likes the fact that they're going for steals here now. And then Dead and Venom getting hard defended by 3506. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, just not allowing them in the first place. Even though they are... okay, nice. Yeah, only allowed them to get 1 second. So no shoot on the move able to be used here. So all that corner fuel kind of getting... What the heck? Okay. Yeah, this kind of feels just like a loss by Alliance 5 just cuz 2056 and yeah, my stream dropped for a sec there. My bad. Wi-Fi being annoying. But this one kind of just feels like a loss because of how much firepower there is. Like the 6329 being able to go through the middle and get their fuel filled, even through the defense of Dead and Venom getting in the middle there. Like there's just too much firepower, and winning auto there and not contesting the neutral zone kind of gave too much fuel over to 2056 and 6329 to just get off all that really easily. And you can see that 6329 still is going over for steals in the corner there just to mess with them even more. And even through the defense of 11-270, like 678 now, even with double defense on them, just not going to be able to score enough with the double turret and 1 dumper that's only passing. So, yeah. Unable to kind of make up that score. All right. We're going to move it over to Newton. That match just does seem like a Hopper win. But this one's going to be very close. Alliance 2 kind of supposed to be the ones that end up winning here, like expected. But only 382 on both sides. Looks like breakages on both sides. Akon looks like they've broken down, kind of either being hard defended or maybe fix the jam in their shooter that looked like they had. But 973 looks like they're completely gone. Browning out now at the end of the match. Might end up being a complete upset here. And Ikon's not having enough power to shoot into the hub. And Alliance 5 putting up almost enough. 9 seconds left now. I think it might end up being a Blue Alliance win because they have so much fuel in the back of their zone that they've collected after losing that auto. And end up upsetting Alliance 2. Yeah, Alliance 5 ending up winning this entire the lower bracket and making it to the finals against Jack in the Bot. Wow. And the Milstein Alliance 3, again, we talked about them. I really like the way 694 plays. Ending up captaining, upset the Alliance 1 in that lower bracket round. And now, so many upsets going on here. Alliance 3 takes out Alliance 1 here. 824 clean. If you let 4499 kind of just go, and 694, 602, 6002 play with them, they will cook. And Alliance 5, no slouches either, even through some breakages. Ending up putting 474, kind of outlasting this Alliance 1, where 2 of the best robots on this field ended up dying, and Alliance 5 just ends up coming out with it. Really impressive stuff. And yeah, at the bottom here, Hopper ends up being decided. The lower bracket finals ends up being decided with 2056 winning it over that Alliance 5 that made a nice run. Yeah. Let's see. Galileo on right now. Alliance 7 versus Alliance 3. I really like this setup of this alliance. With that double turret 22468 kind of being the dumper, but it looks like they're having some issues now getting over to their side in the first place. Because they 449 and 1506 are playing double D. Now I don't know if it'll end up working. just because of the lack of fuel control that they have, but because no one's going for steals on the side, even though it's completely open, it looks like the robot on the corner of 484 is just going to be able to work through this entire pile of fuel slowly and steadily and just get through all of it. But they finally get through, and now you have dumpers on this corner getting through their corner. It looks like Alliance 7 is going to be able to make it through. Probably some breakages happened on that Alliance 3 that ended up making the defense go on there. So really unlucky for this Alliance 3 that they end up breaking. But Alliance 7, proving their worth. They did put up a really good fight against Orbit, and I think showing you why they even made it here in the first place. And now they're going to go to the finals. Alliance 7 in the finals of the Galileo division. And wow, yeah, I mean, this is kind of expected. The interesting thing about Archimedes is going to be the finals here of who plays finals 1 versus finals 2, finals 3. How do you stop Symbotics, I think, is the real question for them. And Newton finals going to show up in 15 minutes. They're behind my head here. And then, yeah, Red Alliance ends up winning it. Really nice stuff. Alliance 7 coming from the upper bracket, kind of proving why they're the upset contender over here. Let's see, this Johnson division is so slow. We're still in the match 9 of the lower bracket, so going to be a very long time before we actually end up getting through this whole thing, but we'll see how they end up getting through. So yeah, here, Alliance 5 on the Curie division, Alliance 1 on the Curie division, going to that lower finals. I thought it could be the Alliance 4 that ended up making it through, but some breakages of their third robot at the end, lack of fuel control because of that, ended up letting Alliance 5 just jump them at the end there. Doing a really nice job, Alliance 5 still as well. 2290, 2992 specifically playing some good defense. We'll see if it ends up affecting that Alliance 1 enough to where they can send upsets. Johnson started. My stream is live. I do believe it is live. So I guess it's about to start. All right, so Alliance 8 coming out with the same set of lineups, so not using their fourth robot. Presumably that 3 replays in a row that ended up happening helped them a lot to try to fix the issues of Itcon Girls and 5026. So we'll see if that ended up making a difference over there. Yeah, thumbs up on the field. Let's see what ends up happening. This auto from Alliance 8 is it's gonna be big here if they can actually end up winning it. Nice from them to steal a lot from 7220. You can see they got way less in auto because of that kind of really wide flick that this 5026 robot ended up going for in auto, and it gets them a lot of value there. And even though they do end up denying that fuel, they end up winning. They'll end up losing auto by barely enough. Because the fact Itcon Girls get stuck on fuel again, but they are out this time, not having to spend their transition period to do that, and they can actually, even though they do lose auto, able to start scoring immediately, and now they're going back to the neutral zone to contest. Didn't end up passing at the start, and you can kind of see that they're getting kind of starved for fuel, but 4391 playing the role of trying to eat through the fuel on the other side, and the transition fuel of blue ending up giving them a lead here, even going into their first shift. So this lead is only going to grow on that side. We'll see if they're able to deny it by eating through 836's fuel. 4391, I think, playing in the right position to stop that turret, not letting them go through the tower, but then they do move out of the way, I guess just going for raw fuel stealing. And you can see the stealing is working, and Itcon Girls in the middle of the field, collecting all of that neutral zone, not letting the Blue Alliance kind of recycle fuel. But it is still going to end up being a 100-point deficit that they're going to have to make up in endgame period. Or I guess 80-point deficit they'll have to end up making in the endgame period. And it seems like 5026 having some issues on their side with driving, perhaps electrical problems there. And Itcon Girls and 4391 kind of being the only scorers left here. So see if the defense will end up making a difference there. But 5026 with those problems, it seems like it's going to let 9072 just get over. And now the 3 robots firing all at once might just end up being too much for this alliance, this Red Alliance to come back from, even though they do get the setup time here. So if Itcon Girls is able to clear out that neutral zone fast enough, maybe still possible for them to get something done here in this lower bracket match. But I think it's all but over at this point with the over 100-point lead and also 50-26 not being able to score. Losing one of their best scorers, so not going to be able to do anything there. The daily match both got red carded? What? Really? Both of these guys end up getting red carded? Wow. Wow. Huh. Huh. Wow. Wow. Okay, I want to see what that was. How do you get double red carded? So, they're all still working at this point. Yeah, they're all working fine. What was the red card for? It's on major fouls tiebreak. So it'll end up being a line 6 because we saw the score. They got 15 points of penalties. Just normal penalties, not red cards. But it will end up being that is the tiebreaker. And otherwise, if it's like true tie, that ends up just going to a replay, I believe. But normally you should have a tiebreaker. And yeah, that 8th alliance of Johnson with 50-26 breaking is going to end up going out. And Alliance 7 will make it through that run. So Alliance 8 basically taking out Scream and then dropping 2 matches in a row due to breakages. But that one match against Scream kind of showing their potential, just not able to realize it due to breakages on the field. Yeah, okay, okay, so the red card, I presume, one of them is probably from damaging contact that disables a robot. I would presume there. But where is the second red card on red? The 11 seconds left. Where is the red card for the Red Alliance? Do they... Oh, they're gonna repost them. Okay, yeah, so red card, yeah, there was no red card on red, but there was a red card on blue. It was the disabling in the back corner. So not a double red card, but a red card on blue ends up killing their Alliance's chances. Tragic for them. Alliance 5 versus Alliance 6 here on Milstein. I thought Alliance 5 would be able to do a lot, but it looks like Alliance 6 kind of pulled out something. I want to see what they ended up doing. Last division here. And at the bottom here, you can see Alliance 1 putting up 717. They're not a bad alliance by any means. Putting up a very large amount of fuel there. Yeah, we're going to pull up Johnson for the 9043 versus a 1792 combo. That this is going to be a fun match to watch. 498 as well on that side. Yeah, so Alliance 5 ends up winning in auto. Yeah, they end up winning in auto against a dumper only robot. So good for them, because then you can just now the 2200, if you can easily deny them of that. Yeah, you deny them of that cycle instantly. And now they don't really get value off transition from if they won auto instead. But how do they end up losing this match is my question. Because they have 1771 and 359 both clearing the neutral zone pretty well. And you can see 2200's already on the other side of the field to go get fuel. And I feel like 2811 should have been pulled over to go stop 2200 in there from leaving in the first place. But maybe they just don't want clutter in there. So that's why they leave 2811 on the backside, because they don't want to deal with 2200 being inside their zone while they're trying to score. But either way, ending up with 2200 kind of just trying to outmaneuver 2811, and it looks like they're going to need a screen in order to do it. But they ended up deciding to stop 4089 instead, and then that kind of just allows both of these robots to get over, because they make a hesitation for a second and then allow both 4089 and 2200 back into their zone. But even still, at this point, it's only a 60-point lead, and they should be able to come back from this. Granted, 1771 and 359 are both working, and they do have the fuel to come back from this deficit as well. So what really happens here? Yeah, it looks like 1771 goes back to go for a steal, but it looks like 2811's defense is gone. Oh, and when you allow this Red Alliance to kind of, 2811 looks like they have electrical issues here. And if your defense is gone there, then kind of unable to stop 2200 there, you're going to end up losing an endgame, because you can kind of see how much fuel there is in this corner. 1771 tried to mitigate it a bit by stealing from that corner, but not able to do it. 359 also blocked off by 4089 from being able to do that. It looks like just the lack of defense on 2200, as well as the tech foul here that gets called, because it looks like 359 also goes down, is going to end up being the difference maker, and why this Alliance 6 will end up taking it over Alliance 5. Wow. Yeah, 578 and then 45 clean. So ending up moving on to the lower bracket finals, I believe. No. Lower bracket semifinals, and then the finals is the one after that. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. And then look at the Johnson division, where Control C on Johnson. I don't know. That does look like an FTA though. So, oh no, they're measuring them. Probably for height limit, I would presume. Or maybe measuring the trench bar, because they said that the trench bar is too low, maybe. Because there is a tolerance limit for it. So if it's too low, then obviously you might accidentally hit your hood if you try to come back through the trench and it's too low, right? So maybe trying to make sure that the field is all set before starting this matchup. On who might make it to finals for Milstein. You know what? Let's pull up the bracket here. We have some time. Johnson doesn't look like they're starting yet. The beta actually has it nicer, I believe. Yeah, so the beta has it easily shown. So I really like the 694 alliance. You can kind of see where they dropped from right here, but they only put up 572 there, kind of just due to issues with 4499. But I do like their chances in this rematch of being able to play this, because you kind of see that as soon as they've gotten into their groove, they're putting up like 894-ish. So I'm thinking if they win this match, I have them definitely beating Alliance 4, who I think is going to drop from there. Even though the defense there is pretty decent from Alliance 4, if you just look at the scores themselves from where Alliance 4 has come from, right, only putting up 530, and yes, there's some decent defense going on there, but only putting up 430 compared to like the absolute scoring that Highlanders and Co can go. I think they'll end up making it to the finals here, 60-78. I think win this one pretty easily, unless someone figures out Roboteers, but it looks like no one is doing that yet. So I think it'll end up being these guys and 1678 in the finals. And then we'll see if 694 can figure out how to stop Roboteers. But I think it's kind of just up to, if you can figure out how to stop Roboteers, you will win this division. I think any 4 of these alliances that can do that can win this division off of that alone. They just have to figure out how to stop Roboteers, because there's enough alliances here that they can outscore 60-78 if they just stop Roboteers. But I don't think it'll end up happening, so we'll see. Yeah, looks like everybody's sort of going live at the same time for the finals here. Oh my god, so many good finals going on. Okay. I'm going to switch off of Johnson. There are too many good final series that are about to happen that I do want to be watching instead of Johnson. I think that you can definitely nullify Roboteers to have a chance. Like in transition scoring, you can definitely get past Roboteers as like you can stop them there. The main issue sort of comes with in the shift scoring, you now have to leave and aren't live with Johnson. Okay, thanks. But I don't think I'm going to have them as the full screen match anyways. There's just a lot of better matches going on here. Like, let's see, Milstein here. Yeah, so Newton's about to play their finals. Archimedes is about to play their finals. Hopper about to play their finals. All 3 of them kind of on the field about. Daly's obviously going to end up playing their finals at some point. Let's see what's on Galileo. Galileo also about to play their finals, yeah. I think probably the closest finals that I think you might see an upset where Alliance 1 doesn't win for the finals that are playing right now are probably Archimedes. I think that if 1114 figures out how to get value, they can definitely win that one. I think Alliance 2 can try to upset on Hopper just because that division is so deep. Okay, Johnson's up right now. We can watch him for now. And then we'll swap over when the 2056 and co-match start. Or the Jack and the Bot match starts. So Alliance 2 putting up... Did they end up winning auto? Oh, this is really bad for 9483, I think. Losing auto here because now you have to spend time in the neutral zone passing. And you can't just get a free Hopper off. And now they get time to set up the defense on you from 179. Yeah. Losing auto really badly because is really bad for these tall robots because you just aren't able to get back in time. And now you can see they've burned 8 seconds now, almost 9 seconds off of the scoring. And they're also completely starved because they lost that first auto shift. So unable now to be able to, be as efficient as they'd like to be. And now only going into their, now Red Alliance only going into their next shift, or first shift rather, with a 40-point deficit, could easily be able to make that up depending on how the defense looks like from the other alliance. Looks like 955 kind of stuck on here. I think that, 117 needs to get them off of there because if that ends up being stuck in endgame, it's just match over. They're just going to get free fouls on you the entire time. Looks like, 943 still gets back, but because 955 ends up stuck here and 117 also ends up stuck there, they have to they don't really get the time to clean up the neutral zone and play passing back to 9043. And now 9043 kind of end up starved here. And you can see they're still having some fuel they can score, but definitely very, very starved in terms of what they can do. And you can see 179's defense is definitely affecting them, not able to go under the tower or collect anywhere through there because of that and having to bail out. So now, if they're going to end up, Alliance 4 is going to end up winning the match here, it will be through this shift alone. They need to get 9483 basically filled with Hopper, a full Hopper. They need to deny Alliance 2 from building up the lead here and basically not allow 179 to get effective defense on endgame. And 179 is touching the tower. Is that a tech foul? Might end up being a major foul on the side of the Blue Alliance, so that could help boost their score a bit there. But yeah, you can see it. 9043, once they are getting value, are able to go through. And I think pulling 179 here is a big mistake. I don't think you need the scoring. I think you need to stop 9043. And even though 179 does get 2 dumps off there, if they end up losing this match, it'll be because 9043 gets the free load of Hopper off, free load of fuel off at the very end there, because 179 doesn't get that defense on them. And yeah, I think they could have won this match off of, one, the penalty, right? The fuel counts themselves are much lower, but 179 ends up getting penalties in the corner there. So something to look at. And then 2, pulling 179 at the end there, I think a mistake. The amount of fuel you'll end up getting from 179 doing 2 scores probably doesn't match up with the amount of fuel you deny 9483, even though they do get 2 cycles from the neutral zone. I'll put that one, and I'll put that one like here for now, but we'll pull up Milstein because Citrus and Alliance 4 are playing. And yeah, I just think this Alliance 4 scoring potential is just limited compared to all the other 3 alliances here. And Red takes it. Okay, even still, though they gave up, even though they gave up the overcharge at the very end, they ended up giving up a penalty. 9483 eliminated, and now it's completely wide open division here on Johnson, seeing who's going to end up winning this entire division. Looking at Alliance 2 up top, kind of seems like Alliance 4 is kind of in this, to be fair. I don't know how, right? It's only like an 80-point deficit. Definitely something you could come back from, but I think the main reason they're kind of getting in this in the first place is because they're playing the 3-0. They don't really care about stealing from 6078 and co, because whatever, let them collect from their own zone. We're just going to take everything they score and put it on our side. And we know they don't like to steal anyways because they're Roboteers. So they're going to have one less stealer on our side, and hopefully we'll be able to clear out that zone too fast. Looks like 3707 is down though, so I think this match is just over at this point. Without the scoring potential of 3707 on that side. Yeah, no, this match is just not going to end up being close because of the 3707 going down there. And I think you can kind of see the scoring potential of this alliance. Like, Rembrandt's is an incredibly good scorer. 4270 also very good. 3707 very good. But once you put like the really high score matches, they do kind of end up getting slowed down a bit, right? They're really good at beating everybody with the fuel control, but probably not going to be able to take off any of the top alliances. Maybe they could take off Alliance 3 though if they play a similar style of game into Highlanders. 4499. Yeah, and they do end up losing by about 400 points there at the end. Yeah, 300-ish points ends up being the differential. Not enough defense being played on Roboteers. Your Citrus Alliance will end up making it to Einstein's. Let's see. Hopefully starting one of these finals soon. Galileo looks like it's about to start soon. But don't know. Yeah, Curie is just 1 versus 2. I think 2 is probably going to end up taking that one. The 7 Alliance is incredibly impressive, but I think they just don't have the scoring potential to match 6090 and 7769. Oh wait, noon finals is going on. Hold on, we're gonna move that over. Okay, so yeah, Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal end up winning auto, even though I think Jack in the Bot auto's messed up because they ended up here when they normally end up in the center of the field, ready to collect first. So even still, they do end up getting a hopper's worth out of fuel out, but it's not as big of a transition gap as they probably would have liked to see, and they normally do end up getting. So gonna have to work from a little bit of a deficit compared to what they're used to here. And I do like blue sending 2 defenders over here, kind of limiting 2910 and 2046 in that way. And it's not even just defenders, right? 180's actively playing defense, but the Steelers specifically eating through the corners of fuel that they've left for themselves. Really nice job there. And you can see it's really working out. This is kind of what the dumper gets shut down by when you have hard defense on them and you play the steals in the corner. It is really nice. And obviously the Alliance 5 teams are all very good. And that's kind of one of the biggest reasons why it's working so well. But you can see shut down Alliance 1 to not even 300 with transition and their first shift. So doing a really nice job there. Let's see. And yeah, so the thing is, Jack in the Bot, once they actually get through the neutral zone and you're focused on scoring, will just pass the entirety of that neutral zone back to themselves. So you're going to have to send Steelers a bit earlier, I think, but not choosing to make that decision, going for scoring instead, I think is going to kill this Alliance chances for getting an upset here, right? Still pretty even, but Jack in the Bot still with another shift to go, and they're playing the neutral zone, aware that they can't just let the Blue Alliance go through the entire thing for free. And 2046 on the other side and Jack in the Bot both just kind of scoring way too much to match on the other side. And they also have a solid amount of fuel still left in their possession on that back corner that you can't really see. So thinking it's ending up going to be an Alliance 1 win, but really nice strategy from Alliance 5 pulling out. I like the double steal. I think if they did that in the second shift, it might have been a lot closer, but we'll see what happens. And it does look like that's going to end up being the end of that alliance. If we look at Archimedes, yeah, again, we looked at this division. It's can you stop 11-14 from going back to their side? And it looks like they're playing much more of a steal strategy. And 11-14 probably going to end up passing all of that fuel back to themselves eventually. And is 7407 going to be able to completely neutralize 11-14 is the real question here. And will Rush scoring potential drop if they try to block for 11-14 to get in? And it looks like, yeah, 11-14's in. Now, I think at this point, the match is almost over, right? Like 11-14, probably going to have to go back to neutral zone again, so you can get some hits there. But you're going to need some crazy fuel output here in order to make it even close. I don't think that 9470 and Bread can put up the same amount of scoring if 11-14 gets back even once. And it looks like they do. So that's probably going to be the end of that match on that side. Probably just not going to be, not going to be able to put the same amount of scores up. And you talked about, I talked about before, right? The top end, I don't think we're going to end up seeing like 800 plus matches consistently. And you kind of see it here. It's because everybody is so focused on passing. And when you pass, the other alliance will steal. And so the fuel doesn't really go in the hub as much as it just goes back and forth on the alliances, even though there are moments where it goes into the hub. 2056 is losing their match, so I do want to jump over there and honestly watch it from the beginning because I want to see how they ended up losing this one. Or at least potentially losing this one. So they do end up getting a lot of fuel here. Their 5-pass auto is working, but 6329 messes up their auto here. That's going to be big. Not having the auto advantage for 6329 and also giving 581 and 1706, who both have just higher throughputs than the other alliance here, the transition period advantage is going to be big. Also, them setting up right in front of the fuel pile here allows them both to get easy transitions of hoppers, or easy picks up of hoppers in the transition period. And you can see them kind of dumping it out. And now they try to match the scoring, but even still, they try to match the scoring. It doesn't work out that well. And now you've allowed both 581 and 1706 to just pass the entirety of the neutral zone away. And 2056 is so starved in this corner, has to go back to the middle of the field. It obviously gets beached here, right? Like, that's obviously unlucky, but that's not the reason why they're ending up losing this match. They really just get the fuel control by 1706 and 581 is really just better than Alliance 1, especially after losing auto. I think that if 2056 and 6329 chose to sit in the middle and deny all that fuel, they would have had a better chance, but ended up losing that one because of it. And even though Alliance 2 ends up getting 60 points of penalties on this Archimedes division, they still only end up winning by about, 40 points? Yeah, 41 points, even through 60 points of penalties. So if Alliance 1's defense can clean up a little bit, then definitely still possible for them to make that one go to 3. We'll see, though. Yeah, and this, again, it's kind of just the fuel control game. Because they didn't have the fuel control early on, now it's kind of biting them here where the defense is already good, but now they have to focus more on stealing in the first place. And this is where they have to make back all that fuel, the denial here, right? The lead that Red has, but they are down by about like 180 at this point. I don't think this is a match that you can come back from. Going to be interesting to see how they switch up their strategy going into the next auto period. Obviously, I think if Bucks wins, then they might end up winning the entire thing. But if they hit the auto, then they might end up winning the match here. But we'll see. Galileo also on. Somewhat close here, but kind of not really going to end up being close, I think, because of the fact that Orbit and 7769 are both clearing out that neutral zone very quickly. And Orbit also going for steals here. If I was blue, I don't let Orbit out, but it seems like they're more focused on trying to get at least some fuel in their hub because they're scared of 7769 just outscoring them. But now, kind of, I like the way that this alliance plays the fuel possession game a lot. I think that's what brought them here in the first place. But it looks like 7769 aware of that fact, going back to the neutral zone, and not really having to deal with the defense blocker here of 2468, doing the passing and stealing back because they're going to the neutral zone for that possession and also denying blue of that fuel. Even still, you can kind of see the fuel on this side. And Orbit with a really nice move there, getting in front of 4322, stealing a bunch of fuel, passing it all back to their side. And you can see why Alliance 7 is so strong here because of the fact that they played that double turret, one dumper, a fuel possession game, and they have the dumper on the other side, getting rid of all the stored fuel that Alliance 1 is trying to do, and they're keeping it actually really close. And even though they lost auto, so they're going to have this now time to set up for themselves. But it looks like to mitigate the setup time that blue normally would have, the Red Alliance is just sending 3 robots to the middle of the field, not eating through their back wall yet, Orbit, specifically, so that blue Alliance isn't able to get like an easy end game shift where they get all the fuel discord at the end there. But it looks like the point lead that they ended up putting up in the 5th shift is just insurmountable at this point, even though Blue Alliance does have a lot of fuel being scored, so just looks like it's not going to be enough in that way, and probably end up being just a loss for the Alliance 7, even though they did do a very nice job with the fuel possession game, just unable to keep up with the scoring of that Alliance. Daily also started, and Daly's actually pretty close here. We can take a look at what's happening here, but 205 and only going to be up like 100 points-ish. By the end of the shift, it'll probably end up being like 400 or something. But doing a pretty good job, this Alliance 6, of trying to collect. But you can kind of see that the dead robot here is really having issues, giving them trouble because not able to match up with that as well. I'm going to jump over to Curie as well because I think Curie Final started. Hopefully they started at this point. Yeah, they started. And Alliance 2 already up in auto. Able to get that transition fuel hopper, I presume. So probably going to end up being just an Alliance 2 win here. Especially because they're not able to really... Like, they're not even going to be able to even this out by the time the end of the shift happens. And if you look at the fuel on the red side, it's all kind of just layered on there. So we'll see. Maybe still a chance here just because of the fact that no one's contesting the middle. But I'm thinking this is probably going to end up being just a 254-6800 win on this side, especially with the deficit here. So I'm going to jump over to Milstein, where, yes, it's the 694 Alliance. Again, 694, 4499, 6002, putting up 700 plus points. As soon as they get into their groove, they're gonna go crazy. Or they do go crazy, rather. And for the final score of that Alliance one, of match 1 of this Galileo finals, 767 to 613. This could have been closer, I think, if they kind of stopped Orbit from getting back on the steals. I think they can afford to tank some of their scoring to just keep Orbit stuck in their zone, kind of like how 2056 got slowed down in quals, but maybe that's something that they feel like they need the scoring of every single robot on their field to... World record for daily? Really? Oh yeah, 921. Wow. Okay, we'll take a look back at that match. But Johnson Division match right now, really close. Alpha Dogs obviously somehow got into their zone. Looks like the defense wasn't strong enough there, or not playing it enough there, to where now Alpha Dogs able to just kind of sweep through their entire zone there. And 540 at this point. But the thing is, this 190 and 118 and 1002 alliance has so much fuel here where that lead's not that insurmountable. Probably going to end up being actually, no, they're not able to get the amount of output they need. Looks like 118 playing defense not going to be able to collect enough fuel in time to make up that 100 point lead. And it will be very likely this Alliance 3 going to finals, and Alliance 5 going to end up having to play the other Alliance in the lowers. So we talked about High Tide at 1323 winning Worlds. I think they might win Worlds, guys. 964 scored, and that's with 150 in fuel in auto. They have done 200 plus in auto before. This could very much be a 1K Alliance. The Alliance to break 1K in this next finals match, though, because I think as soon as they get on Einstein, nobody's going to give them the ability to play like for free without defense on him the entire time. I just want to watch this world record match back. Let's see what happens. And so, yeah, immediately High Tide doing their kind of depot auto here, going all the way up to the hub in the middle. And then 1323 doing their double pass. Sending their robot back to the middle. So you get basically 4 passes at fuel, but High Tide's robot is so has such a big capacity where you're almost getting like almost getting the same amount of fuel as if you went to the twice if you were like a shorter trench robot, just because their net is so expands so much. So again, yeah, out of transition, just scoring their entire hoppers out of transition. Really nice. 60-17 trying to play some defense here. But High Tide decides to just focus on scoring, cleaning out that neutral zone in this off period, non-scoring period. And now you can kind of see where 1323 is going to end up scoring the entirety of this fuel here. They actually blocked 60-17 from scoring by getting in this corner first, or stealing from getting in this corner first. And 60-17 still ending up scoring back, putting some fuel back there. And High Tide going back to the middle because they realized that there's not enough fuel here because they scored it too fast and there was enough setup there. So deciding to go back to the middle there and will meet the defense of 60-17, which is pretty good, right? They're slowing down High Tide a decent bit, but also their alliance just doesn't have the scoring capability that High Tide and Madtown together do. And you kind of see the crazy scoring that you can go through. Madtown actually using their defense dumper here, or would have used their defense hopper there to do, but deciding to just go for steals instead. Probably could have hit 1K if they ended up actually just stealing that entire time, but deciding they wanted to use that defendable hopper instead to stop the robots from scoring on the other side. And 4065, I like their role here, kind of playing the anti-passing role, kind of playing defense as well, playing the stealer, but you can kind of see how the middle of the field now is being completely kind of starved now. Like, there's no fuel on the red side. A lot of it's just from the blue robot there that's been dead, and 1156 is sitting on a bunch of it as well, so no one's going to go touch that fuel. So a lot less fuel in the game in general than you'd probably normally expect being recycled constantly. High Tide only passing to Madtown side because I think High Tide is more comfortable with doing this kind of zoning back to the middle of the field. It also could just be that that Madtown, that one of them wants to do the role, and they're just like, yeah, we can do the role, and we feel more comfortable with it because our driver has more experience doing that role. Because High Tide if you remember, hasn't done shoot on the move. Didn't do shoot on the move in teleop period for a decent while, whereas 1323 has been doing this cleanup against the wall for a long time. So might just be due to comfort. And High Tides, someone's gonna have to go back to the middle anyways because they score so fast. So it's good that High Tide's being able to do that because I think their driver's the best one on this division, or on this alliance rather. Let's see. This Johnson Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7, I believe, here in that lower bracket. So they'll end up playing there. Red Alliance ends up winning it, right? And then with that 964 world high score. Let's see. Is there any matches that are actually still going on? Newton, perhaps, with their finals 2? No, still on awards, I guess. Yeah, looks like all of the matches are basically not being done. This 2056 match, though, I think they can definitely make it to Einstein's. It's kind of just dependent. Like, I think this is the case with a lot of the very good. This is the case of a lot of the very good alliances here, where I think they're so focused on keeping the score number the same that they're not seeing the effective points you get from passing to the middle of the field out of auto. Yeah, we can move Johnson onto the field. They're probably the next ones playing. Where like if they win auto, then they do really good because they know how to play the winning auto style very well. But if they lose auto, then they're more focusing on keeping the score the same, when I think they should be focusing on keeping the fuel control even. If you know what I mean, because that's kind of the thing I've been seeing with all of these really good divisions or alliances that have been losing after they lose auto, is just playing like that, where they don't actually control the fuel. They just try to get the points even. And then they end up getting burned because the other alliance now has a 50-50 shot at all the fuel in the middle of the field that you didn't contest. All right, looks like Johnson's finally starting. I personally think this Alliance 7 is very impressive, but I do like the way that Alliance 2 plays a bit more. except for the fact that 179 does not have a pass through the... Oh, they do have a pass through the middle. Sorry, what am I talking about? It was a different alliance I was thinking about. I was thinking about the Galileo Division number 1, where they didn't pass through the middle, and they're setting up in the middle. But I just kind of like the way Alliance 2 plays. I think 498 scoring is incredible. 179 has a very nice a dumper that can do good passing, and also the fact they're a defense bot and not the strongest scorer on this and the least strong scorer on this alliance is kind of crazy impressive, and really just shows how valuable how strong this field is in general. And you can see the passing that they're doing really working out, not allowing the Alliance 7 to get really anything from their own zone, forcing them to go back to the middle of the field every single time. And then that allows 498 and 1792 to kind of get the setup to clean up all of that fuel that they end up scoring. And 1792 and 498 just go rampant with all of that fuel. I would like to see 179 kind of come to the middle here, though, now. It looks like they might, but thinking that there's going to be end up fuel here, so they'll end up just collecting it anyways, which is fine as well. But nice by 498, using that kind of extendable hopper to go through the trench as well. And you can kind of see the deficit here being brought about, the lead here being brought about from the setup there. But it might not be enough. 100-point lead only out of that transition period, maybe a little bit low for what we've been seeing today. But I think with the passing and the cleanup of the middle, with 1732 and 498, it might not end up mattering. Yeah, because 179 is cleaning out that zone. So I think that just you'll see this alliance's value more through how low the people they play against them are, rather than how high their score is. Because obviously the alliances are kind of fighting up against each other, they're pushing them around, but 179's value on keeping everybody away, and 498's passing as well being incredibly effective, that's kind of where most of the value of this alliance is. And you can see 179, I like this a lot, pulling them back to the middle of the field, because you want to contest that neutral zone. 1792 specifically getting completely full, and I like this now. The only reason I didn't like 179 not actually playing defense against 9483 at the very end of that last match that they played was because of the fact that it's 9483 and you want to deny their fuel, but it looks like they're gonna end up losing because of the neutral zone, or not? No, I think they ended up losing that one. Well, Alliance 7 just does a really good job, right? You kind of see 2 Alliance 7s now on like divisions that you might call weaker on the high end. I think this one specifically you could say weaker on the high end, but also that's because Team Scream lost to 9483 and Alta 4 lost to 9483 as well at that bottom lower bracket after breaking. But either way, this Alliance 7 knows what they're doing a really nice job, even down from auto, playing the middle of the field, playing the stealing role. And when you get 3 Alliance 7 robots on a Worlds division together to score, they're all scoring at a very high rate. So I'm still ending up with a really nice score. And kind of showing you why they deserve to be in the finals over Alliance 2. So interesting. We'll take a look at that finals and see what's happening there, and see kind of who's going to end up taking that one. But for now, it does look like we have a lot of very good matches that are about to start. So Archimedes, Alliance 1 losing because of penalty points last time. So if they're able to clean up their defense on 11-14, may be able to win that match over them. Alliance 1 on Hopper losing last time because of the fact that they lost auto and kind of lost control of the fuel for the rest of the match out of a snowball effect. And Alliance 2 obviously incredibly high scorers, and yeah, that'll be the Blue Alliance that ends up winning that. Alliance 7 ending up taking it over that Alliance 2. 7-1 to 673, not bad at all, but I think maybe you could make the argument that 179 staying over there and playing defense is better, but that's a call that they've made consistently throughout the playoffs to pull 179 back for extra scoring, and they found that it gave them success, so I don't think that I'm going to slight them for that. Right? If it's been working for them, why change it up? And now this could be the last match we see of 2056 all year if they don't win this one. I think very dependent on if Bucks Wrath can hit their auto 6329 on the bottom here. And it does look like they get their first one off. I do think this alliance needs to win auto to end up winning this match, because I didn't like the way they played after losing auto. It seems like they will end up winning auto. So that's really good for this alliance because of kind of the way that they play the losing auto. But nice defense by 41-43 here. Set up in the middle at the end of auto and denied Buck's Wrath from getting that shift, that hopper off. And now it's going to look like, yeah, probably just passing through the middle. Nice passing through the middle. Like that Buck's Wrath steals from that corner there as well. Going for a steal in that. Very important to keep the other alliance kind of pressured to go back to the middle of the field and slow down their cycles in that way. But 1706, that shoot on the move turret can still find that stray fuel and get through. So we'll see. Yeah, 2056 kind of shooting under the turret there, or under the tower there. Now 6329 getting hard defended, it looks like, but able to put themselves up, not move. And you can kind of see that because both of them are stacked on the side, 581's able to go rampant on the stealing on that side. And also slowing down 6329, maybe not going to get the most hopper fuel out at the end with their hopper. Yeah. So a 90-point lead going into this next set of shifts. And there is good defense being played here. 3506 really limiting 1706 getting back on their side. 581 getting back and being able to score on their side. And you can see that defense really coming in clutch there because 581 scoring is like integral to them being able to score. 1706 tries to pull them off, but it's a bit too late. And now finally a pin gets called on 3506. They back up, but 581 scoring is essentially gone now of that entire shift. So 3506 could have saved this match with that one defense scenario there, completely stopping 581's hopper from going off at all. And probably slowed down the rate at which they can collect from the middle of the field as well because of that defense. And you can see, again, kind of the net being an issue there, making 581 bump only, but they do get over because 1706 positions themselves to block 3506. So really nice over there. But it does look like it'll end up being a 2056 win because of, one, the defense over here, and also they won that auto. So they're able to play that winning auto side really well. But if Alliance 2 can end up pulling out an auto here that kind of messes with Buck's Wrath, maybe hits them around, maybe being able to flip this one in the finals 3 that'll end up going to. But really nice match played from Alliance 1. And obviously, when you let these two kind of run rampant in their zone, give them kind of fuel control at the start of the match, yeah, they're going to do it playing pretty well. Now let's see. Newton looks like, yeah, Blue Alliance ends up winning. 2056 ends up, and Buck's Wrath end up taking it 673 to 530. Nice match from them overall. Looks like Newton is a little bit slow. So we will see. Oh, looks like Archimedes might start earlier. Yeah, ref getting to the table. Okay. So right now, this is really the entire thing is just, is 1114 going to be able to score? And if they let 1114 score and they give penalties for free, then maybe it'll just end up being a 2-0. But if they can kind of limit 1114 here, then definitely possible to see an upset go on. First loss of the season for 1706. Wow, yeah. I mean, it's an incredible team. There's a reason they're finalisting on a division. So, nice collect from 9470 and Bread. A 7407 you can kind of see positioned here specifically so they can stop 1114 from getting their transition fuel off instantly. And I like this from 4096, like trying to play defense for 1114 here because they know they're going to win the auto period. So you can see kind of trying to block off 7407, doesn't end up working out, and 7407 catches 1114. Can they get that fuel off? No. Nice defense from 7407. Able to deny that transition shift, even though 4096 got in their way to try to play counter defense starting at the middle of the field. So that's really nice from them. 7407 now playing that defense, stealer role, passing back to themselves. And Rush, you can kind of see how much freedom they have after they clean up the neutral zone because of the fact that 1114 is so adept at that. They're able to go hit a steal and that be the most optimal play for them as well. And now they're kind of sending double defense on 1114, but it still doesn't end up working out. They still get their hopper in, but Bread able to kind of contest the neutral zone for free. And now 9470 is getting pinned in by Rush as well, right? Rush able to score and also keep 9470 from collecting on their way out. And 1114 being able to score this one, I think will probably make this one almost over. Like a 140 point differential seems really hard to kind of come back from there. But I mean, it is 94-70, and they also did lose the auto period, so they have the end game period to kind of set up next time. If 74-07 can pull out like a 35-06 performance here and not let 11-14 in the first place, maybe it's doable, but it is going to be entirely reliant on if 74-07 can get around 27, playing that pick defense, and no, they cannot. 11-14 able to get in there, and now it looks like as soon as 11-14 lines up, they're just going to end up winning this match. Although 94-70, nice steal from them. Trying to even it up. It is only an 80-point deficit, but it will go up to 100 at the end here. And you can see that the Alliance 2, aware of how much fuel is on the other side, sending 40-96 over to take that steal. Rush as well, going for that steal. Not really getting anything, though. 94-70, nice driving, getting around there. And now it's kind of down to 74-7. Can they get around this pick, the screen here? And they can't. If 11-14 gets the fuel off, it's match over, and I think it's done. Unless both Bread and 94-70 could get one more cycle off here. Maybe it's possible. 3 seconds left. 2, 1, and that's close. Wow. That is a crazy amount of score that just ended up happening there at the end. I think you kind of see the value of being able to be flexible through the trench there and having the nets and extendable hoppers, 94-70 and 59-40, both going through the middle in the end game, kind of getting almost 3 cycles off from just collecting through the middle at the end and getting themselves in a position where maybe they could take over this match and flip it at the very end. What a match. Wow. I was so certain that 11-14 with the last hopper at the end could win it, but no, it is Bread with the win. 624 to 609. Wow. And I think if you go back to that match and looks like it kind of looks like the way that they won this match was 94-70 playing just enough defense on 11-14, where 11-14 is now forced to not be able to go back to the neutral zone in their normal shifts and has to play only eating through what they have already. And it looks like, to me, Jack in the Bot will end up taking this over the other Alliance 5 here. So Jack in the Bot ending up going to Einstein with that 2046 Alliance, not picking ItCon, ended up working out for them. But I'm going to switch over to Milsey now because we're going to see who will actually make it to play Citrus in the first place. See this 4499, 694 Alliance working out in action, but 694 having some electrical issues or mechanical issues, it looks like. Looks like they're back. So this might end up working out for them. Even though they have those issues there, they are down in terms of points right now, even though they did win auto. So gonna be a really hard match to come back from here. Gonna be very much reliant on whether they can kind of stop this. They lost auto, so they're gonna have the ability to come back here, but it's gonna be dependent on 6002 kind of eating all that fuel from the other side, making sure that the Red Alliance is not able to stockpile all of that. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, as well as 4499 not getting nearly enough defense on them, other than this, the defender robot here of, it looks like 4270. So if they can set a screen for them, there's a lot of fuel in this corner that 4499 can go for. And it looks like they're just going to barrel their way through. And now 4499 on the same side, no fuel in this corner. You kind of see what the big hopper does for you. It kind of denies all the fuel from being able to be stockpiled on that Red Alliance side. And now if Highlanders just is working for the rest of this match and can shoot, which it looks like they're about to, it maybe ends up Alliance 4 with the last second hoppers for collecting from the middle, maybe going to be able to take it. It does look like they do win it out. Wow. So, nice play, but maybe 694 ending up being the reason, that kind of issue there, not being able to collect fuel in the middle, not being able to do any steals there because they had some issues with their robot, being the reason that they ended up losing this match. But either way, I think Alliance 4 played it very well, and there's a reason they're going to the finals here against Citrus and Roboteers. And Newton Division, we do have your winners. It is going to be that Jack in the Bot 2046 Alliance that ends up taking it. And I am going to jump to... So Archimedes is going to take a while here, so we're going to switch that stream off and go to Galileo. Because I do believe their finals match is currently on. Okay, yeah. Let's take a look at it. Alliance 7 pulled it really close last time, but kind of just got lost in the sauce. Not really stopping 1690 score at all. Playing more of a more to try to maximize their score, but they just got outscored. So it looks like they're kind of trying to change that a bit up here with 2468, or 2468 rather, sitting in front of where Orbit wants to go, trying to play half defense, half passing. And it's working out decently well for them. You can see that they're kind of starved Orbit there by eating through their fuel, force them to go back to the center of the field, waste some time there, but they're up by a little bit too much, I think, to come back from, and it looks like 1756 playing hard defense now, very likely because their robot has some issues with it, which probably is one of the biggest reasons that they're losing right now. So I'm going to switch it off because High Tide and 1323 are on, and they are at 267 with just the transition period. And so Alliance 2 has now, Alliance 6 has now shifted over to try to steal from their side, so probably not going to see that 960 world record that they ended up putting up before. But still maybe able to put up a high score here. Or not high score, rather, but just a high score. Maybe in the 700s, 800s, depending on if they can get around this defense, which it looks like they're honestly playing one hard defender, one neutral zone defender, and 972 playing stealer. But I think that if you do that much, you don't really have enough firepower on your own side. So this does end up looking like Daly's going to end up with this High Tide Madtown Alliance going to Einstein's there. Now Curie, Alliance 2, I believe ended up taking the first one here, just due to output being so high, and also the Red Alliance the Blue Alliance rather, contesting the middle of the field a little bit too little in the transition period, and you can see it's kind of working out for them right now as well, because 254, the defense on this side here is also very good, right? 1714 playing nice defense, but 254 and 6800 just have so much fuel collected, you can't really see it, but all of it's kind of in that back corner, and you can see there's barely any fuel on the field being used right now. So, gonna be interesting to see if they could pull this one out, but it's gonna be very hard for them. I do like that they're doing some defense there on 254, trying to block them off, but this amount of fuel that's being scored is just very, very high for the Alliance 2, and going into this shift with a 100-point 100-point lead is going to be an issue for them. So okay, so Orbit and Crew also going to end up being your Einstein representatives for that division. Mad Tide also going to be your representatives. So Jack in the Bot, Orbit, Crew, Mad Tide, 2046 going to be there. And from the Milstein division, ending up winning, but the yellow card called on that Alliance 4. So something you'll have to watch out for later on in the finals against 1678 and 2481. And yeah, it looks like this match is almost done. If you actually just look at the score, it's probably a little bit closer. Maybe you could expect a comeback here, but if you look at where the fuel is, all of it is kind of in Hoppers right now, and that means that 254 is able to just go run through the middle here and get an extra cycle or two, and Valor's able to get another cycle from that back corner, and this is going to be your 254, 6800, making it two Einsteins, and making it there for this Curie division, and can absolutely contest with any of these incredibly strong alliances, I think, as well. Yeah, it looks like 700-ish points scored by 254 and Valor. Very nice scoring going on from them. And then you can see in the top here, Mad Tide ended up with... Oops, wrong one. Yeah, Mad Tide ended up with about 700-ish, 800-ish points, even with the double defense and stealing from the middle as well. Like, I think kind of showing you how strong that is. See, so Johnson and Milstein, kind of both the divisions that are left to look at, because everyone else's finals are kind of done already. Curie kind of over, Archimedes as well, right, obviously, but Curie about to be over. Yep, Red Alliance wins. Congrats 254 and Valor making it to the finals. They're 7-18 score. I think it's 7-13 clean. Yeah, 7-13 clean. Very impressive scoring. Will be interesting to see how the dumpers kind of make it work on the Einstein field versus kind of the turret ideas that are working on here. Let's see. Newton also done as well. Jack in the Bot. So I'm just going to start closing the streams that are actually finished with their elims matches so we can get the other ones to be much bigger. Let's see. Quad view. Yeah, sure. So Johnson and Milstein still not even on their finals. But we'll see. Hopper and Archimedes, the two that are actually ending up going to tiebreaker. And then we have Milstein and Johnson, which still have to get to their finals in the first place before we even look at whether they're going to go to tiebreak. So these divisions having their replays are probably going to end up making the Einstein field go to like a very, very late compared to what it normally could be. So for the Milstein division, lower bracket here, Alliance 5 of 118, 190, 1002. 118 kind of playing a defense role almost, which is crazy to say, but they were more playing hybrid defense and offense when they were playing up against the other alliances, which ended up working out well for them. And they've been doing it all season, but just something to take a look at. And then 190 with kind of a almost orbit style rebuild. And then 1002 as well. A very nice shooter from there. And then Alliance 7 on this other side has kind of just been outscoring everybody. I guess I can't just say they lose auto period, but they don't have as strong scoring in auto as some of the other alliances they've played, I believe. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong alliance. Either way, you'll be able to see their auto. Everybody here kind of going for the 5 passes through the middle. Just because the scoring in the middle is just so valuable. And what you can end up doing is you can have your Q player score the outpost for that 24 fuel because you don't want to waste time going there in the first place. You can have one of your robots that's only taking 1 pass to the middle, like the follow robot, going through the middle and then backing up all the way and then collecting from the outpost. And then you have them maximizing the outpost as well inside of your, outpost, depot. Maximizing the depot as well. And then they get 1 pass in the depot fuel. And then you get the other 2 just running 2 cycles through the middle. Yeah, Einstein will start probably an hour-ish after the last match ends because they need time to do the whole the field calibration for every single team on that on those fields. Yeah, okay, so Johnson already starting. I'm just going to go 1-3. And you can kind of see the auto pathing working out here. It looks like 836 actually ends up hitting themselves on the bump in auto. But maybe not going to matter because 1002's dumper does have some misses. No, they end up winning auto anyways. And let's see if they can maximize this period. 118 starting in the middle gets a really nice collect, able to maximize that. But I don't know if 190... is going to be able to max. So 190 decides they don't really care about scoring in the transition period because they're a bit too far away in the first place and just decide to clean up this entire neutral zone. And you can see 118 kind of playing that defense style there. Interesting enough that 118 is playing defense, but working out pretty well for them so far. Getting all the way to the lower bracket here, finals. And you can see they're kind of locking down 90-72. And then when they're not playing that Stealer and it's almost time to go to be their shift, they'll go in just all the way through the trench and then just be firing off fuel. And kind of not like a full wide dumper from 1002, but a double stream, it looks like dumper there. So a lot of fuel just ends up being there going into the hub, and 2 turrets makes it so even with defense, they end up normally very, very accurate. And you can see kind of 118 getting over to the other side again a little bit early, trying to deny 90-72. And they're doing a really good job at it as well. And then they also have that fuel where they're able to pass back when they're not actively playing that defense. But they do decide that they want to play defense for a significant amount of time. and just try to hit, but they do. It looks like they're a little bit too light to hit around there, but I think losing 118 as a scorer is kind of showing here where they've win auto and they weren't able to maximize that transition period. So 118 kind of 190 unable to get back in time to score in transition, and now they're gonna have no time at all for their setup for endgame, and it might end up just making them lose the match here, the lack of prep time for this endgame period, because they don't have the big hoppers where they like winning auto in the first place, where they have like a crazy high throughput, where they can get one hopper off in like 2 seconds flat. But we'll see if that ends up mattering here. Where, yeah, 118 kind of getting in their way. The defense, I don't think it'll end up mattering here, because I just don't think there's enough throughput on the Alliance 5 side to be able to match them without 118. And if 118 is not playing the defense, then I think Alliance 7 just scores a little bit too much. So we'll see how that ends up happening, where Alliance 7 versus, I believe, Alliance 3 in the finals here. And we'll see what that ends up going to. Now, on the other side, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2 for who gets to go to Einstein on Hopper. Probably the deepest division. Still ends up being Alliance 1 and Alliance 2, but I think the deepness being shown in the caliber of teams here of the second picks. 41-43, an incredible second pick. 35-06, showing their value on that defense and stealing as well. Okay, we're gonna get they're not gonna start this before. Are they? I don't know why the volunteers are still on the field, but I guess there's some issue with 581, I believe that is, it looks like. Or no, they just don't have 1706 on the field right now. So if these robots are on, something you might want to look out for. Oh, yeah, also on the other side here as well. But these robots being on, you might want to look out for electrical issues in this match, because they've now sat here for like 2.5 minutes doing basically nothing, just eating through battery. So maybe an issue that that they're gonna have to deal with, because they're still on and they still haven't announced all the teams yet. So But something to take a look at there. Where, yeah, now they're finally getting on the field. So if you see brownouts on this division, it will very likely be due to this very long delay at the start here. And it looks like the other alliance is all set up, and it's just 7... Is that 581 on the corner? I don't know which robot that is, but no, that is 1706. Yeah, 1706 that they're waiting for. So might be an issue. Valor Rise needs to be studied. Valor's been good since 2022, I think. Like really good since 2022. I just think they had a down year in 2023, and now they're back every single year. Actually, what? That's a good point. Let's see. Yeah, Valor's been good. I think 2023. Yeah, 2023 was a down year. I mean, they still made it to final Worlds, and they were a captain of a division. But even since 2022, they were incredibly good. On Roebling, ended up going to the semifinals, and this was back when there was no double elims bracket. So again, like, you're playing up against the alliance that ended up going to Einstein, and you ended up making it pretty close in a 3-match series, like barely losing both times. Valor's been pretty good for a while now. Okay, they're announcing teams now, but yeah, and 1706 doing their middle setup so that Morris Wars can go from the side, and then they could go do their collect after. And that coordination has been working really well, but as you see, I wouldn't be surprised to see Alliance 1 maybe try to hit Alliance 2 and mess up that and try to mess up them in some way there. But we'll see. Oh my god, 1706 has issues. Oh no. They're doing something. What do they do? I think they're screwing on their underpan? Maybe? It looks hopefully okay. Okay, yeah, looks good. Okay. We will see what is gonna happen here, but if 1706 isn't working perfectly, I think this is gonna be a very hard match to win. I would honestly maybe like to see this Alliance 2 try to mess up Buck's Wrath in auto, or mess up 2056 in auto, do some sort of shenanigans there to try to mistime them and then get it to not work. Because then what you could end up seeing is you could probably end up seeing them lose auto if they lose that period, and the one time you won the match here was because you won that auto period, and they didn't play this they don't play the losing auto role all that well compared to you guys. So, oh my god, both Archimedes and Newton Hopper finals going to start at the same time, it looks like. Oh no. Okay. We will take a look at both of those matches. 60-29, yeah, more prone to auto miss. They did end up missing last time from the hit that they took in the middle of the field, in the auto time specifically. But it looks like both of these are starting at once. Okay, Archimedes is going first. We'll take a look at them first, because this is also going to be an incredible match. Thumbs up there. Okay, so yeah. So auto pathwise, 9470 gets a lot. 1114 really denied from kind of the scoring here. Not really able to get nearly as much as they'd like, but maybe still will end up winning the auto period. Oh no. Oh, they're going to lose auto. Oh, oh my God. This is huge for blue. So basically now 11-14 is going to, 74-7 can spend their entire time not worrying about scoring and just hard defending 11-14, getting back. And 11-14 needs to get back in time. So they're just constantly keeping them down. Yeah. Oh no. This is, so nice screen here by 4096. They need that for the scoring. But 11-14 not winning auto, not being able to get that first shot, forced hopper off in transition for free is really going to end up hurting them. And 74-7 doing a pretty good job. Not going to let 11-14 score here, maybe? No, nice turn there at the end there. And yeah, no, you can kind of see how much scoring is going on here. And the fouls being called correctly on this division of, I'm going to pause this Hopper match because I do want to watch it live without spoilers. But yeah, you can kind of see the giant difference in scoring here. Now, to be fair, it's still very comebackable because you get the endgame period after the losing auto team to really set yourself up. And 11-14, when they get set up, has a lot of scoring potential alongside Rush. But you can see the double defense here not allowing them to get back at all. And if you shut down 11-14 for 2 shifts, I don't know if that 30 seconds is going to end up giving you enough time to get back. So, yeah, and Bread got stuck on a fuel here, but get back over really big. They cannot get stuck here. If they can just push their lead here in this corner, they'll probably end up winning this match. But we saw it last time. That endgame period really does end up mattering. Blue winning through that endgame period. And you can see 11-14 also setting up in that endgame period, getting all this fuel that Blue's scoring actively in the shift. But I like that Bread goes back to the middle, realizes that we can't let them go for free. But now 74-7 might have issues getting off the bump here. Oh no, if you let 11-14 go, maybe this is comebackable. They were down 160 points and trying to come back here. If I think one more cycle from 94-70 and Bread, and I think this match might be over. Or if 74-7 can actually get off this fuel and play defense, they might be able to win it. But it looks like, okay, I think it's just a bit too much. Winning auto there being the huge difference. And if we go back and look at that auto, yeah, so match over. 74-7, Bread, 94-70, ending up winning it. But if we look at this auto period, look at how they deny 11-14 here in this match. Just 94-70 specifically, like completely just does not let 11-14 get anything off in fuel. So look at where they go. They're already faster, right? Because they don't have to go through bump. And what they do is they cut through and they use the back end of their bumper here to kind of flick all the fuel downwards because they know 11-14's path is to go directly where they're about to go. And because they know they're faster, they flick all of it downwards and 11-14 ends up missing all of the fuel they're about to collect because of that little flick of fuel with that bumper downwards, getting them really nicely. Now let's watch this Hopper match. So I did say, I think if 1706 can win auto here and 581 together, if they can outscore, then maybe they just win. And oh no, 2056, they lose auto here because of the 2056 getting stuck on the bump because 3506's follow didn't end up working out first time there. And now they're going to try to match the scoring in transition and gives. Okay, at least 6329's at least. Yeah, okay. They switch it up. They're aware that they need to control the fuel. 6329 doing some passing before going. I like that decision. But we'll see if it ends up being enough. Because they're 41-43 doing some really nice defense here. And 3506 goes early, tries to play some defense on 581, but 1706 is there to match. Again, with that turret robot, you're able to play counter defense on that side. By blocking off 3506 while also being effective in scoring. Nice steal from 6329, knowing that we can't let 581 get poppers off for free. But 41-43 actually comes over to play a bit of scoring, and then that kills 6329, or sorry, that allows 6329 to then make it all the way through onto their side undefended. And perhaps that is an issue there. But Bucks has issue with their robot. Looks like they might be jammed. Nope, they're good now. And the 1706 cleanup in the middle of the field, doing a really nice job kind of getting rid of all that fuel in the neutral zone. But this match seems a little bit too close to where Yeah, this match feels too close to where I think Alliance 1 will end up winning this one because they have the time now to set up in endgame, and they also didn't allow Alliance 2 to go that hard in the first shift where the Alliance 1-2 was supposed to get all that scoring power. So it looks to me like this is a 20-56 win. Yeah, even going into endgame, unable to push their advantage now. I think this is just 20-56 and Bucks Wrath end up winning this one. And 35-06, just to put the little cherry on top, destroys 501 with that defense again, and probably will end up winning their match, sending them to Einstein, getting over 41-43 somehow with that Bucks Wrath driving. Really nice stuff. And that will be 20-56 and Bucks Wrath making it to the Einstein's arena. So Bread and 9470 from your Archimedes making it to Einstein's. We have 20-56, 60-29, 35-06 with that really nice defense making it on Einstein's there. Very well played from both of those guys. All right, 2 more divisions to go here. And I did say so Ratchet Rocker is getting their first 2 losses the entire season in that one final series, which is incredible. Like, insane season out of both of them. Kind of just honestly ended up winning auto, but weren't able to push that advantage as hard as they'd like, and then weren't able to control the fuel because Bucks kind of got aware of the fact that they need to control the fuel in the middle instead of just matching scoring, and then ended up being able to win through that and passing all of it back. Really nice stuff. So Alliance 2, I had 6078 and Ratchet and Robo Tears as my winning alliance, but I did say they need to figure out what to do with 2481. Now Alliance 4 scores a lot, but I don't know if they'll be able to sacrifice some of their defense or some of their scoring here to play Robo Tears on defense, or if they'll be willing to do that. But if they are, maybe it'll end up being a lot closer than we expect. Yeah, Barker, Redbacks, and Graybacks both made Einsteins. Grayback specifically actually being on the field and doing crazy passing for the Jack in the Bot and 2046 Alliance. And then Redbacks, I'm sure, have a lot of very smart strategy people who are definitely helping out in the with the drive coach and also match strategy overall as well. Yeah, I do like that OP lost that match, but in auto as well, because yeah, Redbacks just made it with 2056. They're the 4th robot of that alliance, so both of them ended up making it. Good for them, the Australian teams getting out over there. But I like that OP lost auto because I could kind of see 6329 realizing that they need to contest the middle of the field after losing auto. And even though they have an incredible auto set up, if they do end up losing auto at like the highest levels, they're gonna need to know how to play that game and see how to win even though you lose auto. Let's see. So follow auto setup here for 686 and Rembrandt's. 37-7 almost gets caught on fuel, but doesn't. Gets out pretty nicely. And now we have 5 passes through the middle for this Alliance 4. And what an auto period. Also, a little bit less scored because Alliance 2 messes up. But now, now Roboteers doesn't have the advantage of being able to get a free hopper off in auto because Alliance 4 is scared of scoring. So we'll see how they play it. I love that Alliance 4 is kind of just blocking off both of the bump-only robots at this point, playing that defense on them. But now Roboteers, how can you move them? Not really. But they are doing a really nice job kind of controlling the zones of fuel. You can see the neutral zone kind of completely starved, and Roboteers trying to go back to the middle for an extra cycle, but not really having much. And then The cycle they actually end up getting is barely anything. And now you have the Rembrandt's turret on this side, cleaning up that back wall really nicely, setting themselves up with the passing to clean that and be really efficient with that. 37-7, I like going back to a neutral zone, recycling that fuel. And then 686 just not allowing the passing to be as effective as possible. And then Roboteers having to stay inside. So one less robot that can go to the middle of the field. And you can kind of see the effect of that where 37-7 does a little block here. And all of that fuel that they just scored is just getting passed all the way back to this Alliance 4 side. Really nice stuff from them. And then playing that defense. Oh my God, almost tipped. That would have been very bad. Because this looks like it could be a win for this Blue Alliance if they just keep up this fuel control game and don't let Roboteers kind of go crazy at the end game period here. As long as they keep 686 hard on defense here and don't actually send them back to do scoring, I think it should end up being a winning match. You can kind of see over 100 points differential scored here for the Alliance 4. And they're playing it very nicely. I think kind of playing the fuel control game very well. And 1678 obviously having some issues there. But even still, the Alliance 4 is playing a very nice game through this match. And even though there's 1678's having some issues, they're still able to put in a lot of fuel, making it very close at the end here. And I think with this last dump being done by 686, or no, 1678 also dumps at the end there, maybe pulling it out anyways. We'll see. A really close match. I think that the Red Alliance probably ended up pulling it out there just at the very end with that dump. Pulling back the 686 defender from trying to stop 1678, maybe misplay, but I think you need that scoring at the end when you see how much Roboteers are putting up. So very, very close match there. And it looks like, yeah, it's going to be red with that last dump. The comeback in the endgame period, losing auto, but still able to make it back 553 to 548, showing you kind of what happens when you are able to, when you lose auto and what that endgame period could kind of mean. Yeah, and 1678 still had no points in auto. And I think Citrus, this Citrus Alliance is much better when playing with the auto win. So unless Citrus also messes up auto in their next match, I don't really see Alliance 4 being able to upset this Alliance 2 in the next match, even though they did do a really good job playing that fuel control game. But we'll see. The fuel control game does work out better when you lose auto, to be fair. But when Alliance 4 loses auto, you then have Alliance 2 getting some free hoppers, especially as bump-only robots, to get like well over like 100 plus points in transition alone. So we'll see how that ends up working out. But Alliance 3 on the other side versus Alliance 7, the finals match here, about to start. Alpha Dog's kind of expected to be one of the best robots here, and then their EPA kind of tanked. So, but they still get picked by Alliance 3 here. And then Alliance 7, obviously, another Alliance 7 that does a very nice job all around doing the scoring and kind of playing their game very well. 5 passes through the middle. But we'll see if they end up losing auto because of Alpha Dog's scoring. But it looks like 6324 actually ends up hitting themselves on the bump here and aren't able to actually get back over both times. That's probably going to end up losing them the auto period. And losing the auto period for that big robot, not ideal, but it is close at least. And 6324 maybe down, or okay, just stuck on the bump and trying to utilize that transition period. Love that Alpha Dogs isn't coming back yet. Instead, trying to collect all that fuel first, passing it over, making sure the Blue Alliance doesn't get an easy cycle back to an easy next shift. But also, Alpha Dogs not getting back over means that they get defended pretty easily. But they do end up being able to dump off basically that entire hopper and then some extra in the back corner over here, which is pretty nice. But we'll see if that ends up making a difference. I mean, you can kind of see how much fuel is being scored by that blue side, but The stealing on the other side, 2337 and then 6324, both kind of draining that blue line side of being able to have any fuel. So nice work from them both kind of eating through there. But kind of interesting to see how their blue lines kind of prioritizes scoring over not letting Alpha Dogs score inside of their own zone. And Alpha Dogs kind of gets away with being able to score a little bit for free. So pin getting called there, and there is going to be a foul called on 836 for a pin because they didn't back up nearly fast enough. And now for, what's the lead here? About 80 points that Alliance 7 is going to have to make up. And I think they'll be able to do it, but the real question is, how much can Alpha Dogs kind of feed out of this neutral zone back into the other Alliance zone? Because if they can get rid of all of this fuel and not let Blue get these short cycles out in this endgame period, then it's definitely still a very winnable match. And now nobody's playing defense on them as well. With a lot of setup there, would like to see 6-3-24 probably collect and then go back to the neutral zone after Alpha Dogs starts scoring, probably. But they actually, I don't know. I think that their intake might be broken, actually. Looks like, yeah, their intake's fully broken. So it's just up to Alpha Dogs at this point to go win this match. Still trying to collect with a broken bar on their intake, and maybe still able to win because of the Alpha Dog scoring just being so incredibly overpowering. Once they're inside their zone, still able to just completely run through their fuel, which is why I was kind of saying I'd like 6-3-24 to go back to the middle, but still really nice scoring out of both of those teams. And even with a broken intake, Alliance 6-3-24 able to kind of put that fuel into the hub by just running their robot into the wall. Really nice stuff from that Alliance. And very likely going to be a match won by Alliance 3. Again, even fuel count wise, they are ahead by 40, and then penalties also keep them ahead by about a similar amount. So probably not going to end up being that crazy of a difference, but penalties maybe decided the match here, especially with the pins that were ending up happening on Alpha Dogs in that match. And I think this is the perfect storm for Alpha Dogs in terms of what happened on this division. I think if they had to play the Alliance 1 at like working, then I don't think this Alliance would be able to do nearly as well. Or any Alliance for that matter that has the capability of being able to send a defender robot on Alpha Dogs for the entire match. But you can kind of see that because, and they win this match. Really nice stuff from them. 610 versus 565. Probably a bunch of penalty points here as well. 25, but still putting up 500 plus clean. Very impressive stuff. But you can kind of see that Alliance 3 not being able to, Alliance 7 not being able to afford to send that much defense on Alpha Dogs in the end game. 836 specifically not going over and not being able to play hard defense on them. It really allowed Alpha Dogs to just go crazy there at the end and clean up the entirety of their zone. And they also did play a very nice match, even losing in auto. Honestly, very nice fuel control game coming out from Alpha Dogs. Being able to clean that neutral zone very effectively and have 2337 and 6324 do that stealing, I think working really well for this Alliance 3. Yeah, defensive comeback, maybe. I don't think they'll be able to outscore Alpha Dogs if they send a full... I don't think they'll be able to outscore the Alliance 3 if they send a full defender on Alpha Dogs the whole match. Because whoever they send over, whether it's 836 or anybody else on their Alliance, 836 was doing it recently, they're not going to be able to... They just lose too much scoring on their side, even if you do end up kind of defending Alpha Dogs for a lot of that time. And 2337 and 6324 can absolutely do a bunch of scoring as well. So even just neutralizing Alpha Dogs, they can just sit in the middle of the field and feed into 2337 and 6324. That can kind of be the switch up if they feel like they're getting defended too hard, because they're an incredible neutral zone cleaner. So maybe you have them play the recycling role of getting that fuel from the neutral zone back to your own side. So going to be interesting to see what Alliance 7 tries to come out with, but I don't know if they'll be able to do anything and not risk losing too many points in that way. Alliance 7 lost because they had no idea they were going to win auto. Yeah, very possible. I also think that losing auto is a benefit depending on how you play the game. And Alliance 7 is very much a team that does not have like a crazy amount of hopper space and needs the fuel to be like, needs the transition period to not be in their favor, because otherwise they just don't end up with nearly enough scoring capacity to maximize that compared to every other alliance. And then also you don't get triple 3 robots that are all quite good passing and cleaning from the middle of the field after you lose auto. So honestly, if I was this Alliance 3, I'd see that and maybe even A-stop if I thought I was going to win auto too much. Well, the defense, there was defense on Alpha Dogs for like most of that match. It was kind of just in the end game that they felt like they had to have scoring. And I think you saw the same thing with 179 on the other division or actually in this division specifically, again, where they felt like they couldn't outscore the other alliance and we'd rather use you for scoring because we think that your defense isn't as valuable. But I disagree with that assessment. I think that a lot of the time, if you keep a robot out of the zone in the first place, you're getting way more value, especially a good robot like Alpha Dogs in 9483. You're getting way more value than if you were yourself was scoring and you have to go back to neutral zone, pick up fuel, and then go score, and then go back and spend all that time, versus now you're just completely denying the other alliance from getting it in the first place. So in terms of effective points, I think the defense should probably stay on Alpha Dogs the whole match, but I don't know if they'll be able to sacrifice the scoring to do it, or they think they can sacrifice the scoring to do it, but we'll see. Alpha Dogs is excellent engineering, good for them, but I'm sure they're not all that happy with having to leave for awards while they're actively trying to strategize how to win this next match. Yeah, captains and finals is very cool. I don't know if I'd call it a bad district. Maybe just not. I don't know if I'd call any district a bad district. Maybe not as good, but I feel like a district is any team can be good from a district, right? Just because your district isn't deep doesn't mean it's a bad district. Like, I would hesitate to use the word bad to describe any singular district. But after these two matches, where or if Johnson goes to Finals 3, I guess we'll watch that one as well. But I doubt Milstein is going to go to Finals 3. 1678 was broken for a lot of that match, and they still ended up winning that one. I don't know if Alliance 4 could kind of pull that upset off. But I'll probably go get lunch, and then I'll come back for Einstein's. Which will happen in a very long time, I would presume, because they have to do the ceremonies, and then probably also do the field calibration as well for every single team there, which will be a hassle to do. What do you think is going to take Einstein? You know what? We could probably do that right now. Yeah, sure. While we're waiting, why not? I'm going to. I don't think Alliance 4 here can win this one, so I'm just going to assume 1678 and 2481 win it. And I don't think that my opinion of this Johnson division changes whether it's the 7th Alliance or the 3rd Alliance that wins it. So is there a bracket I can actually go to on Einstein specifically? Oh, they don't have a bracket out yet. That's annoying. Okay. Let me see if I can find one. If I can, I will pull it up and then make predictions. Let's see. Do they have the bracket out actually? Posted somewhere of what divisions they're playing which, or is it fully randomized? Because I thought it was just based on like Archimedes plays the smallest alphabetical or the lowest alphabetical division. Because they're A, and then the lowest alphabetical division would be whatever. Okay, looks like they actually do have it set up in the FRC manual. 1 second. 26. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let me also pull up the alliances as well on every single one. So Archimedes, this is the 59, 40, and 27 alliance. Newton is the Jack of the Bot. Oh my god, they're playing each other first. That's disgusting. 29, 10, 24, 29, 10, 20, 46. I think Jack in the Bot probably takes it here. So this one will end up being... My handwriting's really bad. It's somewhere in Chief Delphi. There's an Einstein's bracket. That is better. Oh, 9470. Yeah, I wrote down 27. I wrote 90. Yeah, you're right. My bad. 9470. Is there one in Chief Delphi? If you guys can link one, that would be helpful. So I don't have to write over winner of match 1 every single time. But yeah, so that's 2910. I think this one just goes to the 2910 and Bare Metal Alliance, just because they seem kind of like the similar alliance, except for the fact that, like in terms of they're both 2 dumpers, except for the fact that 2910 I think is just the best dumper in the world, and I do love 9470's driving, and their stealing in general is very impressive, but I don't. It's kind of just going to come down, in my opinion, to 7407 and be dependent on if 7407 can shut down 2046, like they did to 1114, then maybe it's definitely possible that they end up winning it. This 9470 alliance ends up jumping forward, but I think it would be very dependent on the defense itself and whether they can actually slow down 2046. And I kind of have faith in Jack in the Bot in 2046 to just win that one. 1 sec. Let me make sure I'm not missing the... Okay. Okay. Then Galileo is the Orbit Alliance with the crew. And then Hopper is the... Oh, that's the 2040, 2056 and Bucks, so... I think whoever wins auto in this match will Einstein Madness, fillable Einstein bracket. Thanks. I'm just gonna go take that and just look that up. Oh, lovely. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Okay, can I paste this image? No. Okay. Oh. Okay, let me just pull it up here. Okay. So yeah, I have Newton going. I have whoever loses auto will probably lose this one. And I think that Galileo doesn't have a 5-pass auto. They only have 4. So I'd go with Hopper, probably the 2056 and 6329 one. And then also their defense was quite good, so I expect that to work out for them. Curry and Milstein. Curry easily 254 in Valor. Yeah. Milstein has a good alliance, but I think that they're gonna have defense on Roboteers and then just win. And then Daly and Johnson. Yeah, guys, I think High Tide might win. Yeah, again, I don't think that whichever alliance comes out of Johnson, or whichever alliance comes out of Milstein doesn't change my picks for either of these two. And loser of match 1, so that would be Archimedes here. That would be Galileo here. And is it disrespect to say that I would take 9470 because they're so good at stealing? Is it disrespectful to 1690? It might be. But I do love 9470 and Bread's style of play. And they're also going to win auto very likely. So then you put the turret robot that hasn't been playing behind in auto for the entire event behind, and now put them in. They can't use the transition period to be active. Yeah, I think I'd take Archimedes here. Even though the crew and 69 are obviously insane, but I think they just dealt a bad hand. 2056 and Archimedes both, like. And then Archimedes specifically double dumper. It'd be very hard to deal with. Milstein about to start. Oh, perfect. Okay. Roboteers kind of adjusting their path, I guess, to get all the fuel here for that auto period because of the fact that whoever came on this side kind of blew them up in auto. So kind of adjusted their path there to win auto. Still ended up losing auto, even with them working this time. Interesting to see. 1678, you could kind of see having to sit in the middle and fill their hopper first. And now kind of everything going wrong for this alliance. But they're not playing hard defense on Roboteers or Citrus, which I think is going to be an issue for them. Like, the defense is a little bit too late and too little. You need to stop them from getting in the first place. And the neutral zone, I like this from 3707, but Rembrandt's just not playing like hard defense, and you let Roboteers kind of get all of that out for free. And now Citrus goes and steals a lot of that fuel, which is nice, but we'll see. 686 doing a nice job kind of dumping all of that in, but not really enough scoring power because of Rembrandt's not being there. Might have had an issue with their shooting, which is why they're playing hard defense, but their defense isn't kind of stopping Citrus or Roboteers all that heavily either, so probably going to end up costing them the match, the breakage there, because otherwise it might have been close, because they're the perfect robot to just go sweep all the way through this, and if they go through that, then 1678 can't steal that. Now they can advance, but otherwise, I think this deficit is too hard to come back from. You also ended up winning auto, so you give the kind of perfect storm for 1678 and Roboteers to just end up winning this entire division. So Roboteers kind of proving me wrong with the thinking that they couldn't win this division. Them and Citrus, I guess, making the right pick. No one really able to figure out the scoring of that alliance. So doing a very nice job here. And oh my god, it looks like Rembrandt's broke. You can see the back wall there, kind of angled. It looks like they ended up hitting their Hopper. Yeah, so this one's just gonna end up being a win for the Alliance 2. I think could have been closer with Rembrandt actually scoring. Maybe it's within 100, but either way, I think they still end up winning it, even if Rembrandt is alive, just because of how little Roboteers was getting defended. Yeah, really nice stuff from 1678. So that is going to be the Milstein Division Alliance. And now, playing for the last captain, who it might end up being. I'm interested to see if they'll try to lose auto. Yeah, I agree that the defense looks light when they cross the zone there, but I think that the people should be playing half defense in the neutral zone as well, like slowing them down so they never get the momentum in the first place. Okay, there you go. Okay, so are they gonna, if they win auto, then maybe it ends up being harder. So 6024 messes up their auto again. So, and 836 also messes up their auto. So maybe, gonna end up being probably an auto win for the Red Alliance, which I think is worse for them. No, wow, Alliance 7 wins auto again. I think that's gonna end up hurting them a lot. They really like playing from losing auto. But obviously you can't, I don't think you ever stop, try to lose auto by accident. Or by, try to lose auto by a significant margin on purpose. Because I think if you lose auto by a significant margin, then you've basically just lost the match because you just won't ever make those points back. So, very tight tango there. And looks like Alpha Dogs has missed, all of that fuel there, though, in their first shift. The defense may be affecting them, but it looks more just like their shooter might not be perfectly accurate right now. But we'll see. I'm going to see that show up in the next one as well, in the next shift as well. 2337 also stealing, 6324 also stealing. And again, you kind of see why the Blue Alliance doesn't like winning auto, because all of their fuel either gets eaten up by 4946 or stolen by 2337 and 6324. And now the shift where you should have had the most setup is now one of your weakest shifts. Now Alpha Dogs now actually hitting all their... No! Missing a lot of fuel from defense, just pushing on them. So, might be something to exploit there if this ends up going to 3. Alpha Dogs not able to deal with kind of just pushing defense in general. But we'll see if they can fix that up. And now this is kind of where the Red Alliance is going to make all their sort of money's worth, or make the score back here. And already this kind of even already, but we'll see. Yeah, nice passing going on from 6324, 2337 playing that hard defense on that side. Gonna just kind of be about, can you get Alpha Dogs back in? And 6324 needs to get them help, but Alpha Dogs just spins around 836. Wow. So I think that spin move, if they just get in this corner here and they actually just start shooting and hitting everything. No, but they're just missing. All that fuel is just missing. Okay, so they end up going into that trench corner so they actually don't get moved. hit a lot of that fuel, and it's kind of just going to be dependent on if 6324 can get this last hopper into their hub. 9 seconds left, because there's still scoring going on. This could very much still be flipped. If 6324 gets all this in, I think it's a win for the Alliance 3, and it does look like that. Alpha Dog, 6324, 2337, and then 2877 being the winners of this alliance. And going to Einstein's. Incredible work by that alliance. Wow. Yeah, so that will be, I mean, we'll wait for the scores to go in officially, but that does look like it'll be the win. And yeah, really nice defense by 836, I believe, or I think it was 836 playing that defense, moving around Alpha Dogs and whiffing a lot of that, but still unable to make enough of an impact to win the match. Really nice stuff by Alliance 3. So play the match really well. I love the Alpha Dogs cleanup. And the penalty points not making a difference, but being helpful. And I think, yeah, that barely losing auto really helping out Alpha Dogs and Co there. Really nice stuff from this entire Alliance 3. Alright, I'm going to jump over to Einstein now and see. Coverage begins in an hour, basically. Okay, so I will go over kind of what I think will happen on Einstein's, and then probably go get lunch, and then be back for Einstein's as well. So let's see. So Archimedes, Newton. I did say Newton. I think Galileo, Hopper. Again, I think Hopper wins because they end up winning auto and then win through there, because I don't know if I've seen Galileo play the losing auto side that well. Curie, Milstein, yeah, Milstein probably gonna end up. Milstein, Curie gonna end up winning that one. And then Daly, Johnson, yeah, Daly, I think I can very safely put all the way to here. I just think High Tide and Madtown are just too good. I have them winning the entire thing. In terms of Newton and Hopper, you have double dumper versus now turret and dumper. It's kind of just going to be dependent on, so they're probably going to lose auto. And they've been learning how to play the game around the auto there. So they like 6329 was doing some passing after losing auto. And I think after seeing Galileo kind of lose that auto with the turret dumper as well, and seeing how that worked, I have faith in them to make it close, but I do think Newton will end up pulling it out here in the first matchup between these two. And then if we go down to the bottom here, that would be Archimedes, and then Galileo. That's Milstein, then Johnson. 2337, I think, can play some pretty good defense, but I don't know if they'll have the resources to do it. But it's kind of just this matchup here. Oh, I did say Archimedes here, yeah, because I just think that if they're going to lose auto, and if they don't figure out how to win auto after losing it from this matchup here, then I think they're going to end up losing both twice in a row to two very good alliances. Milstein and Johnson, kind of just dependent on if they're going to play defense. I do have faith that with two New England teams on that alliance and a Canadian team, they do know that defense is very good. So hopefully play defense on Robo Tiers. And if that's the case, then I would say probably Johnson, but I'm not going to bet against 1678 here and go with Milstein. But I could very much see Johnson upsetting this one, from what I think. Oh, so I have Hopper, loser, 2, match 9. So Hopper is going to go down here. Hopper versus Milstein. I think that, yeah, 2056... Even if they lose auto, I think at this point they'll know how to play the auto game. They already were learning how to do that. So I have faith in them beating them out there. They also have a nice, very nice defense spot in 3506 that I think could shut down Milstein there. And then they'll move on there. And then Curie will go against Archimedes. So Valor and 254 versus Bread and 9470. I think that 7407's defense makes me confident in picking them, because if you're going double hopper versus double hopper, and going straight up 1v1 or 2v2 like that, then the defense will end up being pretty valuable. And if they end up losing, because they're sending 7407 to stop in transition, I have faith that even if they lose the auto period, they'll end up stopping the transition period heavy, which is somewhat, but 254 scores too much. No, there's definitely a world, but it comes down to 7407 here. If they're ending up being able to win that one. If they, yeah, I can't bet against 254 either. They're too good. Like, I can see 9470 and Bread kind of pulling out steals to win against that alliance, and 74-7 stopping them if they win auto in that transition zone, but I can't pred them over Archimedes right now. I think it'd have to be an upset win. And then Hopper versus Curie, I think at this point they've probably learned how to play down auto, which is why I've put them here in the first place, which is why I'm going to go with Hopper. I love the 2056 turret. I think 6329 can match Valor, and 3506 has incredible defense. So I think they'll shut down the defense over there. Then I had Newton versus Hopper in the rematch of match 7, and I think Hopper is going to win it this time again, because at this point, if they beat Curie here, I think they'll know how to win down auto and figure out that. And so I'll have them making finals here. And this will probably end up being, this could be maybe it's a 2-0, but I think it goes to a 2-1. And then I'd have 1323 High Tide winning the entire thing. But a lot of this bracket is very predicated on Hopper figuring out how to win after losing auto, which is a very bold assumption. And also saying that Orbit and the crew are going to lose to Archimedes, because I don't know if they'll be able to win. So after losing auto, because Bucks kind of showed me that they're sort of understanding how to play after losing auto, but Galileo just wasn't tested in that way at all yet. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. But that's kind of my final bracket for now. Then we will see what ends up happening. So I am going to end up eating lunch now. So I will be back for the actual matches, but I will be back in, what is that, 50 minutes. So Einstein, they're saying, starts in 50 minutes. I'll leave the stream live, so whenever they end up doing the award show or whatever, we can have it there. But I will be back. Is the audio not on right now? It should be. Can you not hear
At
it?
Invent, we are inventing the electrified future. We are a global electrical manufacturing company that connects and protects mission-critical infrastructure, from data centers to power utilities, from smart facilities to commercial buildings. The world's leading companies bring their most complex challenges to us because of our customer-first approach to innovation. Our solutions dramatically enhance our customers' efficiency, resiliency, productivity, reliability, safety, and sustainability goals. We launch innovative new products every year to address our customers' evolving needs. We scale fast and reach far through our network of global manufacturing, service, and distribution centers. We have a unique combination of industry application expertise, commitment to innovation, customer focus, and the ability to scale solutions globally. That's the Invent difference. We take pride in our company culture, which is founded on our win right values. Our 12,000 plus employees across 35 countries live this culture daily and drive our continued success. That's why at Invent, we say we are inventing the electrified future.
Before I could use my mind to move a submarine,
Located in the forward compartment. Commencing emergency blow.
before I knew I was different.
Emmanuel Jones.
Before I understood what nuclear truly meant. That struggle makes you stronger. And that inspiration is everywhere. Before I could do any of this, I had to be born for it. You can be smart, or you can be nuke smart.
All conditions normal.
What does it take to make the world?
I'm surprised you haven't lose so much of your bracket. Yeah, no, they do look very strong. I kind of just, don't think they've been tested yet, and I want to see how they're gonna play the auto,
if they lose auto, I want to see how they play the game. Which, because I have seen at least other alliances like have ideas of how to win after losing auto. I have not seen them get tested yet, so they very easily could make the same run that Hopper does through the lower bracket, but I think it will be harder to pull off just because I haven't seen them do that yet. Like work through the losing auto scenario in a way that I've liked watching or thought that was like efficient.
Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Chat, we are back in Houston. If you have no idea who I am, it's on the t-shirt. My name is Thesaurus Dinosaurus, and I've been doing recaps and in-depth analysis of every regional event and district championship this season. Every single one of them. And before we crown a champion here at Einstein's, I want to go through some of my favorite things to watch during the last 6-7 weeks of competition. Starting with all of this fuel flying where it shouldn't go. Hitting the cameras.
It is the GOAT, this is true. TD. He did say that he was getting a little feature.
Box for them with a sign that says break in case you're not a field element. But when the fuel lands where it's supposed to go, we get some of the highest scores this game has ever seen. I'm pre-recorded, so I have no idea if 1,000 points has happened yet, but I'm gonna assume it did and say yes, 1,000 point match happened. Never a doubt in my mind. I loved watching
A match audio
all of
up?
these
Yeah, sure.
robots climbing, whether it be spinning, flipping, spinning and flipping, levitation, and yes, falling. But above all, my favorite thing about watching this season was the mascots. Shout out mascots. We had bees, we had dragons, we had dinosaurs, we had sharks, we had axolotls, and a flamingo named Winona who toured around the different Minnesota regionals and who won't return my calls. Winona, I love you. So I hope you have an amazing time at Worlds, and we're about to crown a champion soon, so stay hyped. And remember, gracious in victory, professional in defeat, amen.
I don't know if you can actually see that. I hope it's good enough. I should probably pull it up on my phone.
everyone, I'm NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, and welcome aboard the International Space Station, where we're orbiting the Earth 16 times every single day. One of the most rewarding activities we get to do while on board is talk to schools and kids like you using the International Space Station's amateur radio system, or ISS ham radio.
I talked about it before. I have a lot of faith in Archimedes to I have a lot of faith in Archimedes and the lowers to kind of beat them through auto, and I think that Hopper has a better auto because of their third alliance. I'm gonna mute them actually for a second. So the main reason that I have Galileo going 0-2 is because of the fact that I think that they aren't running a third pass through the or fifth pass through the middle with their third robot. I believe. If they're not, then if they are, then I think that for sure they can win over Hoppers too. But I have them losing auto, and I think that they haven't worked out a way to win after losing auto yet, and figure out how to nullify the transition period, which is why I kind of have them playing worse there. Whereas I think Hopper, even if they end up losing auto, they have shown that they get the idea of how to nullify the auto period. So either way, I kind of like Hopper more in that matchup because they're kind of the same alliance except for the way that they both play the auto game, or like playing out of auto the first 10 seconds. But if they figure that out, then I think they can for sure end up beating all of those alliances. And then I have Archimedes again because I don't have faith in Galileo. Yet they haven't shown me a reason to believe in them in doing better after losing auto. And Archimedes is a double dumper that will put up more points in auto because they have robots going to the middle. So either way, I think they just kind of got a bad matchup. If they're against like Johnson or Curie, well, maybe not Curie, but if they're against Johnson or Milstein, I think I would have faith because I think their defense robot is also good enough to stop that Milstein division. But they're kind of just going up against two alliances that I very much do like in terms of how they play the game. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was trying to fix. That's why I pulled up the panel. It might just... Is it just this stream? No? Is it me? Yeah, it's way oversaturated. That's what I was trying to fix. Is it this... Was the other stuff also oversaturated? That looks way oversaturated.
Or you can be...
Yeah. Is it first? Can someone check on their device as well? Actually, I'll just check on my phone. Because one of the streams as well was very oversaturated. So I just want to make sure I'm not the one causing this. If it's first, then whatever.
Test 1, 2. Can you hello, test 1, 2.
No, it looks fine. It's definitely my end. What? I guess I could just pull it up on YouTube because it's only one stream now. That just looks so... revealing next year's game. So like the game itself will be revealed, or the name itself will be revealed on Einstein, probably in a bit.
It is...
One second.
It is Einstein time. Welcome to the Houston Championship, baby. It's the World Championship. The fuel has been flying here in Houston.
Okay.
For a few days now.
I think it was mine, so it should be good now.
I'm Blair, the lead MC for First, and my desk analyst is Rene Haro. Rene, always a pleasure.
Hello. Happy to be back.
Now, you had a stat earlier.
Okay, that should look better.
How much fuel has been scored?
Oh yeah, the name's already out. They're just gonna show it on Einstein's. It's called BioCore. It's very likely going to be a pick and place game, which we'll see how that works.
There will be more. It will go higher. Before we get to the matches, though, we want to sort of acknowledge all of the teams that are playing here, the states, the places they've come from. We have 16 states represented in 4 countries. So hello to Australia, congratulations. Israel, Canada, and 16 states. Connecticut is in the mix. Utah, Wisconsin, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Maine, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Illinois, Washington, Indiana, Texas, and California. 16 states, 4 countries. It's going to be an amazing playoff series. We're really psyched for it. Before we get to the matches, though, we want to acknowledge the first Impact finalists. We'll see their videos as the show progresses through the afternoon, but we need to give a shout out to these teams. Team 1880, the Warriors of East Harlem, New York City. Team 9277, the Sparkans from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team from Baden, Pennsylvania. The Hawaiian Kids, Team 359 from Waialua, Hawaii. The launch team from Surprise, Arizona, Team 6352. And from Istanbul, Team 9545, Karakal Robotics. So those teams rose to the top. We'll have other teams rising to the top this afternoon. So it's about time. Let's meet the teams who made it to Einstein. Sending it over to team introductions.
That audio is not me. I think that is the stream. The audio being kind of dead. Hey, I got that one. Yeah, here comes Valor in 254. Yep.
Your Curie Alliance captain, 6800 Valor from Vandergrift High School in Austin, Texas. Their round 1 selection, 254, the Cheesy Poos from Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, California. Their round 2 selection, 8613, Barker Greybacks from Barker College in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Round 3 selection was 1714, Moore Robotics from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Please welcome your daily division. Your Daily Alliance captain, 4414 High Tide, a family community team from Ventura, California. Round 1 selection was 1323 Madtown Robotics from Madera High School in Madera, California. Nerds of Prey, 4065 from Lake Mineola High School in Mineola, Florida. And their final selection, 1538, the Holy Cows from High Tech High School in San Diego, California. Please welcome your Galileo division. Your Galileo captain, 7769, the crew representing Oakland Schools Technical Campus Southeast in Royal Oak, Michigan. Joined by 1690 Orbit from Kramin Achtid, Benyamina, Israel. Joining them, 5189 Explorer Robotics from LaSalle College High School in Winmore, Pennsylvania. And the round 3 selection was 8229 Bayan Bots, a family community team from Las Vegas, Nevada. Please welcome your Hopper division. The Hopper Alliance captain, 2056 OP Robotics from Orchard Park Secondary School in Stony Creek, Ontario, Canada.
Why can you see that?
The Bucks Raft from Bucksport High School in Bucksport, Maine. 3506 Yeti Robotics from Queen City Robotics Alliance in Charlotte, North Carolina. And our final team from Hopper is 4613 Barker Redbacks from Barker College in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Your Johnson Division Alliance. Alliance captain 6324, the Blue Devils from Salem High School in Salem, New Hampshire. 4946, the Alpha Dogs from Humberview Secondary in Bolton, Ontario, Canada. 2337, Engineers from Grand Blanc High School in Grand Blanc, Michigan. And 2877 Ligerbots from Newton South High School and Newton North High School in Newtonville, Massachusetts. Please welcome your Milstein division. Our Milstein Alliance captain, 1678 Citrus Circuits from Davis Senior High School in Davis, California. 2481 Roboteers from Tremont High School in Tremont, Illinois. 4915 Spartronics from Bainbridge High School, Bainbridge Island, Washington.
I think you'll find Johnson's strategy in general to be... I think every alliance here is relatively balanced. There's no alliance I'd say is particularly weak. Johnson maybe you could say is the weakest, but I think they'll be able to make up some of that difference from Alpha Dogs clearing the neutral zone and then the stealing done by Engineers in 6324. But they do have to work all correctly in order to try to push for a win on this division, I think. Which didn't happen, but they ended up getting away with it because Alliance 7 also broke on their division finals.
2046 bare metal from Tahoma.
Well, daily not being balanced, not the point. That's not relevant.
868 Tech Hounds from Carmel Senior High School in Carmel, Indiana. And 4206 Robo Vikes from Nolan Catholic High School in Fort Worth, Texas.
All right, we're going to let our teams set up, get ready for match number 1. But the first championship, it's a big deal. It's a big campus. There's a lot going on. First Tech Challenge, first LEGO League, first robotics competition. Let's check in with CEO Chris Moore to find out what's been going on around the campus.
Greetings, First community. I'm so excited to be here with all of you today, celebrating our final day of competition at First Championship. This week, teams from around the world gathered in Houston, along with tens of thousands of cheering supporters, families, mentors, and volunteers. We all came here to celebrate something bigger than a competition. What you're seeing is more than robots. It's what happens when young people are given the opportunity to build.
Teams just got introduced. They're just going to. They're setting up on the field right now. Is all they're doing.
It's that moment when something works for the first time, when a team solves a problem together.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that last year,
actually do this.
I think in pick and place games in general, you can't really get crazy with strategy. So, like, well, you can't get that crazy with strategy. Obviously, there's some strategy there, but it's very, especially when there's not that much interaction on defense, it's very much just based on whoever can score more. And when you're left to your own devices, everyone kind of expects something to go the way that it goes, and it's just up to you to mess up, which isn't that interesting. The interaction in this game, I think, makes it a lot more fun to watch.
Let's give them a round of applause. And to our volunteers, thank you for creating an experience that is welcoming, inspiring, and unforgettable. I'd also like to thank our First Championship presenting sponsor, BAE Systems, and our outstanding community of sponsors and strategic partners who make all of this possible. This season, First LEGO League teams around the world continue to explore, build, and solve problems together. Here at First Championship, we've seen our teams unearth amazing creativity and teamwork. Let's take a look at what our First LEGO League teams uncovered.
With one, because something happened.
First Tech Challenge,
but you can go watch that match back. They ended up having like a lot worse driving. 3005, that is, in the end of that match after Citrus started to play defense on them. Yeah, High Tide had custom modules, which is why you're now only allowed to have one propulsion, or you're only allowed to have 2 motors, or 8 motors on a drivetrain. So now it's like 1 propulsion, 1 steering is what everybody does. Oh, it's 4 propulsion motors, yeah. Okay. I'm not in tune with the mechanicals of it, but I just know that that's kind of like how it works. Yeah, but Tank Drive was already dead at that point, so I don't know if it's... Like, Tank Drive is... I know a lot of teams who NPL you if you're a Tank Drive, if there's 24 swerve bots at an event, just because of how hard it is to work with, which is obviously very unlucky for everyone coming into this game with Tank, but I think that's kind of on First, where they need to make it so swerve is more viable for rookies.
And in First Robotics competition, teams once again showed what's possible when engineering, creativity, and teamwork come together, even in times when things must be rebuilt.
No, this is the huge terrain.
Hello, Energy Field. How are you feeling today? Now, that's the right energy. We have all of our finalists here. They are one step closer to becoming our first championship winners here. We have Daily on red. We've got the incredible Newton on blue. But we gotta get something done with them before we let you introduce them, or before we let them play their last match. We wanted you to meet them, and we want all of you to cheer for them here. Can you help us with that? That's what we like to hear, so give a big hand to team 4414.
From Ventura, California, High Tide.
And their alliance partners are team 3023.
From Madera, California, it's Madtown Robotics.
And this very last team. Let's make it loud for Team 4065.
Nerds of Prey from Mineola, Florida.
And the last but never not least, it is Team 1530.
1538, the Holy Cows from San Diego, California.
And now on the blue side of the field, we have our Newton Alliance, the captain, Team 2910.
From Mill Creek, Washington, it's Jack and the Boss.
Their partner, Team 2046.
From Maple Valley, Washington, Bare Metal.
And Team 868.
From Carmel, Indiana, the Tech Hounds.
Rounding out the Newton side, Team 4206.
From Fort Worth, Texas, the Robovites.
And with this, let's give everyone a big, big round of applause. These are our Einstein finalists here on the First Championship 2026.
And let's wish them good luck as they turn towards each other and shake hands in a sign of gracious professionalism before our finals.
Okay, let's actually get into the match. So if Newton wants to win this, I think so I've been saying that winning auto is bad. I don't think it stands for Newton's case. I think winning auto for Newton is probably how they win this game, because what you then get is you get a chance to get 2 extra hoppers immediately dumped into the hub. And I think they kind of need that in order to win, because Jack in the Bot also loves to go back to the middle as well. So in that 5th shift, 5th to 6th shift transition period, even though normally like your turret robots like your orbits or your 1323s and high tides, when they're clearing the back, they'll end up getting starved because there's no more fuel left after they win auto. These guys love to go back to the middle anyways, so it doesn't really hurt them all that much. So if Newton wants to win this, I think they have to win auto here. Get around the defense that's probably going to end up getting played on them, trying to stop them getting fuel off in transition. And them and Bare Metal both have to get dumps out first. And then in endgame, you'd also have to hit steals in the first place. But then in endgame, figure out a way to kind of mitigate the starvation that you'll end up having from High Tide and 1323, because they do the turret neutral zone cleanup really well. So I think they have to win through auto, because if they end up losing auto, what will happen? Well, no, they can actually win through losing auto as well, because High Tide and Madtown aren't that good at maximizing that period. I think they're much better when they lose auto, because then they can clear out that neutral zone fully and kind of starve away the other alliance in that end game period, and they do it really well as well in the first part of the match also. So but auto, whoever wins auto here, it'll be interesting to see. But look at the fuel count on the top left, not the score. Did get baited by that before. See, so 1323 failing in auto, so that's going to be a very large issue for them. So first check down, you do have Madtown ending up with that issue, and they are going to be down 40-ish, so still winnable. But now what does Madtown do? Are they stuck? Are they dead?
Let's hope they can get back into things before the end of this match, because blue won autonomous, red will take the first shift. Here they go, 44-14 jockeying.
They look dead.
2046.
And if they're dead, it's over. Yeah, this match is over. All right, go next.
Here they go. 29-10, full of fuel, getting in position. They're going to let loose. Their alliance partners doing the same. Bare metal back in position, back with a full hopper. 40-65, Nerds of Prey, gonna try and play defense. They've got the wing extended. That'll be used to block their fuel shooting capabilities.
Oh, they're back? I mean, I think 100-point deficit is still kind of is very hard to come back from in the first place. If you look at the starvation, it's going to be very hard to pull back from there anyways. But at least a good start that Madtown's now back. No, Madtown's dead again. Oh my god. Alright, we'll see if they can fix their issues next game. High Tide probably should go for a steal here. There's no fuel on the field. It's all in that corner. They're starving them. Yeah, doing a nice job winning auto and then starving away all that fuel because you don't have a stealer on that side. So easily not putting any of that fuel back into play in the first place. But they're obviously going to end up losing. No Jack in the Bot means that you just probably lose.
44-14, High Tide trying to fight to scrape together a win. Madtown still not back up yet. 40-65, still deep in blue territory. The two PNW teams are beginning to run away with it. 8-68 down for the count as well. 20-46 now facing some jitters.
Everybody's having power struggles in this game. This is crazy.
Newton looking to lock up Einstein match finals.
Yeah, so they have to lose have to go back from a one-match deficit if they want to end up winning Einsteins as the favorites here. You could kind of see if 13-23 was working that match, this isn't even close. Because the 40-96 kind of dumper blocking and defense, like if 13-23 is actually working, should be good, but those issues don't look good at all. Like they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that and figure out what's going on with their robot, because it didn't look like a battery connection or anything. Kind of just looked like something internally, so we'll see if they can fix it.
Match number 1. Here they come. It's gonna be the Blue Alliance. Newton Division gonna take the first match of our playoff set.
High Tide just soloed 4. Yeah, High Tide just soloed 450 points.
We're gonna reset the field and get ready for Einstein final number 2 up next.
High Tide just soloed 340 fuel in telly. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, but
Matthew is one of our drivers and also the president of the team. Speaking of leadership, there was a lot of having to think on your feet that happened during that match. Tell me a little bit about some of the decisions behind the glass.
With being in the PNW district, you just got to think on your feet. A lot of different teams, a lot of different strategies. I will say we probably played every meta strategy that is possible in Rebuild. With that, a huge shout out to the PNW. We really couldn't have done it without you guys. There's a lot of strategy going on in the PNW and nobody's recognizing that.
Shouting out to the district, really tapping into that gracious professionalism ethos of first, of being able to compete together. And still,
yeah, I mean, if we want to look back at that match, High Tide still almost soloed it. I think it's a valiant effort by them. Let's go back. Fair enough. They kind of lost the match here, not here. So they lost the match, I think, right here. As soon as Madtown dies again, hold on. So Madtown's dead here, and it's obviously there's still their scoring shift, and if they let's see, what did they do with this fuel? Oh, they end up joining and scoring all of this as much as they possibly can. So what they end up doing here is not really recognizing that all of the fuel in the field is either in that corner, stuck behind Madtown in an unreachable location, or currently in the hopper of 2046 and 2910. So I think if they go over here, instead of trying to hunt for the loose fuel in the middle of the field, if they go over and actually hit through that entire, like all of that fuel there in that corner, I think they win this match. Like, I think at this moment, if they just start passing all of this back to themselves, like right now they're passing, and then they just go hit a steal in this corner, steal all of that through the tower, get back out, and then go back to their side. It's honestly still a winnable match. That's all kind of comes from the fact that 4065 is putting in work on both of these robots on the other side with their little dumper blocker, and just doing good defense in general. But you kind of see that because they don't have enough fuel on their side, because they didn't pass anything over, they end up completely starved out, which obviously it's a good strategy from Newton in the first place, because you leaving that there makes the 1323 and high tide machines inherently get scared of going there, because if they play defense on that bump and they get blocked off, then you're gone. And then you have to pull 4065 over to get you a screen rather, to get yourself out of there. But I think in a match like this where 1323 is like fully dead, you should just take the risk to try to go get in that corner and try to gamble your entire match on them not hitting that defense on you. But also it's a very tough call to make in the moment, and I don't even know if their drive team can see that fuel. It looks like 1323 is the one in that corner instead of, or maybe it's even 4065 in that corner instead of high tide, so they probably didn't even see all that fuel in the corner there. But just like, that's, I think, the only win condition they possibly could have had. Yeah, so this is where they announce the impact. So they have the award finalists that they presented, and then the impact winners are going to get presented here. But did they announce it? Did we miss it? Oh, they're showing the...
Those who have trouble accessing STEM, they have lowered the barriers at home and across the seas. If you know what they're doing, it's no surprise. Congratulations, team number 6352.
Like a star-filled universe, launch team 6352's impact has spread.
Congrats to them. Yeah, 868 also did die in Endgame, but I mean, 1323 also died. I feel like this game is kind of just very power hungry in that way. So many, I think probably the most dead robots I've seen on an Einstein, perhaps ever. Just from how power hungry this game is. Yeah, 2046 also browning out at the end of that match. But 2046 able to live longer than 1323, so they end up getting the win because they get more value out of them. We'll see. This game, the robots in this game are very hard to keep alive. We've noticed. Batteries are very hard to consume. Maybe First looks at this game and kind of never makes another game like this again with like 500 game pieces, just because of how much power it ends up consuming, and the robots aren't able to handle that sort of thing at the top level. Like, when the best robots in the world are having these battery issues and are having current breakdowns, like, I don't think that's a robot. I don't think that's a team thing. I think that's a statement on the overall health of the way that FRC is working right now. Yeah, better batteries would also help, but you did see current issues and division playoffs. You kind of just saw them lose too early, so they never ended up being in the finals. If you look at Scream and Alt F4, Scream was dead the entire first match for some random reason. Yeah, 2012 Einstein was DDoS as well. But like, in terms of just naturally having this, I've never seen this happen before. I think the game design was good, but they have to budget for power within the what's happening out right now, so we'll see.
Good. That's amazing. The history of FIRST Robotics. We have two teams. Who do you think's gonna win? Here's how this works. We are going to eliminate everyone on this team down to one in a matter of moments. Then we'll eliminate everyone on this team down to one in a matter of moments. Last two people will meet in the center for the finals. These are some of the smartest kids in the universe building robots. How will they fare in a game of intense Simon Says? Are you ready? Team number two, relax. Team number one, here we go. And you're the worst player I've ever seen. All right, here we go. Simon says hands up. Simon says wave. Simon says stop. Hands down. And you're out. You're out. You're out. You're out. Yes, yeah. Simon says hands down. Faster, hands up, and you moved your route. Simon says hands on head. Simon says tap. Simon says stop. Hands up, and you're out, my friend. Yeah, wait a minute, you know what? Hold on, my friend. Hello, I like you. You're back in. Yeah. Wait a minute. I didn't say Simon says. You're out again. You just get. Here we go. Simon says hands up. Simon says hands down. Simon says hands up. Simon says wave. Simon says stop. Hands down. Hands down. Simon says hands down. Everyone come a little bit closer, please. Simon says come a little bit closer. Simon says stop. Hands up. Hands up. You moved your route. Simon says put up your right hand. Simon says wave. Simon says stop. Both hands up. Both hands up. You moved your route. Simon says both hands up. Wave it around. Wave it around. If you waved your route. Hands down. Hands down. You moved your route. You moved your down. Simon says move down. Simon says move down. Simon says stop. Hands down. And you moved and you moved. Simon says hands down. Simon says face each other. Simon says give each other a first handshake. Yeah. Simon says hands down. Face me, please. Face me. 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 Nice. Simon says face me. Here we go. Who's going to be the finalists on this side? Simon says up. Simon says down. Simon says up. Simon says down. Simon says run. Simon says stop. Hands up. Simon says hand. You're still running. You're out. You're in the finals! Ryan, all right. Where are you from? Australia. Here we go, team two. Here we go. Here we go, team two. Here we go. Team two, hands up. You're killing me. If you put your hands up, you're out. Simon says up, Simon says down, Simon says run, Simon says stop, hands up, you're out, you're out, you're out. Simon says hands up, hands down, and you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. Simon says hands down, faster, hands up, and you're out, you're out, you're out. Simon says hands on head, Simon says tap, Simon says stop, hands up, you're out. Simon says hands up, wave it around. If you're waving, you're out, you're out, you're out. You're like hiding behind him. Get out here. No, you're out. Simon says move down. Simon says move down. Simon says move down. Simon says stop, hands down, and you're out, you're out, you're out. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Nice job. Simon says hands down. Here we go. Supersonic. Simon says. Look at the focus on this kid. He's not even looking at him. He's like. Simon says up, Simon says down, Simon says up, Simon says down, Simon says head, Simon says belly. Simon says head, Simon says belly, Simon says head, Simon says belly, Simon says run. Simon says stop, hands up, you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. Woo! Woo! Simon says hands down.
Simon says face each other. Simon says approach each other. Simon says give each other a first double fist bumpity thing. Simon says hands down, face me please, face me. Simon says face me, and here we go. Who's going up against Ryan over there? Here we go. Simon says face me, yeah. Simon says turn, yeah, all right. Simon says head, Simon says hip, Simon says lean forward, stand up straight. Simon says stand up straight. Simon says hand down, Simon says lean down. Simon says lean down, stand up straight. Ah, you're in the finals. Let's go. Ryan, let's go. Simon says, let's go. Wait, what's your name? Carrie from where? Washington, D.C.? Washington State. Ryan from Australia. There's only one way to settle this. Simon says, dance off! I've seen, what are you doing, man? I love it. I love it. Normally I would have one winner, but I'm in a good mood. You know why? Because I'm back here at the first championships with the most awesome kids in the universe. So, you are both Simon Says champions! Woo! Come on out. Simon Says, this is for you. Simon Says, this is for you. And Simon Says, enjoy the games, everybody!
Finals, match 2. This is the moment. This is the moment to lift yourself and hopefully push it to match 3. It's been a long season, but we want it just a little bit longer. What do you think is going to happen?
They're evened up. They already went match 11. Daly won. They came back. Newton won. I think we're going to go see 3 matches.
Okay, let's send it over to Mass for match number 2.
Robot fans, welcome to finals match number 2. Who's excited?
Now that sounds like they're having fun. It's real energizing in here, but let us tell you, we've got Daly on red and we've got Newton on blue. Newton took home the last one, so if we want to even out and go to a tiebreaker, Daly needs to take this one home. Otherwise, we'll have our first championship winners right here set after finals number 2. So for now, let's throw it back and let's meet the teams again. Let's welcome them back on the field. I'm going to take you over with me for the Red Alliance right here. Starting over with our Alliance captains. This is their 6th time here on Einstein. Make it loud for Team 4414.
That's High Tide from Ventura, California.
And for their 6th time here on Einstein, let's make some noise for Team 1323.
From Madera, California, it's Madtown Robotics.
And this last spot on the field, still crucial, making their Einstein debut right here, right now. Let's hear it for Team 4065.
From Mineola, Florida, the Nerds of Prey.
And now, over on the blue side of the field, we have our Newton Alliance. They won finals match number 1, which means if they win this match, they will become our 2026 World Champions. Let's meet them, starting out with Team 868.
From Carmel, Indiana, the Tech Hounds.
Looking to become repeat World Championships. Make some noise for Team 2910.
From Mill Creek, Washington, it's Jack in the Bun.
I say bear, you say Team 2046.
That's Bear Metal from Maple Valley, Washington.
Alright, I think same plan as before, except we'll see if 1323 and 2046 actually work for the entire match. Let's see if the 1323's auto actually runs correctly. I think Daly should be able to take this one. But we will see if Newton's going to be able to get away with that kind of stashing fuel for themselves if they do end up winning losing that auto. Because that is something they got away with against Galileo and kind of how they won that, even though obviously the crew ended up breaking there. But that was kind of one of the biggest reasons why they ended up winning that endgame period.
Newton took the first one. Daly looking to take the second one to force a rubber match. 29-10 didn't quite make it back. That leaves an opening for the Red Alliance to take the lead here. 29-10 back to the middle. Madtown doing the same.
Yeah, looks like it's a big lead for Daly.
Another run at it. Red out in the lead.
And almost a penalty called here, but Bare Metal barely hanging on, staying inside that line, which is nice for them, because that would have been 30 points of penalties. But able to get over, and now, yeah, so they're able to at least get the transition shift fuel off for 2910, which is nice. They get at least one cycle, but you can kind of see now the defense working on them. 1323 just being annoying as well, and then trying to get under the trench, and going the trench actually ended up being a pretty effective way to get around that sort of dumper angle, because it's not reaching over enough. So you can see 65 trying to turn themselves to try to get a better angle on that so they can actually collect. And the stealing on the other side and kind of hoarding that 868 is doing of collecting fuel that's getting passed over, really hurting 1323 and High Tide. You can see they're fully starved out on their side, basically, having to go back to the middle of the field, and High Tide going for a steal here so that Bare Metal doesn't get that easy collect off here. And now High Tide getting defended for that steal, and they're gonna call a pin, and there's a pin called. 1,
is entangled with them. Let's see if they can get
That might...
free.
Okay, so 2 pins called now, essentially. But I think 2 pins for 7 seconds are very much a worth trade for this Blue Alliance.
Inches short, 385 to 400.
Let's see. So... Oh, a little bit late on that cycle from 2046. And now, because they're late on that cycle and they ended up shooting it so late, trying to get it in at the end, they allow Madtown to basically get an extra hopper out from that shoot on the move turret collect. Now, this is how they have to win this. You can kind of see all of that fuel stashed here. Nobody going for a steal because they're scared of it. I think 4065 should try to collect from that the stash, or at least deny this collect, because 2046 is just going to go through the tower and try to make a run for it at the end with that endgame stashing that they're doing. And it's working out really well. You can see the score is getting much closer. In terms of fuel, they're only 70 down, and Jack in the Bot's going through the middle. It is definitely close. It's 13-23, I think. If they get back, though, it's over. And nice defense for 4065, doing just enough to stop Jack in the Bot. Yeah, 700 points dropped. Yeah, 700 points dropped, so done in this one. So... the stashing does work, but because of the fact that they kind of bear... Let's go back. So I think pretty obviously Newton ended up losing this one. So if you look at the stashing here... actually, let's see, what cycle do they do it in? So 2910 right here is going to end up making basically this giant pass to stash at least a hopper of fuel, right? All of that is 2910's of basically being a full hopper. And they're actually going to dump like a little bit extra fuel in the end there. And honestly, they could have come back with that hopper of fuel, but they choose instead to try to set themselves up for the endgame period and starve out the other alliance. So... basically saying we are going to accept that we're not going to score here, but by taking out a hopper of fuel in the center of the field that can be recycled, we're now going to limit 1323 and High Tide in this 5th shift. Honestly, I think the only reason they end up losing here, because you can see it's somewhat even at this point, is because Bare Metal with this last cycle is in the corner of their field and they have to get across the entire way, and look at how much ends up being scored from Madtown here. They get basically almost a full hopper. You can see it's bouncing up on the net. A full hopper scored for free when normally 2046, if they don't try to greed that cycle and instead dump it into their corner, would have gotten at least somewhat of a steal there and tried to stop 1323. So going a little bit late there, honestly, not even going late, just not going early being an issue there for the stealing. And then... the stashing strategy does end up working, but because of the fact that they allowed 1323 and High Tide to just score too much in the start of that period when they had their setup and allowed them to use the setup that they've put themselves in a position to use, it ends up where now, even though you do have kind of almost 2 or 3 hoppers worth of fuel just sitting there that's getting uncontested because 4065 isn't stealing, even though that is the case, you're still not able to pull out a win here because of the fact that you just let Daly get away with essentially using the lead that they've gained for themselves. So gonna go to 3. Going to be interesting to see, honestly, if Bare Metal ended up throwing that fuel in the back corner here and then just went early to play Stealer or deny that, then they could have won that match. And then obviously the other alliance ends up winning auto, but I don't know. I think Newton does a really good job playing on the auto, whether they win or lose. I think they have a really nice idea on playing it either way, because when you have the double dumper, if you win auto, then you get to obviously use a transition shift to get basically 2 free hoppers out, and as dumpers, that's really nice for you. And then if you end up losing auto, well, then they have a really nice idea of stashing that fuel at the end there to try to give themselves a little bump to get back in the game at the end there. So either way, I like the way Newton's playing it, but Daly just getting away with too much. If they want to end up winning this match, I think they're going to have to play a lot more anti and probably more stealing, which is kind of crazy to say, but I would not be surprised to see 2910 and 2046 going both for steals, and then having their defense robot kind of move out of the way there, of 868, and play just try to zone 1323 off of. Actually, let's go. I'll just pull up a field to show you an example. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Let's see, what driver station is 2910 in? So they're in the middle. So I guess that's why they're cleaning the neutral zone. But I wouldn't be surprised to see 2046 go for a corner here, 2910 go here for double stealing in the, like, probably this, actually exactly this shift, but going earlier. And then 868 kind of trying to zone off 1323 or high tide, whichever one, from trying to get into the corner. This, I think Newton is probably the only alliance that can beat Daly. I don't think Galileo had a chance. Like, crew was good, and the orbit's cleanup was really nice, but the double dumper to me with Jack in the Bot seems like the only way they'd win. Galileo, not really. Like, strategy-wise, I don't think they'd be able to pull out what the PNW teams are pulling out right now of the stashing. Like, it's just something that they weren't considering. They were just more focused on, we have to put the fuel in the hub. And obviously, they're doing it in a very interesting way. There's a reason they're on Einstein and third place in the world for a reason. But it's not like they're not playing the fuel stashing game here that PNW was doing nearly as much. Yeah, alright. Finals 3 is going to take another 20 minutes. We'll see if what ends up happening. I think Newton can still pull it out. It definitely is still very possible, but it's going to require a lot of fuel denial shenanigans that I think they should probably try to gamble the World Championship on, of High Tide not going for a steal because they did such a good job punishing High Tide for the steal in the first place. They should, if they lose the auto here, I think they should honestly just try to play fully fuel denial, and you pull your defense robot back over just to make sure that nobody can collect that fuel, and you play triple defense on all of the fuel in the match, and just starve out the other alliance. And then maybe try to make a push in endgame that way. Otherwise, they're keeping it close, but I don't know if they'll be able to actually pull it over without some crazy stealing strategy. So those are kind of the two ways I see them going, if they want to switch up their strategy. Otherwise, if they think it's going to work, then yeah, run it back. See if you can pull it. One match to go. We'll see what happens. I'll come back when the match starts.
to begin finals number 3 here on the field. How are you feeling? So, we've got Daly on red. We've got Newton on blue. Who do you think is going to take it? Because I think this one is for my Red Alliance.
Or will it be the Newton Blue Alliance?
I think maybe it's going to be the Red Alliance.
Or the Blue Alliance? We're about to find out. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so auto really matters here. I think either way it plays out, as long as Newton keeps it close in auto, whether they win or lose, they definitely still have a chance to win this. And it looks like they actually do end up hitting all of their auto. And 90-65 not working, gonna be an issue perhaps. So red does win auto, meaning that Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal can do that the sort of stashing strategy. So this match is going to be decided in endgame, basically. The entire match at this point is just trying to be Newton keeping it close enough. Oh my god! Bare Metal almost tipped up Jack in the Bot, but they're okay. But this entire match now is basically just gonna be, can Newton keep it close enough to win it in endgame? And if they can, they're gonna be okay. If they can't, I think it's gone. Again, why not stealing early enough? Because Jack in the Bot trying to hit an extra cycle at the end there, and now 2046 giving 1323 again, like last match. The same extra cycle. But it looks like High Tide's getting kind of jammed up by the defense here. But because they have that dive rotor turret where they can get barely under the trench and score, looks like they'll be fine with scoring. Now, 200-point lead, but it is still possible to come back here. I would like to see 868 literally just rip past. I don't care your turrets down. It's finals match 3 of Einstein. Go defend 1323 here. Do not let them out. And it looks like they're trying to, but kind of just getting stuck in places. They're trying to play that defense, though. Okay, so yeah, they still have 1323 kind of getting blocked. 2910 also doing some defense there. And I think it's over. It's two. The 3 Steelers over, stuck with that same strategy. And the passing not ending up being enough. And it looks like... Oh my god. I'm gonna...
Our finals match number...
Wow, okay, so the stream just cuts out. Awesome, bro. I love my internet. But yeah, no, it's just High Tide. High Tide, Madtown. Madtown. 120-26. 120-25. Finalist 2024. 120-23. If you were a freshman in 2023 and 1323, your career ends with 3 world championships and 1 silver on Einstein. Pretty good, I think. And High Tide going back, 1323 and High Tide, obviously, 1323 and High Tide, obviously, repeating their run in 2023 together. This time, not in a pick-and-place game. And that, once they've released the final scores, and we can see the actual number. Did they release it? Don't think so. Yeah. Looks like that'll be it. Yeah, here it is. Final scores. What's the final number?
We are going to crown a winner here. It's gonna be...
Yep. 1323 in High Tide. 712 final score. 535 fuel and telly. 177. I think kind of killed from the fact that they didn't do nearly enough stealing as I think they probably wanted to be able to do. But yeah, going into Worlds, the expected World Champions, ending up getting some trouble in Finals 1, but pulling it out in Finals 3. Congrats to them. And I I'm going to turn the stream off now because I am tired. Thank you guys so much for being here throughout the entire 3 days. And see you when I make this video of the finals match and also all of the cool matches that we ended up seeing this